Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch with your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Hotep family. So just before we get things started.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. My apologies. I'm thinking you can hear me over there. I'm like, hold on, he just jumped in my intro. Peace, Titan family. Welcome back to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Today's conversation is about to go to another level. We're stepping into one of the most controversial and powerful topics out there. The evidence that Africans visited and influenced the Americas long before Columbus ever set sail. This is not surface level talk. This is history. This is scholarship and truth being put under the spotlight. And I couldn't have picked a better guest today for this build. Joining us today is none other than Tehuti of Far. Everybody out there, go ahead and give him a round of applause.
Hotep family.
Yes.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Yes, Tehuti is widely recognized as one of the most respected comedic voices online. A brother who doesn't just talk the talk, he consistently brings receipts, structure, and discipline to every discussion he enters. In a space where things get loud and chaotic, Tehuti stands out for something rare: decorum, precision, and respect. Even when he's facing ignorance head on. He represents Kemet with the level of clarity and composure that commands attention. And whether you agree or disagree, you have to respect the scholarship. So if you came for some real information, if you came for a perspective backed by study, and if you're ready to challenge what you think you know, you're in the right place. Tehuti Afar, welcome to the platform. Appreciate you. You got the floor, brother.
Hotep. So real quick, I just I wanted to address the current topic matter of Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus called They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in America. I wanted to go over that book. And definitely I wanted to talk about Ivan Van Sertima, and I wanted to reintroduce the master teacher who passed in 2009. I wanted to introduce him to the community, or I should say to the sector. We haven't become a community yet, but I wanted to reintroduce him to the sector. There has been some false things said about him, and I'm here to set the record straight. So I want to definitely get into that. But before we even start off, I want to remind people of the whole point of appeal to authority. I want to let people know that just because there are individuals who have certain titles and credentials doesn't make them right about every single thing, right? So I want to tell you that we cannot pick and choose when we want to use a PhD to say that we are right on a topic matter or a perspective. Case in point is a police officer who has a duty to protect the community and capture criminals or apprehend criminals can very well be a criminal uh, on his own when they're off duty. Same thing with a security theft prevention officer. A theft prevention officer can very well be the guy who is stealing from a company. So I want us to get this PhD thing out of the way. When I present the master teachers from Africana Studies, they obviously have their PhDs and their academic credentials, but I bring forth the evidence and I bring a explanation to go with it, a comprehensive explanation, um, and we go from there. So we can just open up. I want to open up with paying homage to Ivan Van Sertima. Um, I want to reference another master teacher of ours. He is a Black archaeologist. He is the world's first and only independent Black archaeologist. His name is Anthony Browder. So, A1, if you would play the first opening video.
I appeared before Congress on July the 7th, 1987. I'd been summoned there to give due cause why they should not refer to Columbus's accidental stumble into the Caribbean, which he thought was the backside of India, as a discovery. I remember when I entered the chamber, this gentleman, head of the Queen's Centenary Commission, came up to me and said, "You don't mean to say you come here to say Columbus did not discover America?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You must be mad." I said, "You look mad to me too." As a result of my presentation, Congress decided to delete the word discovery from official documents. I presented a vast body of evidence, but I appeared before the Congressional Committee and I presented 12 witnesses, all European. Because they're going to say I'm Afrocentric if I show them this African said this. No, no, no. I'm going to take the very people that you think you will listen to. Columbus is the first person. I said, that's how I began. I'm not the first person to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus. Christopher Columbus is the first person to say that. He actually says in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come from the south and southeast trading in gold-tipped metal spears. He actually collected samples of these spears. They were sent back to Spain. They were meticulously, microscopically examined in Spain, and they were found to be identical, not just similar, identical with spears being forged in African Guinea. Not only were they identical metallurgically, the words the Africans were using for these spears were the words the Americans were using. Ghana, that's why it's called Ghana, Gold Empire, the Golden Empire. And I checked it out in several African languages. How could you have linguistic and metallurgical identities like that? Ferdinand wrote a book about his father, and he said, my father told me that he saw Negroes north of Honduras. Columbus knew what a so-called Negro looks like. He was in Africa. He not only heard of them in Haiti, he actually saw them north of Honduras. Vasco Nunez de Balboa on September the 25th in the year 1513, I've got it down to the day. Lopez de Gamara said these blacks Balboa saw in the Indies were identical with the blacks we saw in Guinea. Rodrigo de Colmenares saw blacks. Guy who went to Panama said there were two distinct people in Panama. The Mandinga, black skin, and the Tule, red skin. The red skin would be the Native American. And Alonso Ponce cites them off Campeche in Mexico. River, a dozen Europeans, Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Columbus, Vasco Nunez de Balboa, Peter Martyr, Lopez de Gamara, Rodrigo de Colmenares, Alphonse de Catafax, L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, Alonso Ponce, River Palacio, Ramon Pane, Fray Gregorio Garcia, seeing things that are not there. Absurd. You cannot have 12 eyewitnesses to event that never happened. That is just one piece of evidence. I have 12 pieces. If it was a European, you only need one piece of evidence. There is the botanical evidence. Take the banana. We use the word banana for the banana, but that's not the African word for the banana. The word for the banana is bakoko in Africa. Banana is an Arab word. The Africans didn't have bananas. The bananas were introduced into Africa by the Arabs very early. Found bananas in Peru. Peru didn't have bananas. If they were eating the banana, we'd find other kind of evidence. And the word for the banana in Peru is the same as the word for the Africans have. So I started checking out the words in Peru. How did this banana appear? They don't have bananas at that time in South America. And found in Galibi, it's Bakuku. In Oyampi, these are all South American languages. Have Bakuko, Bakuku, Bako, Bakome, Bako, Ba, Bako, Ba, Baho. Can't happen unless you have a connection, a very early connection. And then comes the oceanographic evidence, because most people say, here is Africa and here is America. How could the Africans cross? Discovered 3 currents of Africa that take you automatically to America. Once you are caught in those currents, you have to come to America. Whether you have an engine or not, the water is the engine. And it's exactly where those currents end that we find the African presence. It goes to Mexico. It goes to Brazil. What is most extraordinary is the evidence we have of their ships. They had the ships. Thor Heyerdahl became world famous because he got the Baduma people on Lake Chad to build a boat that the Africans built before Christ. Built the boat, he financed it, a boat they were using before Christ, and it crossed the Atlantic successfully. You see, these guys made it in less time than the European boats because of their knowledge of the currents. It's the navigational evidence. That's the boats. The Africans had the boats. The Africans built the boat for Heyerdahl. Heyerdahl became world famous about how he crossed the Atlantic. He didn't build the boat. It was Africans who built the boat for him. They could easily have crossed. Listen to this. Look at the cheating going on. Look at the profound dishonesty of scientists. They found a Negro woman in Brazil, where the currents come from Africa. They found a Negro woman in Brazil, 12,500 years old. Our Negroes always came from Africa, but it was so embarrassing that they suggested, yes, it's a Negro, but it came from Asia. It is absurd. They found 2 African skeletons in the United States Virgin Islands at Hull Bay, St. Thomas. These skeletons were found in a strata or layer of earth which is datable 1250 AD, 2.5 centuries before Columbus. They took me to a rock pool at St. John. That was St. Thomas where they found the skeletons. They took me to a rock pool at St. John's in the Virgin Islands. And as I was preparing to leave, the light of the sun shone on the rock, just above the rock pool. And I looked down and I saw a strange formation, dots and crescents. And I said, nature cannot do that. and I cleaned the rock and I photographed it. I sent it to various parts of the world. I sent it to Africa. So someone in Africa, in Ghana, said it's the Vietnamese sign. And I said, send me evidence of the Vietnamese sign. And he sent it to me.
So as you can see, I put together that video. And like I said before, I gave a presentation.
Into space,
Yeah, totally.
right? I mean, whew, the future is now, right?
I gave a presentation on Super Wavy's platform, on other platforms. I'm not a debater, but you can come to my channel to get ammo. Like I said, this topic matter that is habitually naysaying Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus, They Came Before Columbus, is definitely unnecessary, and it has been going on unnecessarily for quite some time. I think it has been going on now for 7 to maybe 5 years in the conscious sector on YouTube and obviously on social media. But long story short, it needs to come to an end. I opened up with Ivan Van Sertima to reinforce all the evidence that comes with the African presence before Columbus. And you can see it. There is 12 eyewitnesses, and they're all European, as he said. And he pointed out an interesting point. He made an interesting point. If the explorer was, European, you would only need one eyewitness. But here we are with 12 eyewitnesses from explorers telling you that they saw Negro-like people, Mali-like people, or Africans, and you still need more evidence. You raise the bar. And that's common. We live in America. We live under European academia, and they definitely want to hide the fact that Christopher Columbus was not the first to discover America or the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere, by common sense, existed before Columbus did. The Western Hemisphere actually existed before Africans did. When they explored and visited, keyword visited, they didn't discover it either. They visited and influenced America before Christopher Columbus. What they did was they discovered a people who were already there, who were in need of the sciences. The whole reason why they have pyramidal like structures in what we know as Mesoamerica, even though they date way later than the ones in Kush and Kemet, is because they had the influence of the Kemetu and the Kushites. Whether you want to say the Napata or the Kerma Kushites, that's up to you. But the point is, Africans were sailing, seafaring, and visiting and trading with other land masses and cultures way before Columbus and even the Portuguese. I also want to point out that in addition to the 12 explorers that Ivan Van Sertima brought to our attention, he listed other evidences. He listed the botanical evidences. He listed the ocean evidence, the current. So you can't get around that. You can't negate the idea that Africans use the currents, the tide currents. And then you have the idea of the Europeans. So if you can, A1, I want to get into the world's first and only Black archaeologist paying homage to Ivan Van Sertima to reinforce the importance of Ivan Van Sertima.
You want to go over what?
Uh, this will be part two. This will be
Part two, I
Anthony
have
Browder
Dr.
playing.
Yeah, okay. I'm making sure that, yeah, you said Dr. Ivan Van Sertima at first. This is Anthony Browder, though. You ready?
Yeah,
Gotcha. Sorry, my key's stuck on the keyboard. I was sitting on it. Here we go. I don't see it on the screen, though.
yeah, and as we know, even Ivan Van Sertima himself had doubt when he was along his journey, scrambling all the evidence for and studying the African presence of Mesoamerica and Mesoamerica in general. The fact that he was a archaeologist and explorer um, means that he mastered the field in Mesoamerican or pre-Columbian history in America. Go ahead, you can.
Tony, let people know just briefly some of your historical background and some of your research.
Well, I am formally trained as an artist, a graphic designer. My interest in history was piqued on February the 21st, 1977. That was probably before some of your listeners were born. That was when I met Ivan Van Sertima. Dr. Ivan Van Sertima was speaking at Georgetown Law School. He had just previously published They Came Before Columbus, the African Presence in America. And it was during that lecture that Van Sertima documented the pre-Columbian presence of Africans from the Nile Valley who had built ships, navigated the Nile River, Mediterranean Sea, and made numerous journeys to the Americas, principally in Mexico, where they brought their cargo of knowledge, astronomy, architecture, engineering, and agriculture, and influenced, helped to jumpstart civilization in the Americas, and that they were known to these ancient people as the Olmecs. And there were at least 20 large heads of these stone carved heads of these Africans that were placed on ceremonial temples and mounds throughout Mexico. And what really blew my mind was when Van Sertima said that these Africans who had come to Mexico from the Nile Valley were from Egypt, and they were black. They were from Kush, and they were black. And this was the first time in my life I had ever heard anyone say this, because everything that I had read, everything that I had seen in television, everything that I had learned in every school that I had attended, even though they were predominantly black schools, taught just the reverse. So my mind was blown upon hearing Dr. Van Sertima's lecture, and that prompted me to begin to revisit everything that I had learned. And then I discovered what I referred to as forbidden knowledge, information, historical information.
That's Anthony Browder again. Once again, he's paying homage to Ivan Van Sertima, and he is pretty much saying that he is instrumental to why he is doing what he is doing today. And the question that I always have to myself when people criticize Ivan Van Sertima is, how is it that Ivan Van Sertima is quote unquote pseudo or lacking when it comes to his magnum opus called They Came Before Columbus? And it was the very book and inspiration to Anthony Browder becoming the world's first and only independent black archaeologist. I mean, let's be real. If we were, you know, at the age of, having a kid, and our son, you know, uh, studied Africana studies, and he went on to be a independent archaeologist. How would you feel about that? You have to think about things like that, and you have to consider, you know, everything in its entirety and in retrospect. But let's go to the next Anthony Browder paying homage. He does this frequently, so I just want to instill this ethos and this pattern that comes from Anthony Browder as he introduces himself. He always mentions Ivan Van Sertima. So, A1, if you could go to part 3, which is another Anthony Browder video paying homage to Ivan Van Sertima.
Then you are truly blessed. So there are 3 people I want to acknowledge who helped to shape the man that you see before you today. And I have no problem acknowledging the people who made me. The first person is Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. It was 48 years yesterday, on February the 21st, 1977, that I met Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. He was giving a lecture at Georgetown Law School in Washington, D.C. He had just published his book, They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in America. And in that book, Dr. Van Sertima, who is from Guyana, continued the research of other scholars who had documented the pre-Columbian presence of African people in the continent of America. And Van Sertima showed the physical evidence. I was blessed to have traveled to Mexico twice with Van Sertima. I was blessed to be able to call him my friend, my colleague. And so it was Van Sertima who proved that Africans had traveled to America 2,500 years before Christopher Columbus was born. And then he said something that freed my mind. I used to say he blew my mind, but in fact, he freed my mind when he told me that these people who traveled to Egypt were people who had traveled to America, had traveled from Egypt, and they were African. And that was the first time in my life anyone ever told me that the ancient Egyptians were black. I've been out of college for 3 years and had never heard these words before. And it turned my world right side up. So I thank Van Sertima for putting me on the path. The second person. I see the top out. Another one. I see the top of the Maybach. I see the top out. I to the top of I see the top of the Maybach. I see the top of
There we go. We got some advertisements in there, but case in point, I just want to point out the importance and the inspiration, or the Ak, if you will, of Ivan Van Sertima. His Ak still remains. Let me read this. He not read, but remind you. I want to remind everybody that Ivan Van Sertima passed away in 2009. He has PhD credentials. He is a scholar of many disciplines, to include linguistics, anthropology. He is an educator as well, and his magnum opus is They Came Before Columbus. But I want to have you know that he has another book called Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern. And it is interesting that NASA had to buy 1,000 copies of that book. But anyway, to continue about Ivan Van Sertima, he was a Rutgers University Associate Professor of Africana Studies, and he was the editor of the Journal of African Civilizations. He is the founder of the Journal of African Civilizations. So, these people who throw around their PhDs to naysay and negate the things that Ivan Van Sertima has documented in They Came Before Columbus. That's okay that they have PhDs, but I just want to level the playing field and neutralize that by saying that the very person that they are criticizing has way more academic credentials than they do. I want to get into a lecture that Ivan Van Sertima did in London. He is further explaining some of the things in They Came Before Columbus and all of the evidence that goes with the African presence in America before Columbus. So A1, if you can do that, if you can play that lecture on part 4 of the presentation. And again, I want to note that Ivan Van Sertima, while he was doing this research, he had to be convinced that there was an African presence in America. He didn't just go through with it and he just didn't believe it at first, but he did actual legwork. He traveled, and he's going to go over that in the lectures. He actually mentioned that in the earlier edited lecture that I did on my channel. And again, if you are interested in further researching Ivan Van Sertima, you can visit my channel. But we are going to watch this, and we're only going to watch about 15 to 20 minutes of it. And then we're going to get into some physical evidences that prove the latter. So we will watch and learn.
It's based on my book, They Came Before Columbus, African Presence in Ancient America. A great deal of research has been done. One has become aware of far more things that have emerged from excavations that help to confirm with almost an absoluteness what we have advanced in the past, that there were Africans in America before Columbus. They came to America not as slaves, but as masters. I am not the first to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus, nor is anyone in the modern period. Columbus is the first man to suggest it. In his diaries, and there is a marvelous book, a huge book, a trilogy in fact, published in 1904 by John Boyd Thatcher, 3 volumes. It covers more than 1,200 pages, which deals with all the diaries and voyages and journals of Columbus, in which he points out that on his second voyage, Native Americans of Haiti, which was then known as Hispaniola, came to him and told him that black people had come in large boats from the south and the southeast, trading with the Americans in gold-tipped metal spears. Columbus did not believe this, perhaps, but he did a very cautious thing, which is very important to us, in that he sent samples of these metal spears back to Spain. And they were assayed, they were examined by the Spanish metallurgists, and they ruled that these spears had the same ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as spears then being forged in African Guinea. Furthermore, the Portuguese told Columbus when he returned from his first voyage, the Portuguese told Columbus that they were aware of Africans leaving from the Cape Verde Islands and going far to the west with merchandise in large boats. There are 2 things to bear in mind here. First of all, the Portuguese were aware of African navigation because the Portuguese had been in Africa since around 1450. They in fact had clashed with the Gambian Navy. The Portuguese also were aware of a landmass to the south as a result of African movements, which will come up later in my talk. And furthermore, Columbus had married a Portuguese woman. He had been to Africa in 1484 at the Portuguese fort at San Jorge de Minas. His brother Bartholomew had married a Portuguese. They were both aware of the Portuguese court, and in fact, they had been trying to get the Portuguese to finance their journey across the Western Ocean before he went to the Spanish courts. Not only do we have, therefore, the documents of the Portuguese and that of Columbus himself, and oral tradition of the Native Americans, and the fact that the Spanish metallurgists had ruled on this and shown that it was African, but furthermore, they have found a cotton in the Cape Verde Islands, a cotton, Gossypium hirsutum var punctatum, which they thought was African because it was just off Africa and it had been taken by the Portuguese as they settled in the Cape Verde and planted before Columbus in the Cape Verde Islands. When it was examined, the cytogenics of the cotton showed that it was not African, it was some cotton grown in the Caribbean and South America, which means cotton which had been grown in the Caribbean and South America had got into Africa before Columbus. How? Not only that, botanical evidence, but the navigational evidence shows, the oceanographic survey of the ocean shows that just off the Cape Verde, there is a current that takes you to South America. There are 3 major currents off Africa, about 100 miles off the African coast, that take you automatically to America. Once you are caught in those currents, whether you plan it or not, you have to get to America unless the fish get you first. Anything that remains afloat is pushed towards America. Off the Cape Verde Islands, the current takes you in onto the northern tip of South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. If you're off the Senegambia, it takes you to South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. If you're off the southern coast of Africa, it takes you towards South America, and you could fall into the currents that take you into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. The evidence shows that, and I will leave the Columbus period aside for a moment, the evidence shows that there were Africans American not only before Columbus, but before Christ. And it has been carbon dated, and we can establish this beyond the shadow of a doubt. The reason why history has to be reconstructed in the Americas and in Africa in the way it is done now is because we cannot use the same historical methods that are used in Europe. Europe has had the enormous advantage of the conquest in that its libraries have remained fairly intact for many centuries. Our libraries have been shattered, and it's not a question of the lack of libraries. In the Americas alone, there were thousands of books. Only 3 major American books survive, and they're not even in America. They're in Germany, they're in Spain. 3 books survive. One of them is the Popol Vuh, the Bible of the Quiche Maya. You have the Titulo Koyoi, which Jairus Boy mentions. You have other codices. These things are the few things that survive. The destruction of libraries in Egypt, the sack of Alexandria, which destroys, as I pointed out this morning, perhaps 500,000 documents. The destruction of the Moorish documents in which blacks were involved, not just blacks. You have Arabs of different complexions and races perhaps, but you have an Arab-African thing in the Moorish domination of Europe. You have Cardinal Ximenes destroying about 84,000 manuscripts in Arabic at a time when many Africans and Arabs and even others wrote in Arabic as the language of science of the time. And Timbuktu was razed to the ground twice. So it's not just the absence of documents, but the destruction of documents. Fortunately, history does not leave its mark only on written documents. History leaves its mark on everything. If you do not find the books, there are scripts. If you do not find, there are skeletons, there are sculptures, there are plants. There are many things that have left their mark, and that is the reason why we reconstruct history by going to all of those strands, into all of those avenues. It is not an historical method. It is the only valid, genuine historical method to reconstruct the fragmented history of Africa and the Americas. In the case of Columbus, for example, why is it we who are so familiar with the voyages of Columbus are not aware of the fact that Columbus never touched the American continent? Why are we not aware of the fact that Columbus remarked on this matter, not just once, several times? He mentioned on his third voyage that he went along the coast of Africa, that he stopped in the Cape Verde for several days looking for black animals because he found both the Africans and the Native Americans in the Caribbean were sacrificing black animals, and he wanted to please them with a black animal as a gift. That he wandered further, finding no such black animals. He wandered further into the Senegambia current and was swept. He said he had 6 ships, 3 were sent on the normal route, and he was swept on the Senegambia current, making it in far less time, but under grievous conditions, because the Europeans were totally unaccustomed to the great sun burning down upon them in tropical latitudes. And Columbus reports how the heat was so great in the equatorial regions as he took the African route that the caskets burst, the meat roasted and putrefied, and that he feared for the life of his men and himself if rain had not fallen. All these things are recorded in the document. They're just the sides. They're just the sides, things dismissed, pushed aside, until we put together the botanical evidence, Gossypium, Hirsutum var Punchtatum, the metallurgical evidence that the Spanish metallurgists had assayed the metal spears and showed them to be African, the navigational evidence, because the currents move in that direction, and the Portuguese had noted Africans had the navigational capacity and were actually setting out from the Cape Verde. The documented evidence, both of Columbus himself and of the Portuguese, the oral tradition of the Native Americans, all of these things are there. Until we pull them together, they make no sense, because they're constantly being thrust aside, because they suggest Africans are where they should not be. Let me deal not with that early period, because I merely pointed this out as an example of the method that is used to reconstruct history, and that it is a valid and legitimate method, and the only method that is available to us now because of the great destruction of documents. It was in 1858 that peasants in the village of Tres Zapotes in the Gulf of Mexico discovered an enormous stone head. This stone head weighed 10 tons, just a head, 10 tons. It was made of basalt stone, and it had vividly Africoid features, as Dr. Matthew Sterling was later to comment on it nearly a century later, that it was vividly African, vividly Negroid was his term. It had broad nose, very full lips. It was clearly one of the classical African types. It had a helmet, which had never been seen on any sculpture found that so far in the Americas. Close by it was found a stele, which indicated a date of about 291, November the 4th, 291 BC, 291 years before Christ. They were not sure, however, if that date necessarily related to the head. And at that point in time, no archaeology, no serious archaeology had been done in America. However, in 1938, a scientific expedition set out from the Smithsonian Institute, University of California, and the National Geographic, and they found that head again. They not only found that head, but the following year they proceeded to another spot, La Venta, where someone noted they had seen a similar head, and they dug up 4 heads at La Venta between 1939 and 1940. 4 heads were dug up at La Venta, and again it was the same thing. Enormous heads, 6 to 9 feet high, just a head, weighing between 10 to 40 tons in weight, having African type features, and the same type of helmet, as Jairaj Boy has pointed out. You could find it at Tanis in the Egyptian Delta, with a flap falling along the side of the head, a kind of crest with a flap, and incised markings, etc. And the extraordinary thing is that I discovered last year through a friend of mine, he's Wayne Chandler, he's an photojournalist. He discovered in the files of the Smithsonian a photograph that has been suppressed for nearly 50 years, which is shown here for the first time in public in my slides, which shows that the first head that was discovered not only had African features, but Ethiopian braids. It's carved out in the stone. It has never been published, it has never been shown. On top of the heads, the stone heads, they found terracottas, that is clay sculptures of Africa. Now, with respect to those with the helmets, with the exception of the one I mentioned, you could say, okay, fine, perhaps it's a mistake, perhaps it's an accident. That's what they said. First, they said they were baby faces. That's why they had full nose and full mouth. They were faces of babies. Then they said the reason why they have these enormous lips is because they're the snarling mouths of jaguars. These people among whom they were found, Olmec, they worship jaguars, and therefore the snarling mouth of the jaguar was copied. Then they said, one of them said it was made of molten rock and it fell on its face, and that's why it became flat and full. The latest explanation is most ingenious. The Science Digest did an article on me in September 1981 in which they presented my case very fairly and objectively, showing the nature of the objections of the establishment, including one.
So as you can see, the pushback against the African presence in America before Columbus is silly. All the pushback is silly. As you heard, Ivan Van Sertima, he just said that one of the excuses for the Olmec heads having African features is that it fell on his face and it just suddenly smashed and it spread out and it became bigger. So that's what we're working with. And in addition to the fact that, yes, you do have recently a Black PhD trying to discredit Ivan Van Sertima, and they came before Columbus. And that's the whole reason for this video today, or this presentation today. So, but the reality is, as I just said, off-duty cops often commit crimes. In fact, on-duty cops often commit crimes. So we have to be grounded. We have to remain grounded when it comes to titles. It's not the fact that, you know, Ivan Van Sertima is now wrong because there are Black people who have scholarly and academic backgrounds who say that he is wrong. It's the fact that there are people who want to police the revolution. They want to police the revolution to the point to where our knowledge needs to be contained about African accomplishments before Europeans, African scientific prowess before Europeans, before modern times, what they call modern times. So that has to be controlled by certain Blacks in our sector who want to protect white people and other races. The Knights of Columbus will be proud to know that Ivan Van Sertima and his book is incorrect about an African presence before Columbus. They would definitely be proud. But as we go on to the next part of the presentation, I want to take a look at all the evidence. So we are going to be looking at.
Pull up the Olmec head.
Definitely the Olmec heads. We're going to sort all this out. I want people to recognize what it is that they are looking at and dealing with when it comes to these Olmec heads. So as soon as these images are brought up, we can observe and learn.
Olmec heads. I see a couple. Okay, here goes the first set. Let me share the screen. Is it sharing over there? Nope. Of course not. Let's see how big I can get this. Oops.
So a lot of us are already familiar with this if we are keen students of the matter of our African scientific accomplishments. We know about the El Negro colossal head. As you can look at it, you can clearly see it looks like Lawrence Taylor. I know there are a lot of people who may not know who Lawrence Taylor is, but there are definitely a lot of people who do. If we look at this specific Olmec head, which is called El Negro, it looks just like the legendary linebacker. And we all are interested in sports. Most of us are, some of us aren't. But for the most part, I think we can say we have an interest in sports, and this definitely looks like Lawrence Taylor. Doesn't look like an ape. In fact, you would probably be racist to say that it looks like an ape. Can you go to the next image of the Olmec head?
Sure can.
This isn't the only Olmec head that is El Negro. This is another exhibit, right? As you can see, it has a totally different base. So they found multiple statues like this. Here Lawrence Taylor is again playing linebacker for Africa. You can go to the next image. I want us to zoom in on the caption that is on these exhibits. Keep going until it gives us a close-up. I'm going to translate the image, or not the image, but the caption.
I was just about to say close-up is not going to happen, but yeah, it's on another image.
I sent you. It should be a close-up of one.
There you go.
Lawrence Taylor is again. All right, so I'm going to translate that. Pretty much it says, known in literature as Monument F, right? We need to take note that this is Monument F. This is the very monument that people avoid. And I stopped reading for a minute. Let me stop. Let me go ahead and read again. I'm going to start from the beginning. So it translates, known in the literature as Monument F, and in the region as El Negro. This piece originates from Tres Zapotes due to its tenon-like shape. It is presumed to have been embedded at the foot of a stair ramp or at the summit of Building B. One additional piece is on display here, while two others are housed in the site museum. And that's what that caption translate to in English. So I want us to take a look at this. Again, this is the very Olmec head that is avoided when you get into denying or dealing with the people who deny an African presence before Columbus in America. They never talk about this. And once they do, they have to go into ridiculous realm. They have to venture into ridiculous realm, because what they will tell you once you bring this to their attention, if you do, they will tell you the ridiculousness that this looks like an ape. This does not look like an ape or a monkey. The Mesoamericans or the Olmecs already had statues of monkeys that look far and clearly different from Lawrence Taylor. They do not make monkeys in the ancient world or before the time of Columbus that look like Lawrence Taylor. So let's get away from that. And I think we're just doing a great disservice when we do and say these things. We need to pay homage to our ancestor, master teacher, Ivan Van Sertima, for the work that he's put in. One of the lies that has been made against Ivan Van Sertima, if I haven't said it before, recently, this is the most recent lie that has been told about Ivan Van Sertima, is that he is not have the suffice credentials to make the claim that he is making. Another scholar with a PhD said that. He said that Ivan Van Sertima does not have enough enough credentials to make the claim that Africans had a presence in America before Columbus. And of course, this is a PhD who just has his accreditation in history. He had the audacity to tell an audience that Ivan Van Sertima, who has accomplishments in multiple disciplines, and he was the founder of the Journal of African Civilizations and really notarized and respected at Rutgers University. He said that he wasn't good enough. So we have to take that into account when we are listening to these so-called people and experts who throw around their PhD to say that Ivan Van Sertima is wrong. You can go to part 7. I think we should be on ships. I want to go over the different parts of ships, the different types of ships, not parts.
Was that a link or was that a picture?
So those are photographs. If number 7 is actually a link, it might be inconsistent. Is part 7 inconsistent? Nah. Number 7 should be part 7 should be inconsistent arguments against Ivan Van Sertima, and it should be a link that I put in there for part 7.
Yeah, hold on.
It's all good.
Wait, what link? Oh, number 6. Okay, I'm getting it.
So I think we just
right
did
after number 7. I mean, is it the pictures right after number 6? The Olmec head?
It should be. We should be on number 7 right now.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Oh yeah, you sent this after we started. Okay. Gotcha. Let me share.
And ships are important in ancient world history because if how else would melanin rich people get to America before the invention of ships? So there's nothing funny about ships. And peer review, we have to look at peer review, and we have to not only look at peer review but see when peer review is brought up. Every time we talk about African accomplishments in Kemet, that people tend to not, believe per se, but they tend not to put forth for Europeans. They don't want to put us before Europeans, so they'll say, "Oh, we need peer review." Meanwhile, when you say something that accredits the Greeks and the Romans, peer review is unneeded. But anyway, let's get to the ships and the actual vessels that were constructed by the Committee U and Africans all over the continent. The first one, what we're looking at right here, is Khufu's ship. This is known as the world's oldest sea-ready ship. So when we look at Khufu's ship, it is not the oldest ship. It is not the oldest boat. It is not the oldest canoe. It is the world's oldest sea-ready ship. That means it was ready for sea travel. It actually traveled up and down the Nile. The Nile, to my memory, should be around 4,000 miles long. I don't know the exacts, but I'm pretty sure it's about 4,000. So they were creating ships that go up and down the Nile River. Again, this one is Khufu's ship. These are real ships. As you can see, you see the actual scale of it. You see a person down in the far corner. So this is a real ship. This ship very well could have been transported from the Nile Valley to the Sahara, across the Sahara to West Africa, and definitely very well could have made use of the tide current that goes from West Africa to the Caribbean, like Ivan Van Sertima teaches us. Let's go to the next image of boats and ships that are African. Another thing to note, the legacy of Africans being present in America before Columbus, that's definitely a West African legacy more than it is a Kushite Kemetic legacy. So your West African legacy is surrounded by traveling to the Americas, making use of the tide current that went from West Africa to the Americas. You can go to the next slide as well. You should have bronze figurine renditions of ships from West African kingdoms and empires. This is Thor Heyerdahl's.
Where do you want to go to now?
Keep going. So it should be ships. It should be another. I thought I sent you a ship.
No, I started back over.
It's okay.
Oh wait, you did send me a ship.
You can go back to the
You know what? That might have been it that I passed. It just might have looked so real. Is this it? No. No. Yeah, it's not in here.
All right. You can stay on that. I'll talk about that. That's Thor Heyerdahl's ship that he reconstructed. I want to remind you about Thor Heyerdahl. He is another European that confirms pre-Columbus transatlantic travel and trade. He is a Norwegian adventurer, and he is a ethnographic scholar. One of the things in ethnographic scholarship is maritime science. So Thor Heyerdahl, his ethnographic studies verified maritime science or maritime science from not only the ancient Egyptians, but from Mali. He did an experiment. When you talk about science, you talk about the method or the process of trial and error to confirm that a boat that is reed-like or papyrite-like in its construction can make it across the Atlantic. And as we know, the experiment was successful. You can take it on, yes, that's right, the raw. You can look it up yourself. You can take the time to look up all the information on Thor Heyerdahl. It was Africans who built the boat, not whites. Whites oversaw the project, but Black Africans built the boat. You can do your research to confirm that. Um, let's see. Yeah, you can show those comments. We can deal with comments right now before we close out. I think we're closing out with 8 parts, correct?
Correct. That was number 7, correct?
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, let's deal with some of the comments. I do want to remind people about the meaning of Senegal. The very meaning of Senegal is translated to our canoe. A lot of Afrocentric scholars and leaders of Africana studies will tell you that Senegal actually means our boat. So the evidence of West African seafaring is there in many ways. That's just me naming a few. We have evidence of Mali traveling to the Americas. Do you have the Medium article? Let's go to number 8. Let's look at this Medium article that was written by a certain individual. A lot of people like to read Medium articles. There's nothing wrong with reading articles on Medium, but we need to read these articles with a grain of salt and consider everything in its entirety. We need to consider everything that it is saying. I'll send it to you again if I didn't send it to you.
Yeah, you didn't send it. I'm looking like it's stopping at number 7. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got you, man. My fault.
No, take your time. I'll go ahead and go to a quick word from our sponsors. If you haven't already, go ahead and become a member for $3.99 and get up to 4 debates a month. $15.99 gets you access to the bigger pay-per-views. Let's get into it.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yes, for as low as $3.99 up to 4 debates a month. I saw, for the $24.99, man, you get a free t-shirt every month, man. You can go ahead and get you the Incoherence, hit the Titan shop and get right, And definitely. Back to you, Tehuti. Oh, okay, I'll click that link for you. So I already know what you want. Matter of fact.
Definitely. Yeah. Go over go back to these West African boat models that I've shared, and then definitely the braids too on the Olmec head.
You want number 8 or you want
that earlier?
You want number everything?
So so let's go over everything that I just sent, and then number 8 is going to be the article. But let's stick with the images for now, since it's easier.
Yes. There you go. On the screen.
All right, so here we have West African evidence of boat travel, water travel, maritime travel, right? No matter if you are traveling through the Nigerian river system, you can also travel on a tide current that would take you to America. Doesn't mean that they were doing it every week, every month, but you can see the capability. Can you go to the next one? The next image?
Yes, sir.
Again, here's the capability. Obviously it would be more elaborate, but what they're doing is we know they're hiding all the reed boats that they found when they arrived in West Africa. We know they lost those ships just like they burned the ships from the transatlantic slave trade, and you have to make remodels of ships that Columbus used. You would obviously have to rely on models that Africans were using in the 11th century and the 13th century. Right? So everything is consistent. And I want to go back to the Olmec heads. I want us to look at the Olmec heads before we get into an article that kind of disagrees or sees problems. I want us to go into the Olmec heads. So go to the Olmec heads, and specifically the one where it's showing the hair.
Of course, it went the other way. There it goes. There you go.
Yeah, right there. So specifically, we see the hair. We see the African culture on the Olmec head. We see African culture on the Olmec head. These are braids. Now, there is a pushback on the internet, but it's very silly. They try to tell you that these are something other than braids. These are leaves. These are leaf decorations in the hair, right? So what they want you to believe is, instead of, helmets and headgear with braids in the back, they want you to think that these are feathers or leaves. You can clearly tell that's braids. So you're not going to have it to where you have wide nose, full lips, and then all of a sudden you just have leaves or feathers in the back of your head. We have to consider who's coming up with these arguments. A lot of the people that's coming up with the arguments are LA-based Mexican American podcasters who don't want Black people to have the credit of coming to America before Columbus. How ironic. Again, these are LA-based Mexican American podcasters who are wanting you to believe that Africans never went to Columbus. So you have articles on Medium that say this. Various people who are in academic studies are trying to appease the European or Anglo-Saxon influence sphere in naysaying they came before Columbus and Ivan Van Sertima. Let's go to the article. Let's break down this article by a certain individual. It should be in the very next slide, I think. Yeah, go to the highlighted one. I'm sorry, I should have sent the highlighted one. All right, you can't zoom in on that. I can actually, never mind. I can actually read it on my own while by myself. I'll read it out loud because people can expand on the screen on their own time. So, all right. So it says Van Sertima's argument that Abu Bakari II sailed to America is just as flawed. Keep in mind that statement was said. It goes on to say he at least stands on firmer ground in that we do know that Abakari did attempt a voyage across the Atlantic Ocean, documented by both a written account and the oral tradition of Mali. Right? So it goes on to say Van Sertima argues on the basis of no evidence that Abakari successfully arrived in Central America in present-day Mexico. There is disagreement about where he landed. So remember, if we read that, it initially tells you that the argument that Abubakari II traveled to America is flawed, but we know that he made an attempt. And the only argument amongst academics is whether he went to Brazil or Mexico. But guess what? We have evidence based on the El Negro Olmec head that was found in Mexico that we just looked at, that looks like Lawrence Taylor. So how is it that they don't know? Now let's go to the bottom of this same document. Again, this is written on Medium. A lot of people like to read Medium, but again, it goes on to say, I am not opposed to the idea that Africans could have arrived in the Americas at some point, right? He goes on to say, Thor Heyerdahl demonstrated that sailing to the Americas from West Africa in the type of boats which Africans had was possible. But West African civilizations at the time were generally not seafaring civilizations. Right. What did the brother just say? First, it was supposed to be a article that cited problems with Ivan Van Sertima's book, but as you read on in the article, we find out that he agrees with Ivan Van Sertima's stance. And a lot of the people who disagree and wanted to push back with Ivan Van Sertima used this article, not realizing that the author of the article actually agrees while he disagrees with the details. So I just want to point out that the pushback against Ivan Van Sertima and They Came Before Columbus is inconsistent and blatantly false. I just pointed out a blatantly false accusation about, Ivan Van Sertima as far as his PhDs and his credentials that was stated on a critique video that was made just a few days ago, right? Let's go on to the next part of the article that I highlighted. The main problem. I want to look at the main problem. It reads, the main problem with They Came Before Columbus is a lack of historical reference and sources. Right? That statement right there is blatantly false, because we know that he used sources. We just heard a lecture and we know that he used sources. So that's false. It goes on to say, but he offered no historical evidence to support his claim. And that statement follows the sentence where it says, Van Sertima argues that Africans from the 25th dynasty of Egypt sailed to the Americas. Remember, I brought up the Kerma dynasty. And scholars will tell you that the Olmec heads match the helmets of the Napata Kushites, the Kerma Kushites. Let's keep reading. Other examples or other problems. Van Sertima stated that the navigator of the voyage was a Phoenician and that there was probably a Hittite or two in the crew. How could Ivan Van Sertima have known this? Well, first of all, how could he? Why are you questioning that? Why are we questioning what Ivan Van Sertima could have known about a voyage that had a Phoenician navigator and a Hittite or two? What if the statement would have been the voyage had a Greek navigator and a Hittite or two? Then it would have been acceptable. Meanwhile, the overall situation and the overall point is that this whole problem is not even really a problem at all. It's just a piece of trivia. He's being speculative in a redundant fashion. What significance is your speculation as far as a Hittite or two is concerned? How does that debunk the African presence of in America? Why would that debunk the African presence in America before Columbus? It wouldn't. And that's the point. The inconsistency when it comes to pushing back against they came before Columbus is just, off the charts. If it's not a lie, it's something that's inconsistent. So right now I want to give the chance for questioning. I want to welcome some questions. I know people have them. If not, that's fine. Hopefully, when you ask questions, they'll be concise questions. They won't be loaded. We can definitely maintain a level of actual coherence when we're up on these panels and we're having a topic. But just to wrap things up with the presentation, I just wanted to be known that Ivan Van Sertima has done a lot so much that he inspired the world's first and only Black independent archaeologist known as Anthony Browder. Right now, recently, Anthony Browder has a book out. It's the third volume of his Browder Files series. He also put up a exhibit dedicated to Dr. John Henry Clark. It is called the Clark Enhanced History Project. It documents 8,000 years of African excellence. Again, it is called the Clark Enhanced History Project. It is in the Thurgood Marshall Center in Washington, D.C. Within that 8,000 year of African excellence in history, he includes the Olmec heads and Ivan Van Sertima's magnum opus. So I would advise anybody who is in the area or in the capacity to travel to museums and historical sites to visit the Thurgood Marshall Center and look at the Enhanced History Project.
You gentlemen had the floor for questions. Oh my bad. Hold on.
Oh man, hey, shout out to you, A1. Hey, oh my bad. Shout out to you, A1. Hey, shout out to Tehuti Afar, man. Hey, great bill, bro. I was in the chat questioning things, bro, but that's why I was in the chat. You know what I mean? Because you had a good bill and you raised questions. That's what a bill supposed to do. That's how we learn how to learn more. If you do something and nobody don't have no questions, bro, then that means they not learning nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So I was in the chat. So hey, shout out to you for a great bill tonight, though, man. Real.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. When we dealing with our elders, and I say our elders, even though I'm American Indian, and respect to the elders who came before us, you know what I mean? Even though, would you say they was limited to information that we are privy to now?
Nah, not at all. So I put the lecture up for a reason. In his lecture, he mentions how he traveled. So a lot of us who sit behind notebooks and desktops and even our phones, we have access to information. but there are things that we're not privy to because we don't undergo Africana studies. We don't become professors, you know, of the Journal of African Civilizations. We don't establish the Journal of African Civilizations. So definitely these elders are master teachers in Africana studies who have done the work to include They Came Before Columbus and early African presence in early America revisited, scholarly contributions like that. They definitely traveled and did that.
Can you tell
Anthropology and
me
archaeology are filled.
what is African studies, bro? Can you give me a quick synopsis of what is African studies? Because this is something that they created. So can you tell me what African studies is, bro?
Yeah, definitely. I always welcome any question that we can get the answer to on our own. But Africana studies is an interdisciplinary field. Um, it's definitely something that was created to um, study African culture, history, politics, and the society for Africa, specifically classical Africa. Um, it definitely includes STEM as well. It includes STEM as far as like how African culture has evolved and is still evolving today. But in a nutshell, Africana studies is a counter discipline to Europe's perspective of Africa.
Actually, you said the right word earlier. You said it was something that was created. Okay. Is there any African studies in Africa?
Yeah, definitely. You have a BB Toomey institution. You have a Ghanaian scholar. His name is Ayi Kwe Arma. He is
I
a
They teaching
Ghanaian
in
scholar
Africa?
who
They're teaching in Africa?
definitely, yeah, like I said, he's a Ghanaian scholar.
Okay, but yeah,
He
you
teaches.
name other people that was from Africa too, but they was somewhere else doing their research. So the
Right, and you
reason why I'm
also have
asking
Check
you
and
that is
Joke.
because I never heard of African studies inside of Africa, bro. I never heard of that.
Right, the reason for that is Africa is being heavily controlled
Mm.
and divided. But even among that, you still had Check Unto Joke, who
Joe,
he was
yeah, he was
actually,
also over here too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, he was doing his thing out of France and Senegal as well.
Mhm.
Um, so you do have Africana studies in Africa, but being that the diaspora um, was more developed, you had
Diaspora.
your classes more developed in America. It's mostly in America. You have actually Africana studies in Europe as well. You have it all
Oh
over.
yeah, I
In
know.
developed
I
worlds, you have
know.
Africana studies. Um, Robin
Mhm.
Walker is a great scholar and historian. He is European based. He's not European or white, but he is a black scholar. He is known as the Black History Man. So he's another example of
You
Africana
actually what
studies
you
outside
call
of
black,
America.
bro. Bro, everybody
You
that you
said what?
call black, everybody that's black to you or Negro, does black and Negro mean African to you?
Well, yeah, it means it to me because when we verify these meanings over time
Mm-mm.
and over
Oh,
development of the language, yeah, it means that
oh,
Negro and Black are
oh.
related to Africa.
All right,
Hence,
but can
another
you?
word for
But
Africana
hold on, whoa, whoa,
studies
whoa,
is
whoa,
Black
whoa.
studies.
Hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. You said Negro and black mean African. no matter where you at in the world, that mean African to you? That's what you said, bro? I just want to get it clear to y'all.
So yeah, another way or another word for Africana studies is Black studies. And then if you looked at the researchers who were
Well, it's called
formulating
it's
I'm
called
talking
the
that.
about
dark
the studies,
continent.
Well,
bro.
hold
The
I'm
on,
not
dark
hold
talking
on, hold
about
continent.
the
on. Don't let me
studies.
land my plane real quick. Let me land my plane real quick. So we know what we're talking about when we get the correct context. So he asked me, is African, Negro, and Black universally common? And he did throw in there no
No,
matter
no,
where
I
you
didn't
go.
ask you that.
That's
No, I
not what
didn't
he
ask
asked
you.
you.
That's
That's
not
not
what I
what he,
asked you, bro. That's not what I
Okay,
asked
but
you. I
even then,
asked
okay,
you.
so hold on. Y'all laughing. Hold on, y'all laughing,
No,
but
I'm not
the
laughing.
the
No,
problem
no, no,
is
no, no, no.
I
Tahuti,
asked y'all
my bad.
to be concise when y'all came
Yeah,
up here.
yeah. That's why I'm
And the
trying to.
problem, the
That's why I'm
only
trying to
problem
get my
is
question right, bro. My bad.
y'all
That was a
not
problem.
concise. So be concise. What are you
All
asking
right.
me, brother?
My fault.
asking
My
you.
fault,
He's
Tahuti.
asking you.
Tahuti.
I'm sorry.
My fault, Tahuti. Thousand pardons to you, bro. You did say be concise. So I thought I was being real concise. When you hear the word black and Negro, does that mean African to you? Now that I can't get no more
Definitely to me.
layman than
Definitely
that,
to me,
bro.
yes.
You say
So
yes?
in an anthrop like
Mhm.
in an ethnic sense, right? Is what you're talking about, right? Ethnic, right? Because the when you go and you get your studies and it's called the dark continent, that's geography, continent, land, right?
Tahuti, if you trying to talk, bro, you muted. You muted up for me to ask you that question, Tahuti. I know Tahuti was trying to answer probably, but he was muted.
Hmm.
Tahuti, you muted, bro. Yep. Go
Well,
ahead,
I
Tahuti.
already answered it. Yeah, I answered it. You said personally, does Negro, Black, and African mean the same thing? And my answer was yes.
So that's in an ethnic sense. But we're talking about the continent of Africa. Well, I'm talking about the continent of Africa.
Well,
So
yeah.
you're,
So hold on. Conciseness. When you being concise, you got one person saying something, and then you got another person
oh, okay, my bad. So
that's
yeah,
either
his argument
adding
is
on
totally
to it
different.
or
Okay.
altering it. So yeah, definitely. So his question to me started off
You
as
answered it. Yeah, you answered it.
personally, and then
Uh-huh.
he did expand to does it mean that everywhere, and I kind of answered that as well. But let's be concise when it comes to the book
Well,
that came before
can
Columbus.
we
Let's
wait?
make points.
Can I have a question? Because he had a kind of long
Well,
question.
so remember, let's keep it concise and coherent with they came before Columbus and uh the
Well,
importance and
all
contributions of Ivan Van Sertima.
yeah, all my questions are going to be pertaining to your presentation. I watched it from the beginning to the end. I watched it when you said the Egyptians crossed the Sahel with boats into West Africa, into the Atlantic Ocean. I heard all of that, brother. But my question would be, once they made it to the Atlantic Ocean and they actually made it to the Americas, what happened to the boats?
So the same thing that will probably happen to the boats when so another thing, let
No,
me
we
just
want
say
to be
this before I
precise. We
even
want to
get
be
into the
concise.
answer, brother. Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
entertaining.
So
Hold on. I'm entertaining your hypothesis. So it don't seem as if you thought it out. If when I asked you the question, you couldn't go to the archaeology and say, "Hey, brother, these are the
well,
planks
hold on
of the
before you
scales."
critique an answer, and before you critique an answer, right? You have to get the answer. You can't
Okay,
just
go ahead. 'Cause I don't
let
want
me start into
theology.
the answer
I
and
really
then
wanted just the
interrupt and
primary
then
source.
talk about being
Okay,
concise,
okay, okay.
concise. So when we ask questions, again, we can't layer our questions with expectations, even though it was short. But we know I just already said before you even came on here, I said that just like we can't find Christopher Columbus's boats that were later than African boats, You have
But
to take that in
my argument has
consideration,
anything to do with Christopher
and
Columbus.
you have
You
to,
made it.
you have to look.
Okay.
Hold on, brother, because your only intention is to fight to the death on
No,
behalf
brother. I
of the
just wanted to
people.
know where their boats was at, brother.
So when you and again, so that's like you
That's a
No,
dumb question.
asked me where
I
the
mean
boats
it's a
were.
legit
You
question.
asked me
Where are
where
the
the
boats?
boats were.
What boats do you know
So
last
hold on,
forever?
where? So hold on. I
Not a
just
piece of
told you.
wood.
We just showed you. We just showed you that the boats, right,
Egyptians
that
argue
would
that Mount
come
Ararat
from.
in the Turkey Mountains some dang on where they even try to argue that. So you have not one proof. So just say, brother, I have no proof, brother. There are no boats. It was a simple question. It was a very direct question. Where are the boats? I entertained your hypothesis. You said the
Right.
Egyptians walked across the Sahel into West Africa, into Atlantic
I
Ocean.
didn't say they
Made
walked. I
it.
said they
Yes, you
traveled.
did.
You
Well,
dumbed it down to
travel.
walk because you
They
want to
traveled.
naysay.
They didn't have camels.
Okay. But you don't
So
know what they had because you
come
just
on,
said you
brother.
just negated everything.
Come
You
on,
just
brother. We do know when camels were introduced
we do know they
in Africa.
traveled. We hold on. We do know they
They
traveled the
walked,
Sahara
brother.
Sahel. We do know that was a
They
they
wasn't.
know we
Listen,
know that
brother. They
was a
wasn't
we
sailing
know
their
that was a
boats across the
corridor.
Sahel,
We
huh?
know that was a corridor that they traveled. We know when I said they
Brother,
traveled
you're being
across the Sahara.
disingenuous.
Hold
But we can be
on. Let me
specific. They
finish.
walked.
Hold on, let me finish. You so
Uh-huh.
eager to cut me off,
They carried their
right?
boat.
That you want
This is
to.
your hypothesis,
All right.
brother.
So hold on. Which one? How did they do it? Tell me how they
This
did it.
is your hypothesis,
Based
brother.
on you listening to me. Hold on. Hold on. Based on you saying that you listened to my presentation, right?
Uh-huh.
From what I said in my presentation about them merely traveling the Sahara Sahel
Uh-huh.
to get the boats on the west side of Africa,
Which mean they
right?
walked
What
and carried them.
it don't just mean they walk. It don't mean they walk. It don't mean they hand carried them. They
They
had
couldn't
horse
sail.
travel.
They didn't
They
sail
had
down the Sahel,
caravans.
brother.
They
It's a
had
desert.
elephants. They had elephants. Hold on. It wasn't
So now they're
always a
walking
desert.
across
You feel what I'm
elephants across
saying?
the Sahel, brother. Do you hear what you're saying? Go ahead, brother.
Brother,
The
do you
elephants carrying the
know?
boat. The
Hold
elephants are
on. Do
carrying
you?
the boat.
First of all, let me say something.
The elephants
Let me
carrying
tell
the
you
boat
something.
across the
Let me tell you
Sahel.
something, brother. Let me tell you
Okay,
something.
brother.
Hold on. You just gonna
And
keep
we
cutting
going
me
to
off.
West
You just
Africa,
gonna keep cutting me off.
and then they left the elephants
All
in
right.
West
So if you're
Africa,
gonna keep cutting me off,
and you can't find the boat.
hold on. We can just I can just mute out, and then you could just talk, and you could just tell us how they would travel across the Sahara
Yeah, let me do
anyway.
that first, and then you come back after that.
Whether it be shipbuilding material, whether it be parts of the ship, key parts of the ship. You know when I tell you that they traveled with a ship, right, across the Sahara Sahel, that don't mean that they walked with it. That don't mean that they took the boat and traveled across the sand to get to West Africa. You know that.
No, I don't.
So
That's what
we're
I'm
going
asking you
to.
to answer the question. You
Well,
haven't
yeah.
answered
Well,
it.
if you say that you don't know it, the whole point is that you shouldn't
Brother, this
be
is your
rebutting and
hypothesis,
pushing back
brother.
so much. Right. But what I'm
Articulate your
saying
point, brother. That's all
is,
I'm
so
asking you
hold
to
on,
do. You haven't
slow
thought it
down.
through
Don't
all the
just
way.
talk over me as I'm articulating it. Don't just tell
Okay.
me to articulate it as
But
you
you're not
see I'm getting
articulating it.
into articulating
Okay, so
it.
we starting at Egypt.
Okay,
Go.
but you
Start at Egypt and
arbitrarily
go.
saying that I'm not articulating it. You arbitrarily saying that I'm tricky. I can't even hold on. I can't even get into the explanation that you want because you want to naysay it so bad. You really want me to say that they walked across. You really wanted the narrative to be that they walked across carrying ships to get to West Africa so bad. I mean, listen to yourself, brother. But anyway, I think I answered that question enough. The next person, who's next? Who has the next question?
Who was up here? King. Oh, Oli then Manson.
Oh, Oli.
What up, Tehuti?
Hold up, brother.
Y'all all right today? Shout out to the panel. Shout out A1. I don't really got too many questions for you. In fact, I have none. I like the information you gave. This was a wonderful show for information to show somebody else's view. It's a lot of people with PhDs, and there's other people that try to knock them. the guy that you brought up, what's his name? Dang, I can't even think his
So to
name.
be clear, if you want to
Sir,
name drop, brother,
it was Sir.
it's John Aiden. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
your
Van Sertima.
PhDs. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
verse. I'm like how you brought him in because then you see people trying to knock it. And his PhD is just as strong as anybody else who puts somebody with a PhD up here. These are all just views and possibilities. And some people don't know about these views that could make more sense than the things that we already got. So shout out to you, Tehuti, for a wonderful show. And I ain't gonna hold you any longer. I appreciate the information.
Hey, so Oli, so you think the
Praises to
old
you,
man
bro.
came from Africa?
Hey,
There's
real quick, hold on before we get into like getting carried away. Mansa, did you have anything you wanted to add? Mansa
Hey,
Hercules.
yeah, I'm here. What's up? What's going on, y'all? I mean, for me, the issue is like it's an issue of I think of ignorance and wanting to maintain the European point of view. Because if you ever notice, none of the elders, not John Henry Clark, not Runoko Rashidi, not Cheikh Anta none of the black elders from the community ever disagree with Ivan Van Sertima, ever said that his work was pseudo. You know, Charles Finch didn't say his work was pseudo. Tony Browder, who, you know, the only independent black person from America, you know, said he was inspired by Van Sertima. You know, none of these guys ever said his work was pseudo. It's only recently that a lot of people, we get on YouTube, you know, we get on Twitter, or what we call nitwitter, you know, just saying that, yo, this is pseudo, and it's only coming from that European perspective, that they don't want to admit that black people did stuff before them. They hate to admit that, and so I think it's dumb to like, we could admit that black people built the pyramids. They were able to move. I'm about to end right now. They were able to move 100-ton stones, you know, 50-ton stones, but they couldn't figure out how to sail across the seas.
Ain't nobody discrediting no black people,
Right,
bro.
see that
Or what we call
already
black
had a
people.
those are like
point.
emotional
Hey,
arguments.
hold on,
Nobody said none of it.
He's not finished either. He's not finished
I
either.
ain't finished. Not
Go
finished.
ahead, Mansa
And
Hercules.
I just think that's dumb to say stuff like that when we have, because you're looking at it from a European perspective. They say, yo, where is the evidence that they came here? How come they didn't leave any? That's not how black people work.
Why is that
We don't go around.
European? Man, some music, you're not
Can I
making
stop?
sense.
Can you
You know, that
stop?
don't even make
Can you
sense,
stop?
brother.
Can you
Black
stop?
people don't look
Can
for
you stop?
evidence. It's
Can you
crazy. Yes,
stop?
we
Can you
do.
Come
stop?
on, bro.
That
I
has
didn't say
nothing to
that.
do
Can you
with your
stop?
Man.
color, skin color, brother. Like
That's
you
That's not what
racializing
I
crazy,
said.
everything. No, you
man.
That's
got to
not
stop with this foolishness.
that ain't nothing what
That's
I
It's a
what
said.
we
rant, and
I'm
saying.
you're
talking right now.
racializing
I'm
everything.
talking right
Yes,
now.
Hey,
black
And
people
I'm
look for
done.
Tehuti
evidence.
You can
we
say,
never
You can't
discredit
just give me
nothing that
$5.
black
Like,
people
come on,
did.
brother.
We
this
ain't
is what
never
I'm saying
discredit
again.
what black people did around the world. We never discredit that. All we saying is that it was black people all over the world at
Okay,
the
here's what I want
same
to
damn
happen though.
I'm not
time.
Every time
finished.
y'all
I'm not finished.
disagree, I don't want y'all to cut people off. He's trying to land his plane so we can pass it around.
So
Go
like I
ahead,
was
King
saying,
Hurt.
if you black people don't go around the world and do stuff that white people do, and that's what you guys are looking for. You're looking for evidence, the same shit that white people do stuff. Only because we was raised in a Western white society. So you're looking for evidence that black people gonna leave, you know what I'm saying, leave a mark like, yeah, we was here. No, that's not what they do. And evidence is in African culture. You can see this amongst African societies when they join each other's society. They join the society. They become part and members of that society and that culture. They embrace the culture. They not standing on the outside, but like, yeah, this is me. We leaving our mark. We leaving our name. That's what Europeans do. That's why you don't see any particular evidence. If a black person from the ancient times traveled over here, they would have been absorbed into the culture. They wouldn't have been standing out from the culture and look and trying to make their mark. That is a European perspective, a European point of worldview. And so all you have to do, if you disagree, all you have to do is just show me where it's not. Whereas black
well,
people,
let
they
me
do
ask
this.
you a
So
question, bro. Did the
You have to
Europeans
show
hold up?
me.
Can I
You
ask him
have
a
to show
question
me.
real
No,
quick,
wait. You
A1?
have to show.
No, you got it next. You got it next.
You have to
God
show
damn.
that Europeans that the ideology of the Europeans is the same as the ideology of African people before they came in contact.
All right,
go.
bro. What I'm gonna ask you this: the Europeans so-called conquer Africa.
Nah, don't ask him no questions. Just go ahead and talk, brother, because he finna go on another 5-minute tangent. Just you talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now, if you're talking about that Africans with this shit right here, man, that you talking about, dog, that's a whole long diatribe, bro. For real, you're talking a bunch of nonsense. We gotta keep it within the here and there. Dog, y'all using a bunch of European scholars to back what y'all saying up. But then y'all telling us not to use European scholars? Ivan Van Sertima and all of those boys, dog, they was limited to their information. Yes, we respect them for the information that they brought forth. Dog, salute to them. We got to give salute to them. But dog, it's a new day and age now, dog. We access to more shit now. And you got to respect that. That's all we saying. So don't come on here and say that we're taking the European philosophy when we ain't say nothing wrong about no black people or nothing about the success of what we call black people. All I was saying is it was black people or what y'all will call black people all over the goddamn world. They just ain't come from Africa. That's what I'm saying, bro. And nobody can prove me wrong.
Wait, you said black people was all over the world. They didn't come from Africa.
Yes, prove me wrong.
How was that? I mean, are you said they never
Can
migrated?
You prove me wrong?
Well, so let's consider this.
I'm trying to understand.
If he's saying black people went all over the world,
what y'all call black people, what y'all call black people,
he still agrees with Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus.
No,
so,
I don't.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
No, I don't.
He actually,
hey,
actually conceded
Tahuti,
to the
Tahuti,
general,
you should have asked
the general
me, bro.
consensus
No,
that black people were in America before Columbus.
No,
you believe that
I don't
black
believe in y'all
acknowledge
eugenics
that black
shit.
people
I don't
were.
believe in y'all
Hold
evolution.
on. Let me ask you the question.
Question.
Do you acknowledge that black people were in America before Columbus?
Y'all people. But from your
hold on, you kind of your audio is skipping. Your song skipping.
Okay.
He has a totally
Would
different
you
ethnogenesis than you do.
call black people Tahuti? You saying black people and Negro are from Africa. So from your point of view, you would say anybody who's black or Negro looking or any dark skin, they come from Africa. I don't rock with that, bro.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. But anyway, but you still acknowledge the fact that black people were in America before Columbus.
No, you are black. We don't like the word black. In case you don't know about us American Indians, we really don't like the word
Every time you
black.
answer the question, you fade out. You kind of fade out with the sound every time you go into the answer. So yes or no?
We really don't care about that black. No.
Okay.
We really don't care about that.
So
black.
you don't care. So you got apathetic scholarship at the end of the day. All right. So King J, did you have something?
Hold up.
King J is go ahead and King J. King J is King J turn. You've been waiting patiently. Somebody else got to go next.
Your mouth, and before you start running your mouth, I notice your
I'm not running my mouth. Y'all got questions. I'm just giving you the answer.
No, I got American Indian and American history, my nigga, not African history. I got American history. That's what I got.
Oh.
I
All
put
right,
my
that's cool.
American Indian
Go
history
ahead
up
and
against your African history.
Mhm.
okay, King J, go ahead.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
real quick.
I thought so. I thought so. I thought
Just,
so.
just based off the conversation we've been having, just two quick points. To hurt. I'm surprised, brothers, for you to be a mathematician, and then for you to say that black people don't look for evidence for things. That's something that white people do. Brother, that's diabolical. I don't understand you, like, or your blackology, but like you seem to be coming from a very racial or cultural viewpoint of things when you speak. You racialize everything, and it's in your rhetoric. To the brother Sahidi, I think I make a fair point and to ask you how they did travel across the Sahel. We know they didn't sail across the Sahel in the boats. They did not have camels. Camels were not introduced into Egypt until later. Not Khufu did not have camels. We might say they had donkeys. So let's say they had donkeys. So you're saying that they had donkeys and they packed the ships the size of Khufu on the backs of the donkeys and traveled across the Sahel Desert into West Africa, jumping into leaving the donkeys in West Africa, jumping into the Atlantic Ocean and traveling into to the Americas with and leaving no trace of the boat once they made it to the Americas, admixing with the local population and leaving no trace DNA wise within the population that they did admix with. Um, that is your theory. That's what you said, and you want us to act like that actually makes sense. To intelligent people, it does not make sense. And I have the right to question your intelligence and thinking behind it. So, are you just presenting to present, or are you actually presenting a presentation to intelligent people that we can? Because we're peer reviewing. This is the peer review process. So, I'm like, if
All
you,
right.
okay,
So hold on. You asking the question, right? You good?
yeah.
You
Well,
asked the question
let him
and you
finish though,
just keep
Tahuti.
going.
Let him finish though, because I don't think he really
Right,
was.
but remember, we being concise. You got 2 points. You on your second point. It's kind of getting layered to the point to where I don't even know where it's going anymore. So I need you to ask that question concisely
It
so
was
I
like
can
that
address it
though.
real quick.
That's very true. Go ahead,
Right.
King J. You
I,
got it
I need
again.
you. I need you to close out with the question.
Is there any type of archaeology or archaeological evidence in the Americas from boats? Are there any type of trace from the donkeys in the Sahel or any type of way that did they leave any type of sign behind them? Was this one trip?
So no, it wasn't as simple and complex, or not even simple, but complex. You actually created a complex narrative about the part of my presentation where I mentioned that you can easily get a ship, whether by pieces or by immaterial form. You can get it from a shipbuilding culture in Punt or Kush and have those resources expedited to West Africa. So I don't know where you got this narrative about donkeys, camels. But yeah, there's definitely archaeological evidence of uh, boats in West Africa and maritime science in West Africa. Van Sertima goes over that in his lectures. Um, Definitely archaeology. So yeah. Anybody else got any questions? I'm going to close out. Um,
Well,
I'm gonna
so
keep it going if you close out though. So, but we can still you can give your closing statements when you're ready.
Those was the
yeah,
Barbary
definitely.
pirates.
so first of all, when you're talking about the out of Africa theory, the so-called out of African theory, humans populating the planet, I think that you have to show that the human species can populate in different areas at the same time, or evolve in different areas over the same time or different time layers, and still be the same species.
Can you
and
show me that all
that
life
and
started in Africa by itself? Can you show me that?
that has already been
Go
done.
ahead.
And I
I'll wait.
suggest that you look up yourself
I'll wait. And you be
because
careful. Because
because the
that's
work has,
eugenics, bro.
because
That's
the work has
eugenics and
already
that's evolution. That's bullshit.
because the work has already been done and it's already been
That's a
proven
theory,
that he
bro.
was
That's a
speaking.
theory. That's not facts.
Again,
That's
like
a
I said,
theory.
again, it's a theory that stands up
All
and
right
stands.
then, bro. Well,
So where's your
quit acting like that shit is facts.
so
Stop
where's
it.
your proof?
Y'all need to
Where's your
quit
proof
talking in
against it?
absolutes.
Where's
Y'all
your
be
proof
talking
against it?
theories. Y'all
I'm
be
asking
talking
you.
theories like it's
I'm asking you
absolute.
your proof
Y'all gotta
against it.
stop that, bro. Stop that, bro.
Okay,
For
I'm
real.
asking you
We
to
too
disprove it
smart.
then. Disprove the
We
theory
too
then.
smart. Dog, the theory disprove itself. That's why it's a theory.
All right. So first of all,
Dog,
your logic is not making sense whatsoever.
bruh,
So
does
you're
the
talking
theory
about.
disprove
So you want
itself?
to.
Yes or
So
no?
you just gonna keep talking bullshit, or you gonna let me explain?
He's not about to let you talk. He's
You know
that's
what I'm
the
saying?
third time he
Because
did it. I
he
just
keeps
wanted to
talking. He
count him.
keeps talking.
No,
I was
I
just
am
counting him.
A1. No, I am A1. No, I am A1. I'm just tripping with him. I
Because
am A1.
your logic is not being because you have not disproved anything. You're just saying stuff. And so what I'm saying is that one of the things that I'm saying is that what Check into the Geop said is that the creator does not strike twice. It
The
creates
creator.
it creates a being in one specific location. Either that being evolves into something else or it decays or dies out. You never see the creator creating two different separate entities in two different locations. I mean, two different locations of the same entity. You never see that. So you have to
Damn.
show. You will
So
have to
Sheikh
show.
Anti-Diog was
So
talking
you
about a creator. So therefore, was he an Israelite or a Hebrew talking about a creator? What was because I know who the rest of them boys was. I know what they was. Masons and all kind of stuff. So what was Sheikh Andy Diop? And Ivan Van Sertima because and your other boy because all of and Yosef Ben Yosef Ben, all of these boys are foreign people, right? Correct? They're not Americans, correct?
What does that got to do with the subject?
No.
Hey,
I'm just
did you hear
asking
me
you a
say
It
that?
ain't
question.
got nothing
Or
to
did
do
you
with the
come up with that
subject.
on your own?
I'm gonna need you to stay on the subject.
No. Was all of these boys American,
That
bro? I'm just
that has
asking you.
nothing
Or
to do
was
with
all
the
of them
subject. I don't know.
African?
I don't
Hold
know.
up.
You
I'm
tell
just
me.
asking you a
I don't know.
question.
You tell me. I don't know. You tell me.
All right. Well, therefore, I know that they wasn't. Since you don't want to say that, this information with bruh out the day, dog. This shit is old. This shit is like fucking man. Sonetta them boy used to do
All
with
right.
this shit
Okay.
on the corner. But
Word.
I'm just
Okay.
telling you, bro.
Yeah.
Like
Uh-huh.
for
Word.
real, bro.
For
Like
real. That's what's up.
man, I thought y'all was gonna come with some new shit.
You still haven't disproved anything though, even though it's old.
I don't have to disprove
But
what they can't
we already,
prove.
All right.
we had these conversations already.
All right,
Hope
Hey,
you know
bro.
let me
that.
say something real quick so I can close out, or not close out, but I can
Right,
exit. I may come
KJ.
back
Right,
on if
KJ.
I may come back if you guys are still on later. But he actually did prove something. Him and King James did prove something today. They proved that the pushback is inconsistent and silly to where you have to make up narratives or just flat out use your emotions as a way to push back against Ivan Van Sertima. They came before Columbus and any African scientific accomplishments or anything that's African, as you can see. So I appreciate you guys pulling up just to prove the point for the day. But hotel, and I hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. And like I said, I'll be popping back in and out on the live stream. I'll be in the live chat. And I may come back on if you guys are up in a couple of hours. So thank you for your patience, and I'll see you soon.
Appreciate you again,
Good
Tehuti.
build, Tehuti. It definitely was a good build because it sparked questions. Anytime you do a build and it sparked questions, it's a good build, Tahuti. So shout out to you for that. Definitely, bro.
I wanted to ask him about Hergus up here. He knows about the howler monkey and the bones they found underneath Monument F. That's kind of what we was really the crust of I was trying to get to, but he jumped off.
No, I don't know shit.
Yeah,
Like,
because he
uh,
started going into the anthropological stuff, but he don't know that some of the first people that they was finding was what, Australopithecus or whatever like that. They were still walking on all fours.
mhm,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So you got to be careful with that. And then they say the Neanderthals was up in there. This is what new science is saying now. New science is saying that Neanderthals was out here doing the same time as the Australopithecus, and
Mhm.
that's how they breed together. And they don't even know how that race really started. It was the whole out of Africa theory, but now they saying like, hold on, these people could have started like over there in the Asia place, in the Asia area, and went into Europe and all that. Come on, man, this is all out today. This is what's going on today with science. One thing I like about science is it's always proving itself.
Mhm.
It's
I
always
would,
looking, it's never speaking absolute, unless it's talking about natural science, which is nature. But anything outside of natural science or physical science, where you can perform an experiment and come up with a conclusion, anything outside of that, bro, any kind of other science outside of that, is all guesswork and theories.
Theology
I want to
and
know. I
philosophy.
got a question. I want to know when did racism end in science? I'm curious. When was that declared?
It never did.
Well, they did.
It's
Wait,
still
Okay,
here
then.
today,
But you
they
bro.
did.
speaking,
It's
They
but
still
you
did.
here
speaking,
today,
but you
bro.
speaking as if though it ended. That's what you're
Well,
speaking at.
No,
well, terms
I
like what?
didn't. How am
Yes,
I
you are.
speaking
You're
like
talking
that,
about,
bro?
brother. You're talking about what they find and what they doing. Who is they? Give me the
Hold
names.
up, bro,
Give me the
bro.
black
Hold
people.
on,
No, no,
hold
no.
on,
Give me
hold
the
on.
black people that's
Hold
doing this
on,
research.
man. How you gonna
Give me
just
the
throw
black
that
people
on
that's
me,
doing the
bro?
research,
Don't
brother.
throw that
Or
on me
you
like that.
no, because you only speaking about white people doing this research. You ain't talking
No,
about
I'm not
black people.
talking about just white
Can
people,
I? Can I?
Then,
Wait,
dog.
wait, wait.
then
Hurt.
give
Can
me
I ask
the
you a
white people
question? Can I ask
names.
you a
Give me
question?
the
Hurt.
brothers' names
I,
that's
Can I
doing
ask
this
you a
research.
question? Hurt. Can I ask you a question? It
Go
does
ahead.
it matter if the data is neutral, right? Does it matter the skin? You're saying that the skin tone of the person matters of how they're interpreting the neutral data. There is no.
So,
Is that what you're saying? That no matter what, we're not going to come to any universal truths or conclusions about this same neutral data because we're black and they're white.
you got to be very naive to believe that
That's
people know.
what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, and I'm not
Oh my
naive.
God. Oh
So
my
here's the
God.
thing. Yo, here's the thing, and I know you know this, and I know you probably know this. I was on the panel this probably last year on
and
Wavy
that's
panel, and somebody
crazy
we was
work,
debating
bro.
on something about the
You a
Egypt and stuff.
racist, bro. You
And so
racist.
can I talk? So he was given the information about how people migrated out of Africa and came back in, and because of those people who migrated out that came back in, those are the group of people that helped founded Egypt. And I was saying, wait, hold up. Your argument is saying that because they migrated out of Africa, they became more intelligent and migrated back in, and they was helped their minds was able to develop at this level that they was able to create a civilization. So I asked him for the paper because he was quoting a paper. So I asked him, what is this paper that you're quoting? And when you look up the paper, it was written by nothing but racist as white people from Australia. So you have to consider the people who's doing this type of research, who's presenting this paper. You guys are making an argument as if white people just decide, like, hey, you know what? We ain't gonna be
So
racist no
all
more.
you
We're
read
gonna
is
keep it.
black
We're gonna keep
people
it
work.
real.
So
We're gonna keep it
all
real.
you
We're not
believe
gonna
is
lie
white
about
people work.
anything. We just gonna be honest about everything that we said. When we know for a
Damn.
fact that they have always lied and distorted the information that they put forth. So if you're not double checking it and seeing who wrote it and seeing what these people do for a living and who they actually are, then you just quoting some bullshit that's written by racist as white people and you don't even know it.
But you know what? And I'm glad that you made your stance, and now you let me know how you feel, bro. And I respect your viewpoint. It's a militant. You black power. I mean, so I respect that, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, but
I
you still
do.
have to
We,
disprove. You
but
still have
but
to disprove that those white people are not racist, though. You still got to
God,
disprove
can
that.
he finish, bro?
but you're
Can
a
he finish?
mathematician,
Can
though.
he finish?
You're at the same time you're a mathematician.
You still got to disprove it wrong.
You go to school and teach 2 + 2 is
taught you
4.
that math? Who taught you that math?
I'm saying you can talk all you
Who taught
want.
you that math that you
You
know? No,
tripping,
who
bro.
taught
Like,
that math
damn.
that you know?
You can say what you want, but you ain't disproved nothing.
I'm not trying to disprove it. I just want to make sense.
Okay,
I want to make sense of your logic.
you
I'm
ain't
not
making
trying to
sense to
disprove
me.
your logic.
You
I'm just
ain't
trying
making
to.
sense at all.
I'm not
I'm
making
you
sense by saying that
you acting like white people have ended and stopped being racist.
I'm not
That's what you're
racist.
acting
Hold
like.
on,
I'm not
y'all. Because
racist.
it's really King Herc's job to prove somebody wrong. If he's
Mm,
saying the science is racist, you have to prove it's racist.
mm,
It can't just be assumed.
right.
Like that's the same thing as saying that's white person science. That's essentially what you're doing.
That's what he's doing.
Like it's now I'm not saying that there isn't racism in science, but you have to be able to show it to me in the data. Other than that,
You
like
can't
all
show
that
it in the
stuff is
data.
you got
You
to
can't
throw
show it
that.
in the
Like,
data.
I don't deal with that. I don't personally. You can deal with the rest of them like that, and I'm gonna mute up anyway. But I just did want to say, like, if you really believe that it's on them to prove that the people aren't, no, you have to prove the bias is there. They don't.
In the
There
data.
isn't a preconceived notion of bias with every white person, and that we have to disprove. Like that's too much work.
Yeah.
That's not even how it
I like how
goes.
you said the preconceived
You're right.
notion of white people.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's not, but every white person, but the
Ain't
majority of them
nobody
are doing it.
The
shit either.
majority are doing it.
Don't even talk like
Yeah.
this. No, you have to deal with this on a case by case basis. You cannot paint this with a broad brush. Majority this. No, it's not like that. Whoever's racist, point them out and put a name on it. We can't continue to do this. This is irresponsible.
So my
I'm telling
pushback
you,
on
this
that-
is irresponsible. And you
No,
usually
it's
don't
not
hear me say that
irresponsible.
much. I'm
So-
not the censor up here, but
You're not.
if you're
So
going to
here's
say
the-
it's racist
pushback.
science, then show it in the data, and then we can deal with that and discard that stuff. Other than that, like you're painting
The
all of
data
the
is
studies
neutral.
that we have to go. You're painting
Mhm.
everything racist right now because white people got a hold
Yep.
and touched it.
But the
That's
data
what
is
you're
neutral.
essentially doing. But
So-
again, and even King J just said, well, what about mathematics? You teach it 2 + 2 is 4. Everything ain't racist that a white person touched.
That's
So
crazy.
we already know that just based on what you study. And teach.
Right. And
So,
KJ,
like-
and we know racist science.
And I'm not saying that they ain't racist because I know they is. But we you can't do that.
So
Like, because it's almost like dealing with every white person you see in a hostile way because there are some racist people out here. This is the same thing you're doing with the scholarship, and it's not right. Go ahead, though. I'm muting out. I'm not gonna say nothing else.
So my reply to that would be white racism by Joe Covell, who proved that, saying white people are racist, all white people are racist on certain levels. That book, he showed that, and it depends on the level of their education. Whatever level of the education that they have a certain amount of racism in them. But if they didn't grow up around black people, you might as well consider them, all of them racist.
That's crazy.
And this is a white boy. And this is hold up. No,
you're right.
wait.
I'm
You
sorry.
asked me to prove it.
I'm
You asked
sorry.
me
I'm
to
gonna let
prove
you
it.
finish. I apologize.
And so we're looking at a white boy who's coming out with this information and letting us know that, hey, man, white people are racist, period. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. If they didn't grow up around a black person, you can expect them to be racist. And the example that he gave was that how black people, you could get black people to be a manager of like a Foot Locker, to be the CEO of Foot Locker, on it.
Don't say it, bro. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't.
Let him finish because I want to hit him with my little comeback and then mute out.
So, you could be the CEO, the manager of FedEx, the CEO, but yet you don't sell no black products. You could be the CEO, the manager of Safeway and Giant, but yet you don't contribute or you don't do business with black farmers or carry any black-owned products in your store. These are different type of levels of racism. So when we're talking about these papers, these scientific papers, and I'm about to pull up one right now because you talk about in mathematics, it was one that was just written about this little white bitch. I'm sorry. This paper she wrote. She just wrote this joint.
It's one thing to be
this brother need to be
censored, I'm not. No, I'm about to give you the name of the paper. I'm about to give you the name
For real,
of the paper.
dog.
I'm about
That's
to give you the
crazy,
name of the
bro.
paper
My
where
bro
she
got
wrote
a
it.
good show
And
over
hold up,
here, bro.
Yeah, you
when
lightweight
when
And
right
she
you
now.
on
wrote
For
this
some
real.
other
paper,
stuff, bro.
when
That's
she wrote
weird.
this paper, wait, hold up, let me finish. When she wrote this paper and she said that black people did not
Who
contribute
sent you?
nothing, did not
Who
contribute
sent
nothing to
you?
mathematics and science because
Well,
their
we know that.
intellectual level was low. And this is a
Man, who
professor.
sent you, bro?
You know what
Who
I'm saying?
sent
She's a
you, bro?
professor.
Hey, let us listen
I
to the
want to be,
man.
yeah, I'm trying to let him
But
finish
yet,
because I wanted to respond. We'll never
but
get
yet,
there if
but
everybody
we
else.
supposed to think that these people are not racist and racism has ended. I mean, come on, man. You're not considering. I'm just saying you're not considering the papers that they're presenting out there about us. We're not considering it. It's coming from a racist person, a racist point of view, because we're told that all the data is neutral. It's neutral data, and so therefore the answer is going to be neutral. And I'm just saying that is not always true. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I think the only person with the racist science is you. But I digress now, and you guys got the floor.
I agree with
No,
that man. Because
A1,
wait,
no,
let
A1,
me just real quick,
A1.
OTK.
Finish
I'm gonna be real quick, OTK. That you can have it
Okay,
because it
go
seems
ahead.
as if almost as if he goes to work and teaches it, he would say the white man's math, and then he comes on these platforms and now he can breathe and be his racist black self. This is crazy. Hercules, what is going on with you, brother?
And
You
I'm not doubting a racist white person's paper, but the way you're
that's
painting
crazy.
all of science is racist because of the race. There's racist in science. Man, there's black people who don't like white people. So can we not trust everything from black people now because we've been so
Boom.
oppressed by them that all we're going to do is make up bullshit?
I
Do
didn't
you
say
see it?
every.
I'm
See,
just
I didn't say
applying your
everybody
logic.
though.
I'm
I didn't
applying
say
your logic
everybody.
elsewhere to see if it fits, and it doesn't.
I didn't
It
say
actually
everybody. I
exposes how
said you had to
flawed the
consider
logic
the
is.
work. I
I'm
said you
trying
got
to.
to consider the work. That's what I
Okay,
said.
okay. I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that part. As long as you're taking it on a case by case basis, you have to take it case by case.
And
And
I
that's
then
what I'm
and
saying.
then
They're
and
not.
then
all
why are
Okay,
you bringing
evidence.
up
that's
those
my point.
racist
They're not taking
cases?
it on a case by case basis. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what they're not doing that.
I don't think you're taking it on a case by case
No,
basis because
when he no the argument was that the was humans evolved
Mansa
all
Musa
over the
is
planet.
math universal.
No, wait. The argument was
It's
that
math
when humans,
universal.
can you
hold on. Let me
stop?
hear.
We're
He's
talking
talking to
about
me.
the
He's
argument
trying
was
to get
that
me
humans
bring me clarity.
evolved over the planet. And I said the argument, oh, did they come out of Africa? So he was saying that out of Africa theory is wrong. And I
Mhm.
said, well, how can you prove it? And he said, you and I'm saying that the DNA evidence, we got too much archaeology evidence, DNA evidence, and I'm asking him how does he prove it? What is he standing on? That's all I'm asking. And he's going off just some bullshit about it's just evidence is there. And I'm like, whose evidence?
Yeah,
But
I mean
like
Can I
Is
that's
say
that
another
this?
DNA?
that's another story for another day because I'm still waiting on the evidence too. I want to see it. I got questions. I gave you
Can
my
I
Herc,
say
I
response.
got a
this?
question
I
for
want you to
Herc
bring it
real
out.
quick. Do that DNA evidence and archaeological evidence, is that from European scientists?
Not the ones that I'm looking at. I'm looking at Dr. Rick
No.
Kittle's evidence.
what math
Do
are they using?
European have do
Are they using European math? What
King J, we know where mathematics came from, so
Brother,
stop
Jose,
making that ignorant statement.
Jose, just please shut
We
up. I'm
know
talking
where
to this
math came from,
man.
so
Jose,
Damn,
stop
did
doing
he
shut
that.
just
up.
use Rick
So we know
Kittle?
where
Hercules.
it came from, so stop doing that, King J. We
Hercules.
know the
All
oldest mathematical.
Jose, we're not talking to you,
We
brother.
know the oldest mathematical papyri and evidence comes from Africa. So stop
Brother,
making.
that's not even what we're
Stop.
talking about, brother. Follow the
Stop.
conversation.
You're
Hercules.
No,
making.
no, no,
Okay.
Hercules.
no.
I'll let
That's
Kwame
not
speak now.
true.
he's doing
That's
that
not
thing again
true.
where he always takes it back to Kemet. That's nonsense,
Exactly.
Jose. It's
I
He the
didn't
nonsense.
say
same
Yeah.
thing
Kemet.
with
I said
Hercules.
It's
Africa.
They
nonsense.
I said
blackologists.
Africa, not Kemet.
Wait, I want to
Hercules.
hear this then
So
if
quote
y'all
me
don't agree with
correctly.
Hercules.
Jose.
You're
It's
I
the
said
correctly
math.
Africa.
It's the
correcting you,
I
math
said
that they're
but you
Africa.
still weren't
using.
right. Either
European
way,
math.
though,
So quote me
I
correctly if you
appreciate
want to
you,
quote me.
Jose. Mister, have to have the last word, have to be right, even when you're still wrong.
No, I'm just saying quote me correctly if you're going to quote me. I said
I'm not,
Africa
bro.
and
I
Kemet,
didn't even
not just
quote you.
Kemet.
Yeah,
I was
let's
giving
not
a
quote you.
description of what you were doing. I wasn't quoting you. I was
All
telling
right.
you, here goes Jose doing it again. Because the other day I explained it to you when you were trying to cut somebody off and stop them and tell them what you weren't going to let them say, and I wouldn't let you do that. And I told you there are times that you come up here and you do your thing where you take everything back to Kemet and they want to shut you up, but I don't let them. And that's why I was referencing that. because you acted like I didn't know what I was talking about that day. And this was the perfect time to show you that I have your patterns down to a T. I deal with y'all every day. Back to you, gentlemen.
But
Yeah, I
wait, I
appreciate
heard a big
that.
rumble
But
when he said he
don't let Kirk get away with this, because he right where the brother only asked him a question. He said you're using your own scholars, Hercules. That's correct, right? I'm asking you, the scholars that you're using, the math that they are using, is it European or are they using their own African specialized math?
There is no such thing as an African special. So yeah, it's European. What's your point?
So what's my
So how
point?
can you be prejudiced against one person who used Europeans and you using
It's
the
like you
Europeans
guys.
also?
This the sad part is that you guys have
That's
it's
what I just said.
y'all haven't y'all never. It's
They
like
Are
y'all
you
never
discredit
following the
our
point,
understood
Hercules? This is
psychology
version
at all.
crazy.
they use.
You guys haven't studied psychology at all.
Now, what it seems
You know
to
what I'm
be
saying?
that you don't
It don't. I
understand
don't
that people
understand.
have different perspectives, and it don't matter what you say and what they say. These are perspectives. Nobody's can be proof because you can't prove what you're saying. All you have is
It's
people
already
who
been.
agree with you, and it's no, it has it. It's theories. You already said
No,
it.
it's
These
not
are
a
theories
theory.
that
Amos Wilson already proved this.
I
What are
think
you
that's
talking
the
about?
beautiful
H.B. Hilliard
thing.
already proved this. But you guys don't read their works. You're not reading their books. So
is
you're
there
I
people
think
making
that
this
I
whole
disagree
think
with
claim.
them? Is there
I
anybody that
think that's the
disagree with
beautiful
those people?
I think that's the beautiful thing about science is that you can have your own personal feelings and your own personal doubts. All you have to do is look at the
Big,
actual data though.
big
Right,
facts.
And
right,
Big facts.
if
right.
the if
Big
the if
facts.
the data has the majority of the evidence, whether you like it, whether you love it, it is what it is. You can
It
doubt
is
what
what
you
it
want
is.
to
And that's
doubt.
what the
You can
science was.
feel
Facts.
what you want to feel. No one cares about that. What does the actual data
Facts.
and the evidence say? If you don't have any your own people out there doing the actual work, we live in a civilization where you don't know how to build your own car, your own laptop, your own phone. You have no choice but to lean on the people that actually do, unless you're going to go out there and do it your own self.
Right.
Unless we're going to go live in the damn bushes and only do what we can do for ourselves. We have to lean on people that we view as experts. Otherwise, this civilization wouldn't function how it functions now. We aren't trying to move backwards to
Big
And
whereas,
that's
facts.
hey,
that's
we
the thing
have to.
that's the thing that I say every time I come on. I say that I'm leaning on the shoulders of people like Amos Wilson, John Henry Clark, checking the jail. These are
You
people that
just
I'm
can't
leaning
lean
on.
on
I'm
them
not
and
coming up
just
with this
shun
stuff by
away the
myself.
other people, though, bro. You just can't lean on them and then shun away the other people who's also doing this research too, only because all of those people who you name are black. You can't do that, bro. That's what we trying to tell you right now. Like
That's the
you giving
argument.
a
You have to
dog,
prove it wrong.
yeah,
That's the
like
argument.
dog. That's some
That could
scientific
be proven
racism what
wrong.
you're
That could
Yeah,
be
that's
performing
what
proven
I'm
right
saying.
now,
wrong.
Prove it
bro.
wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Because
saying.
all
Prove it
right, all
wrong.
right, all right. Those black people that you do want to lean upon, who were their teachers, or who were their teachers' teachers? Who institute did they go to? Whose
Big
research are they
fact.
reading?
Big
That's
Who
fact.
who went and did that actual field work that they took back to their house and said, "Let me see if I can interpret their field work better than the actual person who did it."
Fact.
They're leaning
Big fact.
upon people. They even if they have their personal feelings about a subject or a data, they're leading upon people who had to go out and do the actual work. They're
Big
reinterpreting
facts.
someone else's work.
Okay,
So
Big
so
facts.
whether we
right.
like it or not, there are people, and it's more black people and Asian people doing it now, but there are people who had the resources and the time to go out and do a lot of the work that we are now learning from. They had the time and the resources for it. It's
And
no
that's
way getting around that.
I know that,
No,
and that's why
no way, no way
what I'm
around
saying is
that.
that the
It ain't no
people
way
that
around
I'm
that.
talking about, that's why that you have a black psychology department, because the people once they started learning psychology and they started to look around, they stopped and said, wait a minute, this doesn't fit black people. This is white people stuff. We got to come up with a psychology that's for black people. So you have people like Asa G. Hilliard and Amos Wilson and Francis Cress Wilson who decided, wait, they went out and did the studies. They was in the field. They've taken notes and they started looking at things and said, wait a minute, the psychology
That's
that you
not
learn.
anthropology, bro.
Can I stop? Can you stop? Because the one thing,
Wait.
so if we talk about
why don't you wait till he
anthropology,
finish
so
and
wait.
pose the questions in a constructive way, so that way we can build.
So if you want to
Arguing
talk
and
about
cutting him off.
anthropology, Marimba Ani did the same thing. To get your degree in anthropology, you have to go out and study non-European cultures. That's what the majority of people who got their degrees in anthropology do. What Marimba Ani did it in the reverse. She studied the European cultures and their reactions on the world. That's why your book Yorugu was so important to like the Black conscious community, because it shows a study of European culture and who they are and how they interact with everybody else around the world. Whereas when you get your degree in anthropology, when you just look up an anthropologist, look up some of the famous anthropologists, they go out of Europe, go out of Western countries and go to South America and Africa and Asia and study their culture and write a book, write their thesis. So what Marimba Ani did was the reverse. So we have people that went out and did the field work and said, wait a minute, something is not adding up, something is not matching up. We need to come up with our own worldview and our own way to do stuff instead of relying on what the Europeans do and what they said. So yes, you got people like Ivan Van Sertima, whose work is based on a lot of white people, firsthand work and stuff that's from white people. But on that, you have Runoko Rashidi, who went around the world physically, going to those sites and trying to verify what Ivan Van Sertima was saying. David Imhotep did the same thing. He wrote his book. I forgot the name of it. The first Americans were Africans. He wrote his book. He went there. He didn't just look from a
your answers are you long-winded.
So the thing is that we do have Black people going to these places and doing the research and coming back and saying, wait a minute, something's not adding up. These motherfuckers are lying, and we have proof that they lying.
Can I get 2 minutes to respond?
It's on OTK though.
Okay.
It's on OTK. See what's next. But I did have a question because he said that we have a black psychology department. These people came up with some stuff and said this isn't for Black people, this is for white people, and we need our own stuff. What made them in psychology need to change it?
Because the
working, or what was white? What can you just, or maybe let me rephrase it. What was white about it, and then what needed to be changed to make it Black?
All right, so
Black people.
So the specifics I don't know because I'm not a psychologist, but from what I've been reading is that they have, the thing was that when you do psychology, you have to take a personal history on a person. When you're talking to that person, you ask them for their personal history, their family history. And he said the general, and one thing Amos Wilson was saying, that general psychology was based off of Europeans' perspective of history. They did not include Black people in the history and general psychology. And so when you learn a general psychology, you're looking at it from a white people, Americans' perspective of history. They didn't include that. So that's why they was like, well, they broke away, and that's why they formed what's it called, the African American Psychology Association, because they started.
I want to please respond.
I'm just saying that's what they did. That's one of the things that they did.
No, that was accurate. I just wanted to see why you were going to say they made it for Black people. I just wanted to see if you knew, or like if you.
Yeah, he's smart. That's why
racism did it, like a racist guy to the gaps thing to fill it in. So I was gonna say they got the same. They got brains just like us. I mean, the only thing is culture. That's the difference.
The culture. He's throwing that.
My dad's a psychologist, and having a psychologist who you can relate to is very important. So I do believe Black people need Black psychologists. I just wanted to make sure you weren't applying some form of racism in there to that. That's all. Good job. Sorry, y'all. I jumped in.
My dad is a psychologist too. A1 facts, big facts. About to write his dissertation, so he can get away to get his doctorate degree. and you working on a thesis to perform to go against the your apostle Paul thesis about the original sin shit. You know, because those some of our first thesis that's out. In case people don't know, but anyway, I'll leave that alone for another day. Hey, bro, you said that these people went out and did these research. Who was teaching them how to look for what they was researching?
You were referring to me when I was said that, you know, that there's been a group of people who's had
My
more
brother,
time and
not you,
resources.
no, not you, my brother. You
All
made
right.
plenty sense. You made plenty sense what you said, and I agree. I'm talking to the other brother who said that we rolling with a European mind, and he's saying that he only listened to black scholars. So who taught these black scholars how to look for what they was looking for?
I'm pretty sure the people that they learned it from.
It was these other black people, what you would call European.
I have no idea. I didn't ever ask them that question.
All right, so now you rolling off a thought and a theory that you don't even know where the concept come from. That's what you're saying right now. In case you don't know, bro.
That's not what I'm saying.
So all that rah stuff that you was doing earlier, you don't even have no basis, no foundation of where you get this from. So you talking out the side of your neck, right?
That's nowhere near what I'm saying.
All right, so what are you saying? Where did these archaeologists who you calling out, Ivan Van Sertima, all of them, they wasn't even American. Let's make that clear too. They weren't American.
I think.
No. Stop. Let me finish my question real quick. They weren't American. So now I'm asking you, where did they learn their research status from? How to research? Where did they learn this from?
I said I don't know. Probably the people that they study on. I don't know.
Hey, quit coming up here talking like you know something there, bro. For
how
real.
Does that negate? How does that explain to me how does that negate anything I said?
Because dog, everything you talking about is regurgitated then. Because you don't know.
You're not.
That means you heard somebody else said it, bro. We don't deal with regurgitation stuff.
Okay, so explain to me how Black Americans. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna explain how the majority of Black Americans in American country are not under a Eurocentric educational system.
Hey, bro, don't you switch no question up on me, and don't you ask me no question. You was talking for a long time, and all of us was quiet.
About the same thing.
And you kept regurgitating the same scholars who we say
so
we
you know
got respect for.
Wait,
hold
you
up,
know
stop,
Wilson,
stop,
right?
bro. Stop, bro. Quit. Dog, you play double dutch. You double dutch, boy. You double dutching right now. Quit double dutching right now, bro. You know what I mean? This Titan debate lead. And in case you didn't know, I'm American Indian Titan over here. You feel me? And one thing I study is history. I listen to people who know history, and I sit back and I learn from them. But bro, when Tehuti come here earlier, hooping the rah stuff, dog, that was a bunch of fugazi stuff. I ain't seen no proof that no African came to America first. He ain't show me no proof of that.
I wanted to say I had a question. Like, I was wondering,
Hold on, real quick. I was after
where did these
OTK.
Native Americans come
We
from?
going in order, bro. We going in order up here. I'm after OTK. I think you got next.
Yeah, go ahead, King James.
Hurt.
Go ahead.
Real quick. I'm gonna be precise. So when we get The principle of mathematics in 1687, we get the law of universal gravitation, right? That formula, F equals G M over R squared. That universal formula, right? Newton comes up with that, right?
Okay,
Correct?
yeah.
A white man, right? So, are you suggesting that universal formula for gravity, his discovery that when, by observation of the apple, and are you saying that is a white or European, gravity is European, that discovery is European? And if not, can you also give us your African equivalency to the universal law of gravitation that Newton discovered?
All right. So I would say
You ain't shit.
no. I would say no, it's not. I would say yes. No, no, no. I would say no, it's not European because so I would say this. It's not your I don't believe that Newton came up with the stuff that he did on his own. I believe that he got it from other people, but you know what I'm saying, he never said it. And I think that
Well, he got it from different people, Edmund Halen, Robert Hooke. They but so it's a universal
Studies and
thing.
studies.
yeah, I don't think all right, let me say this. I don't think that Newton and
Is gravity. You can't culturalize gravity, brother. This is what I'm trying to get you to understand. You're
yeah,
culturalizing atomic.
I'm
You
not
can't
trying to
culturalize
culturalize
atomic
it. Can I
properties
answer it?
and
I'm not
particles.
culturalizing it.
Okay.
I'm not culturalizing it at all. But I think that is naive on out. Yes, Newton came up with some type of form of the formula of gravity. All right.
But
I
you
think
said math is
naive.
European, though. So
No,
you
I did
are
not say that.
culturalizing
That's
because
not
the
what I said.
formula that. Okay.
That's not what I said. I said that's not what I said. But I
Okay. So
think
give
it's
me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds
wait, let me
so
respond.
I can
Wait, let me
better.
respond. Let me
Okay.
respond. Let me respond. I think it's naive on our part to think that the only time in history is when somebody thought about gravity is when Newton did it. When we look back 4,000 years and they was moving 100-ton
Did he
stones.
do it or did he discover it?
Wait, stop. And you telling me that they not had conceived, they didn't think about gravity just because they didn't write it down and leave it for us?
I think it was
that's
completely different.
I think that's ignorant
So
on
Hart,
our part.
Different
stop. Just stop
techniques.
right there. Just stop
It's
right
Going
there,
that
Hart.
route, different
I'm stopping.
techniques.
I'm
Like
stopping.
I
Wait,
heard of
stop.
the thing like the hand of fire.
Wait, man, wait.
Hart, are you
Wait,
suggesting
stop, man,
nobody
stop.
on the
Wait,
can we
hold up.
talking over each other?
Wait, hold up, King J. This is not for you. This is not for you. OTK. Who's George Washington Carver?
What happened, bro?
Who's
He's
George
trying to fix the
Washington
topic,
Carver?
bro.
Who you asking me who is George Washington Carver?
Because he acting like the only people on Earth that's breathing air is black
No,
people.
no, my bad. No, my bad.
Ain't nobody breathing air but black people.
No, my
Like,
bad.
come on,
College Woodson.
bro. Them the
I
only
know who that is, man. But
All
come
right,
on,
who's
man.
College
No.
Woodson?
the air African. The
Who
only
is
air
College
is
Woodson?
African, and we own the
Who's
air.
College Woodson? Who's College Woodson?
No,
Who's
Shit.
College
bro,
Woodson?
This
bro.
is crazy.
Was these people African? Are you saying they
Who's College
African, bro?
Woodson? No, he
Are
was an
you saying
American.
they
Who's
African,
College
bro?
Woodson? He was an
Are you
American.
saying they African, bro?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I think then why you asking me who they is?
Because sorry, so this Sean is Sean.
No,
You talking
ain't
about
no
I don't
because, bro. No. Chill
you be
out,
talking
bro.
about I
Bro,
don't know
these
what
are
I'm
all
talking about.
man.
collective achievements
No,
for humanity, brother. That's
stop.
all they are,
Stop.
Okay,
brother.
let's let
Bro,
UD.
big
Stop.
facts.
Since
Big
y'all both
facts.
jumping them right now, let's let UMD get in here. Go ahead, UMD.
I wouldn't jump in now.
Shit, I mean, I was initially saying like, where did these Native Americans even? Where did he come from? But then with this dude's rabbit hole that he was saying, like talking about gravity, there's other like techniques and shit that that's lost. People get killed off, exterminated, whatever. They migrate and shit, but like, yeah, like basically, yeah. Where do y'all think the Native Americans came from? What do y'all?
Native Americans. I'm Native American. I'm American Indian. It's two different things.
So
if you
like
don't know the difference, then listen. If you don't know the difference, go back, drop off this panel, Go back and do
So
your research. The difference between
they,
American
because they say
Indian
we,
and Native American, and then come back and rephrase your question.
because they
Hey,
say
I'd like to
we all
answer
come
that
from
question
Africa, right?
without the semantics, though. I'd like to answer that question after you go, though.
Because we all came from Africa.
Yeah.
Somehow they got
I'm
So,
the
this
so
American
you ready?
motherfucking
Indian.
America.
This
So,
about
so,
So it's like,
this ain't about American Indian stuff. This about we was already talking about us talking about white scholars and black scholars. That's what we was on. How they take one side and don't take another side. That's no different than what scientific racism did.
That's
So now
basically what he's
these
talking
brothers
about.
right
Because
here
look,
are doing
OTK,
scholastic
man, y'all
what
been all over the
racism
place
what
all
he,
night.
simultaneously.
no, that's all we
So
talking
ain't
about.
no way you finna say that we talking about one specific thing. Can I answer the brother question though about Native Americans coming to America, and we can
Go
get back
ahead,
to that.
go
I'll
ahead.
be short.
It's
Okay,
all tied in.
hey brother, they didn't come from Siberia. I just want to put that on the map. There is
Babylon
no such
done?
thing. There is no such thing as an ice bridge. I just, Bering Strait ice bridge. I want to put that on the map. Wasn't no ice bridge. I want to put this on the map that, what's his name? Leif Erikson, who is considered or supposed to be some kind of Viking that traveled over here with some people. That never happened. And besides that, people should question that long ago. And this cracker named Leif Erikson, what are you, Ericsson Wireless or something? You know somebody that old named Ericsson with a last name like that, and they coming from Siberia?
Man,
So that
shout
don't
out
make
to
sense.
Babylon.
So that don't make sense. So none of this stuff that you done been taught about what you calling
Right.
Native Americans is true. It's false. Okay. Now
It's
they tell you about people called a Clovis culture, and that's the latest thing they got. I urge you
right.
to look up, and I ask this question all the time: who came before Clovis? Nobody answered, so I'm gonna get an answer. It's a culture
It's
called a
a
Carol
Clovis
culture.
too.
OTK got all
Yeah.
the smoke on this topic.
It's a culture called the
Yeah,
Carol
Clovis.
culture, brother.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, let me
They
finish.
call them the Clovis too. Correct.
That's
Go
No,
ahead.
about
Go
no,
ahead.
I'm not talking
13,000
about no
BC.
Elaborate.
Clovis too. No, don't add to what I'm saying. No, I'm talking about the Carol culture out of Peru. That's it. They
You
from
talking
South
about
America,
15,000
and they was
BC though, right? What
originally
time
here,
period are you
and
talking
they
about?
didn't come from
No,
Siberia.
they've been there. They've been there. I'm talking about that. They say that in the North America, you got a Clovis 2 period. See, people
And
don't
I'm
even
saying
know about
Clovis
that.
2 is
The
false. It's
Clovis
been
After the
2
debunked.
predate
after the
the
after the
Clovis
ice
1.
period.
But go ahead, yeah,
Clovis
the
2
Clovis
been
wasn't
debunked.
the
predates the
Polynesians, wasn't
Clovis
they
1.
seafaring?
But go ahead. No,
Wasn't
The
They was
latest find,
island hopper type shit. But go ahead.
the latest
Man, shout
findings
out
is
to
in Georgia.
Babylon the
You keep
Don.
saying go ahead, but you
Babylon the
talking.
Don teaches zero.
God
You
damn, make it.
teaching zero first.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah, yeah.
Babylon.
Whatever, bro. You don't know what I teach, and I don't teach nothing about zero. I teach a new number called new itself, an indeterminate and undefined number. So I ain't teaching nothing about zero, right? So, but anyway,
I
so
love
these
that
people,
nigga right
the,
there,
the
man.
Carol culture, the Carol
OTK,
culture,
man.
the
You
Carol
just won't stop
culture,
interrupting.
the Carol culture is not, absolutely not Clovis 2. It's not Clovis 1. That's all phony. The latest findings, though, if you want to look them up, are in Georgia. In Georgia. So look that up.
Hold on.
The latest and the oldest findings for people living in the Americas is in Georgia right now. That's what they
So
looking
you
at.
not from Africa no more? So you
What's
not
the
from
date?
Africa no more,
I
Babylon?
said the
You not
oldest
from no
findings in
more?
Georgia. I said in
No.
America for the Americans.
I say you.
I
You
didn't say
not from
for the
Kemet no
world.
more?
What's the date,
Say
You
what?
not
Babylon?
from Kemet no more, Babylon?
Bro, why you trying to be spoiled with me, bro? You know, why you
Nah,
being
bro, I'm
disrespectful?
trying to say,
You
man,
wait,
you
hold on.
coming
Have
out
you ever
bringing
heard
all
me
this
fucking say?
American,
Wait, have you ever heard me
you
say I'm from
bringing
Kemet?
American
Wait,
history out.
hold
Why
up.
is you
Have you
doing
ever
this?
heard me
You say
say
you done
I'm from Kemet,
convert?
nigga? Have you
I've
ever
been
heard me say I'm
converted
from Kemet?
3
Have
years
you ever
ago.
heard me say I'm from Kemet, nigga?
And A1, I
Have you
convert
ever heard
Babylon
me say
3
I'm from
years
Kemet?
ago.
Have you ever heard me say I'm from Kemet?
Oh,
I thought you was a couple of years
no.
ago, for real.
Yeah,
bro.
I thought
A
he
couple of
Let me
would
years
tell you.
too,
ago.
but I
Let me tell
converted
you
him.
something.
I converted him
No,
like
ask
3
me
years
who
ago
ask
when
me
he
who I
started
am,
on
and
my
you ain't
show.
never heard me say that. And if that's non-biased, don't be
Come on,
ridiculous,
man,
bro.
we
You don't.
supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Okay, okay, but yeah, man. Hey, I mean, for real though, like for real. No, no, for real. Like, yo, for real. OTK, all of what you teaching, bro. I'm finna tell you this now. Y'all wasn't Native American until I was Native American. Y'all didn't do none of that. I got records. I did the Sundance in 2017. My wife Navajo. My 3 children are Navajo.
You
I
sound like
live on the
indigenous.
Navajo.
You sound
I'm
like
talking,
indigenous
bro.
black
I'm
man.
talking. I'm talking, nigga.
Hey,
Raggedy mouth
what?
ass
I
nigga.
don't convert.
So I live on the reservation right now, nigga. I'm from the Colomoki Mounds. So don't step to me with no dumb stuff about where I'm from, nigga. I'm from where you ain't from. My land is in the Colomoki Mounds. My family owns
Hold on, Babylon.
361
My
acres out
apologies,
there.
Babylon.
Okay.
We got to get some order around here, man. Y'all are not about to do this on my show. Y'all are ruining my production, and I don't like it. I work real hard on this every day, and I give y'all a lot of time, energy, and effort, and I don't appreciate this. This is not a good build. OTK won't stop cutting people off, and then when he does, right after
Man,
that,
it's
he does a
quiet again.
cackling laugh.
Everybody hear
Like,
me?
you are just rude as hell, nigga, to the other people talking. It's no respect. What is going on? Can we respect one another? It's cool to fun, Kiki, and we gonna laugh and we gonna have fun.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah,
Hercules
I
had
am
to
an
fight to
asshole.
get that shit out. That shit took 10 times longer than it had to take.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
am an
productive.
asshole of people, man. You right. I am an asshole of people. See, I take accountability. I'm an asshole of people. I ain't gonna lie to you. My fault. That's just me.
Babylon, go ahead.
Okay, brother. Thank you, everyone. So that's all I wanted to say though. I could stop right there, bro. I just wanted to say that, since in 2000, bro, I was part of another organization. But since 2002, bro, I left and went and lived off the grid. No water, no nothing. I did this for 20 years, bro. I teach mathematics. So OTK, all of that pretending stuff y'all doing, all of that, not Native American, even the slave ship thing, the slaves were not brought here. This slave trade didn't happen. Y'all heard me say that, but y'all never had the answers. And I'm so glad I get tonight to confront you. So you can answer all those questions like, yeah, where did the Native American come from? And who said that the Clovis culture wasn't the first culture? Y'all hear me say it, but then y'all don't never say or have respect and say, yo, bro, well, who came first? Y'all just go and repeat what I said. Then the people be lost out there repeating junk y'all said. Like slave trade never happened. Then y'all can't say and back up why y'all saying the slave trade never happened. But it's a bunch of niggas running around saying slave trade never happened. Y'all think I don't see that, bro? That's dirty. Then y'all pretend to be Native Americans. Y'all don't do no ceremony, no sweat lodge, no pipe ceremony, no powwow, no nothing, no TP ceremony, no nothing. Y'all don't even respect the people that's here in America called Native Americans. Y'all disrespect the Navajo, the Hopi, and all them calling y'all self black. When the prophecy go with the Hopi people, they see y'all as stupid because they got a prophecy saying that one day the red brother and the black brother will have a revolution in America. Back in the 60s, the Great Spirit shook the earth with one hand. That was them going to the Micah House, the United Nations in New York, and having a sit down and getting refused. They realized they needed their black brothers' help. We their elder brothers, and they know that. But y'all act like we something separate. That's crazy. They got just as much right to be here as we do. When niggas was in slavery, when niggas were having a hard time, we know we went to reservations in different places like that. Stop playing. We married into families like that.
We got bloodlines with these people. And then that's another thing. Y'all act like we don't have bloodlines with these people. I don't know what kind of family y'all got.
You got a
In
minute left. Go ahead.
2026, I'm gonna land my plane though, bro. In 2026, what kind of family y'all got where y'all could just talk about any race of people and y'all don't have no other nothing in y'all family that y'all respect? Not a Puerto Rican, not a Chinese, not a Mexican, not a Native American. Y'all just disrespect everybody. I'm done.
OTK or UMD. I don't know who it was on. It was so much.
Yeah.
Austin, what
I was
Do
happened?
gonna ask
somebody
about
want to man? Do somebody want to go in before me, man?
I was
Because
gonna
I
ask about
stayed quiet doing that whole fucking little fucking
motherfucking. I was gonna
Pan
ask about the
African sermon,
Polynesians.
bro.
The
But
Polynesians. It's like seafaring or some
but
shit. Which I gotta say about that. Seafaring Polynesians.
Robin Walker, check out Robin Walker and he'll tell you all about that. But yeah, there were seafaring Polynesians. But there were seafaring Egyptians as well. That and when they be telling you all the West African thing, I think people should look
man,
into the
yo,
other
is
slave
the sea
trade.
the same thing as the
Never mind.
ocean?
I'll pause up, let OTTK take it, and then I'll come back.
Yeah, man. Because you done did a lot of talking. Is the sea the same thing as the ocean? Yes or no?
I mean, shit, probably this is. I mean, I'm like, sea is probably a bit more shallow than the ocean.
Man, we back to
I
the
think
semantic
ocean, that's
word
like the
game.
No,
beaches.
no,
Sea,
no.
Sea
ocean,
is like,
Native
In
American, Indian,
Babylon.
semantic trash.
Stop, bro. Before my dog think I'm acting irate again because I was cutting everybody off. But he don't know me and you. We've been know each other. We be tripping like
No,
this,
we
man.
don't know
So
each other.
I
We
got
don't know each other. I don't know you, and you don't know me. You ain't never talked to me for real. Never, ever, no time.
no. I'm not
you know,
talking about in real life, Babylon. But I'm saying you
I'm
done been
talking
on my
about
channel
online. You
multiple.
never had a conversation with me like this. I just said I'm so
Hold
glad
up,
for the first time
bro. You
to
done been
confront
on my
you.
channel
What are you
at
talking about?
Babylon.
We never
Babylon,
had
you
a
done been on my
conversation.
channel.
We every time
Babylon,
I
hold
ever
up.
came to you and
God
Dulcinea them,
damn.
y'all cussed me out and
A1.
kicked me out the
Now
show.
he cutting me off,
Yeah.
A1. Is you gonna stop him?
Yeah, stop. I was just about to say y'all got oh, it's 1 o'clock. I'm about to wrap it up, man. I hope y'all start
Well,
making more use of this
hey,
time because I'm not
Babylon.
about to be
yeah,
doing the
yeah,
all
yeah.
night
It's
streams
it.
anymore. So I
Hey,
hope y'all
hey,
start
one
making
though.
more use of this time instead of
Hey, one, you know me
uh
though, bro. I came on here to talk about science, mathematics, to answer questions, and now it's becoming
Man, is
personal.
he still gonna
I
keep
ain't come on here for
talking?
that. But go ahead. So if you could get rid of OTK,
let
that might be the
OTK
problem.
let OTK land this plane. Who
If he
ran you
can
off
get
last
rid
time with
of
the bad decorum? Who was it? Babylon? Somebody had bad decorum on you last time and you dropped off like, man, I ain't dealing with
Yeah,
this
I
shit.
just fell off
man,
though,
cause you
bro. I ain't
know,
mean to fall off either. I
A1,
couldn't
cause
get
you
back on. But you right,
know
they did do that. I think it was Suave, wasn't it? Somebody like
Babylon is
that.
a
Yeah, it was
disrespectful
somebody.
person on other panels.
I can't even hear myself talk though. I don't even know what you said, A1. But go ahead, OTK. I'll go after you.
Yeah, in case you don't know, A1, Babylon is a disrespectful person on other panels. For real, for real. So that's why when we engage with him, it's all good. But this
Nigga,
brother
really,
done been on
you a
my
bitch.
panel. This
What
brother
Hold
the
on,
done been on
Babylon.
my
Hold on.
show. This brother done been on my show plenty of times, and I gave him the panel to go ahead and talk when he was talking the mathematics about the numbers and all of that. I gave him that. And this brother trying to say he don't know me. Yeah, I don't know you personally, but bro, I done known you because we going on years now. This damn near 3 years. But anyway, though, all that crazy shit you talking, bro, is retarded. For real. And all I got to say is, I want to debate any one of you, point blank.
Stop drinking.
Man, what the hell? Are y'all grown people? Are y'all grown men?
We haven't talked about information in I don't know how long. It's been a few minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, I want to debate. Your boy disinflate the information. We was talking, bro. Your boy came in here with that crazy shit.
You got the floor. You can start with the next sentence.
All right. So now back to the brother that was talking about white people information and using black people information. That was what we was doing. You know what I mean? So it's not a little racist to me that he don't go off black people information, not information. But then when I ask him who taught those black scholars that he's looking up to, he can't tell me. So it's a problem with that.
I think he did list off a bunch of black scholars. I don't think it necessarily made his
Yeah,
point.
yeah, but he didn't list off who was the teachers. Who was
the
teachers?
who? Oh, the teachers of teachers.
Right.
Teachers of where does it stop?
Of
You
the
don't
black
want teachers?
scholar, and that's what King James asked too.
Oh no, you know what? I do understand. I do understand that. Okay.
But can I interject something there? But like Sheikh Anta Diop, for instance, he learned at the University of Khartoum. He learned in France. He learned all over the world, right? And then he was an autodidact. He was self-taught. He became a master of masters. He taught the professors how to do the work. So when you say who taught them, who taught Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben went to school. Dr. Ben said that what I learned in school was trash. I came out, I taught myself. Who taught Malefi Asante? He went to school, he learned from them. He came out, he said what he learned from them was trash. He self-taught himself. So what you talking about when you ask that question?
Now, anybody who self-taught is classified as a scholar.
I didn't hear him. The cat got your tongue. OTK?
OTK, you was cutting out. OTK, you was cutting out. OTK, I don't think nobody heard. I didn't even hear your question.
I said so. Anybody who creates something, they can classify themselves as a scholar.
No. I mean, the answer.
That's
The
what
direct.
you just explained,
Hell
Babylon.
yeah.
That's what you just explained.
Wait, the answer, the direction that you're going in is kind of, the direction that you're going in, OTK, is kind of like disingenuous, because you're asking me actually, who are these elders and who did they learn under? You know what I'm saying? They all went to some European school ran by white people. They got their degrees. And so wait, hold up.
European scholarship, bro.
So the thing that you're not seeing is that even though they went to these schools,
I'm seeing that y'all being racist. Y'all being informational racism, dog.
Hold up. OTK, the thing that I'm saying is that even though they went to these schools, they graduated and they said that, hold up, something is wrong with the information that I've learned. Let me correct this. That's why we have Black History Studies Department nowadays and Black Psychology Studies Department nowadays, because they've looked at the information that they've learned over them years, and they've realized that they was like misled or lied to about this information. And so, you know what I'm saying, they correcting that information and they pass it on to us, so we could live in, a correct, world where the information is correct, and not, the world that white people, it's just a world of false information that they create. And I'm not saying that we know not every single white person on the planet is a racist person. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. However, as a group of people, the thing that has been shown, that when I say that it's been shown, I'm talking about, Jacob Carruthers and Maureen Baani and Francis Cress Welsing. They have shown as a group of people, they move as a group of people, and they move as a unit of people. You know what I'm saying? When you think about slavery and the height of slavery, which European nation that came up during the height of slavery said, yo, this is wrong, we're going to stop this? They didn't decide to stop it until they found another way to make a profit. Nobody came out of it at the beginning of slavery, the slave trade, or during the height of slave trade. None of them European nations said, yo, we going against this. They didn't do
Who
that because
told
they
you
moved
that,
as a
bro?
group of people. They moved as a
Who
unit.
told you that, bro? Who told you that?
Hey, real quick,
I just
Hey, real quick. A1, can you post in the background the image that I gave you? And I want that to be posted since I'm the guest. I want that to be posted in the background, or not in the background, but as a share while everybody's talking. I don't want to reinforce that point
Oh, Tehuti,
as
you ain't
time.
man. You still a host, bro. You still a host, Tehuti. And we
Right.
got
Can I
I need
respond?
A1.
host.
I need
Yeah,
A1,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Before we get too far with Juju, right? I need you to do that for me.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Mansa. That's it.
All right, but let's get this image up because it's important. Even because when uh reinforcing the fact that Africans visited America before Columbus, we still have this reality in place that's right here, right? These are the original people that belong to the land masses, right? You have your outdated scientific racism classifications, but this is a recreated and more accurate and more and less, I would say not more but less racist
Yeah.
uh
That Kenneth person look
identity
like American
tags.
Indian. Oh, boy.
My
Right.
question
I'm
though
gonna
is,
So
why would
respond.
you leave the misinformation up here?
what misinformation is that?
Why would you leave outdated terms on there and then bring it up?
So you still have to recreate
But I don't
your
even want to show people.
perspective.
This is the racist terms that Hercules was actually talking about, though. But
But okay, without the terminologies, you still get
yeah,
the
this
point that
is.
I'm saying. You still get the point. And so you still get the identities and the
I feel like I'm misleading people
faces
leaving this
or
up.
the prototypes of the original people who belong to these biomes, the original humans of the biomes. So this is what you have. You
Oh
can't
boy.
show the skin map, right? You can't show the skin color map, but not show the actual prototype of the faces that go with the skin color map.
Boy, that's crazy work right there.
You did
So
a lot.
It
That's
is crazy work.
diabolical.
This is.
I mean, you can say
let
if
me
you
know
got
when I
racial
can speak.
fatigue, if
I
you got
got you.
racial fatigue, you got you say it's diabolical, but if you have a sense of reality, black people not native to Europe. So
Hey,
here we
Bro,
go.
I'm
This is
just
a
saying
perspective.
hold
the
on,
naming and everything
This
is
is a
pseudo.
perspective. This is a Afrocentric perspective as well.
You
This is a
landed.
perspective
It's
of
not.
who belongs where.
I'm an
This is a perspective of
Afrocentric.
He
this is
does.
a
Afrocentricity means black
perspective.
supremacy.
Hold on, I'm about to land my plane and close out.
I thought you
Right?
was just
This
sharing
is
a
a
picture. I didn't
perspective.
know you were gonna give
Yeah, this is all right. That's cool.
a
You thought,
monologue.
but I'm just reinforcing. It's not a monologue. I'm just reinforcing the fact before it gets out of hand and the narrative change. This is how you identify with a actual uh clarity of the skin color map, right? No matter if you disagree with the terms or not, this is how you get clarity with the skin color map. But thank you
It's
for all
not.
Is
participating. I see
America
the
on
views
that
going up.
map, bro?
Go
Is
ahead
America on
and
this map? Is
Juju's
America on
turn.
this
It's
map?
Juju's turn. Don't
OTK,
get out of
it's
the
not on you
don't
right
get
now.
out
I
of
need
the
you to mute out
yeah,
OTK.
it's Juju's turn. But thanks
I
anyway.
like to
All
think
right.
that the numbers went up because I stepped on the panel. But anyway,
Definitely. Real quick, hold on. This is somebody I rock with heavy, one of my favorite pseudo killers. When it comes to cutting through misinformation, she stands on scholarship and does it with precision and grace. Not only is she a powerful voice in these intellectual spaces, but she's also a real role model for the young female scholars coming up, showing you can be sharp, respected, and still move with purpose. Y'all already know who it is. Juju in the building. Give her a round of applause. Appreciate you pulling up.
I like that intro. Thank you.
Gotcha.
How they say in Gambia and Wolof, they say Jetty Jeff. Thank you very much. So I wanted to respond to Mansa. I know I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Um, I usually like to come up, but I'm already in the bed. But Mansa said something like, white people lied to us. Well, I don't agree. My perspective is different. And then I'm gonna give you an example first, and that's Arturo Schoenberg, right? Arturo Schoenberg came up with his came up with his archives, and what becomes the Arturo Schoenberg Research Center is because when he was in school, being of Afro Latino Caribbean descent, with some Jewish DNA, hence his last name, but he was black. Like he identifies black. He was predominantly black, okay, or Afro Caribbean. So or Afro, what is it, Latina? But his teacher told him, he asked about, Black history in his class. Got to go what? Early 1900s. His teacher told him there's no black. He asked her for some books. She said there are no books on it because you don't have any history. So that's what got him on a lifelong search for anything that was related to African or African Americans, particularly African Americans, and their history and their contribution to this country, even within chattel slavery, okay? From the beginning of the country, because even before this was the United States, you had New Amsterdam. And that's when the first Angolas and Congos came through New Amsterdam, which was occupied by the Dutch. So yeah, Africans here early on, right? And if Arturo is in the 1920s and 30s searching for this stuff, right? And he's finding it in libraries and research centers of colleges, and he's stockpiling it. I mean, Bobby Menger says it all the time. They're not hiding nothing. It's in a book in a library somewhere. If you take your time, if you know how to look at archives, you can find whatever you want to know on African Americans. A lot of times we don't like to do the due diligence. We're lazy. I said we, not y'all, right? We just want it to fall into, or we expect a system that has been subjecting us to racism, trying to strip it out of the textbooks to tell our history. Nah, that's faulty. Like, actually, your history should be taught in the home. American schools teach what's propaganda, what makes America look great on the outside, right? It's the type of propaganda. They're not going to teach you about your history. It's not up to them to do it. It's up to us to do it. And I think even what is it, the Harlem Club, that was with John Henrik Clark and some other people when they were young. And I get a lot of people, oh, Rockefeller supported that. No, Rockefeller supported the building, bought the building, had it constructed, but they had to pay him back. They had to pay rent. You feel me? But this is when you have young black intellects coming together, figuring this stuff out. So no, they don't hide it. We just got to do a little more to find it for ourselves, and then we got to start teaching it to our own communities. I'm about to start a Saturday school because I don't expect the children in schools today. I don't expect my little cousin who's 16. She don't know none of this. She goes to a predominantly white school. Her and her friends told me something one time that was very compelling, and it broke my heart because that environment, the city we live in, don't support that. I'm in New Smyrna Beach. This is Trump territory. Rich rednecks. You feel me? And the school is a really good school, but they don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? And they don't care to teach it to the young black people there. So I just want y'all to ponder that. I'll land.
Holler at me on the mathematics when you start that school, Miss Juju.
Yeah, I agree. This Hercules, I agree with everything you just said. I mean, I didn't say, maybe I said it wrong, but I think, yeah, that I did say that not all white people are racist. We know that some of them are telling the truth and stuff. We know some of them will speak the truth. And one thing that I've learned, I think I learned this from I think Roxanne Dunbar. in one of her lectures, and she was saying that they didn't lie about the history of the Native Americans. They just distort it. It's not that they lie about it. They you know what I'm saying, they distort it or they leave things out. So I agree with everything you said. It's not like
No,
I'm just taking
distorted
everything.
means lie, bro. Distorted means lie.
I mean, it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah,
And
bro.
with that,
Ain't no way you
distorted
can
mean
distort
lie.
from
Yeah.
something and still tell
Depends
the
on how you look
truth,
at it.
bro.
So it just depends, So yeah, I definitely agree with everything she said, because it's like I don't. It's just
Shout out to
it's just
Juju.
it
Definitely.
just
Shout out to Juju.
your look on the history and how you're looking at the history. You know what I'm saying? The things that they leave and out there. Like I say this before. I said this before, and I say it again. I don't believe that Newton and Lesbos and Bernoulli and Planck and them came up with all that math on their own. I truly believe that they got it from North Africa, because you
Most
could
definitely, they
see,
got it from the scrolls.
you could see, you could see the same thing that they started working on was already been worked on in North Africa.
Hold on, bro.
Before they even worked on it.
Hold on.
And so
This is what I say. This is why I say I agree with y'all with that. But we gotta look at when they're finding these things. They find these things first, and then they find other things later. So it's about where they're doing the archaeological study at, and they finding first, and then they're dating it and stuff like this, bro. So one thing we got to understand is that they done found stuff over here during the same time as over there, bro.
Nah,
We got to respect what?
nah. It ain't nothing mathematical here older than the Ashungo bone or the Limbobo bone. Nothing here.
Whoa.
Nowhere near.
The Shango bone or whatever, is that a primate?
No, man, look it up. It's a mathematical tool used in Africa
No.
by
Alright,
Africans.
man. Listen, man, you talking about mathematical tool. We talking about people.
Yeah, I'm
We're
talking
talking
about
about a
people, bro. Who
concept
you
of
think make
using
tools?
math. Hold on.
I ain't
Bro,
about to
you're
do that,
talking about a
OTK, man.
concept
I'm
of
not about to
using
do that.
math. We're
Hey,
talking
to the
about
brother that was
people.
talking a few minutes ago, though, that was talking about the thing, I wanted to know, bro. You said you're a mathematician, so and we was talking about lies. So one of my sayings is, the math don't lie, people lie. That's why I do the math, right? So I have a problem with mathematics though, because people try to make like mathematics and science is so objective and they so willing to change and they nothing like religion. But far as I'm concerned, my research and me being a mathematician more than 20 years, mathematicians and scientists are just as religious and dogmatic about their lives as a religious person, and they refuse to allow new knowledge or things in, just like religious people. And I just want to know, like, and things like where they lie and say stuff like the circle and the square is 360, but then when we look that up, it don't check out, because a square is a number times itself, and the circle that they got, you can't give me two numbers that multiply times themselves to give me that square or that circle. I'm talking to the mathematician guy.
That just means the equation is different,
I'm
but
talking to the
the
mathematician guy.
results is the same, man. God damn, man.
Yeah,
That's
numbers
what you
don't lie,
talk
but they
all
can be
this.
manipulated.
I'm talking to, yeah, thank you, bro. But I'm talking to the mathematician guy. I really want to hear from him on this. That my simple argument is that, let me do it again for you. If you say a number times
Oh
itself
my
equals a square,
God.
if you say a number times itself equals a square, that's 361. So then what makes the circle a square, equal to a square?
you talk. You talking about the idea of completing a square?
I'm just saying that if a square is 360 degrees,
A circle is 360 degrees.
and a square is too, right?
Well, it depends. It depends on the length of the square.
No, I'm saying every perfect square, every square, even rectangles, are 360 have 360 degrees. They have 4 right angles internal. You can put an X inside of a circle. You can put an X inside of a square, and you'll have a 4 right angles of 90 degrees, and that's what makes it 360 degrees.
Yeah, yeah.
So a circle is 360 degrees, and a square is 360 degrees, and 360 equal 360. Correct?
Okay, yeah.
360 degree circle equal 360 degrees square. 360 miles an hour in a plane equal 360 miles an hour in a car. 360 pounds of feathers equal the same thing as 360 pounds of rocks. So a 360 degree circle equals a 360 degree square. Facts, right?
I see what you're going. Yeah, go ahead.
So then the question is, if you say a square is a number times itself, now here's where it gets off. We just said a square is 360 degrees. We just proved that. We proved that it's equal to a circle, 360 degrees. Now we turn to and we say, what is a square? Let's define a perfect square. A perfect square is a number times itself, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Like 1 times 1 is 1 square, 2 times 2 is 2 square, which is 4, 3 times 3 is 3 square, which is 9, and we could go on. But a number times itself equals a square. But it's no two numbers, it's no number times itself that'll equal 360 at all.
And this proves what?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
What did I miss?
I'm trying to show that they lied. I'm trying to show a lie.
Okay.
Because they say the math don't lie. So I'm trying to show a lie, A1. But come on, A1, build with me though.
I need notes from the underground up here to make sense of all of this for me. Where is notes from the underground at? I'm lost. I need some clarity notes. Can you come up here?
Go slow, A1. Let me go slow then, cause I like the way you asking the other brother, and you give them all the time in the world. You get your point. So give me some time though to talk to you about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
just tell me what's confusing you, A1. Do it where I'm going. Where I'm going.
I didn't know. I didn't catch the beginning of where you started, so I didn't know where you were landing at. I was confused about. I was listening thoroughly through the middle, and I just was like, okay. You're stating stuff, but where is this going? I couldn't figure it out.
Okay, A1, he had said I just started out with, and I don't want to take over the show. It's taking me a long time, but A1, I had said the math don't lie, people do. That's why I do the math. And I said, but they teach that the math don't lie. But I said that scientists and mathematicians, they tell a lie because they know certain things in mathematics ain't right. And then I started to tell about the circle being 360 degrees and the square being 360 degrees. And
But
both
why,
of them
that's
being
not
equal.
right. What's not right about that?
No, that's right. That's right. According to them, that's right on the degrees. But now, here's where I made my point. I said, now when we define a square, and you could look this up on Google. If you look up, define a square, it'll say a number times itself. You can say, is a number times itself a square? And everybody know a number times itself is a square. So then my question is, what number do I multiply times itself to get 360? If 360 is a square.
That's because it's not it's more of the shape and less of what the number is.
I know what you're probably trying to say. You're probably trying to say that 360 is based on the degrees,
Sounds
right?
like semantics to me. I don't know.
No, I'm saying, look, hey, check this out then. Check this out. Just write this on the paper. 18 times 20 equals 360. 20 times 18 equals 360. Now, what number come in the middle of that? 19? 19 times 19 equals 361. 361 is the perfect square. That's the square, 361. Because that's a number times itself, and it's 361. But it's not 360, it's 361.
But wait, so are you under the impression that the term squared, when you multiply a number by itself, is supposed to equal 360? Like,
I'm
so
not
2
under that.
squared should equal
Okay.
360 according to him, or the math
That's what
lie?
he said. He said there is no number squared that's going to give you 360.
There
And
is
that's
no
an algebra.
number squared that's going to give you.
Yeah,
That's
that's an
not what
algebraic
squared.
argument.
That's not what squared is, though. But you're a mathematician. Why didn't you correct him?
What you mean, A1? What you mean, A1? That's not what squared is. Don't square mean to multiply a number by itself? That's how you square a number?
And you're trying to attribute that to the same term, a square, an object with 4 equal sides. Those are 2 different things. That's why I say this sounds like semantics.
Wait, okay, slow down, A1. Don't get angry. I'm just a mathematician. I'm just a teacher. We can talk it out. It's just math. Right?
Okay, wait. Hey,
There's nothing
Babylon.
to be
Wait,
mad about.
Babylon.
Hold on. Wait, let me tell A1 this. A1, check this out. I'm gonna give you a physical reality of how to do this, okay? You could take 1 pin. Now I already gave you the
I
math.
was right.
I said,
Shout out Notes from the Underground. I wasn't tripping. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
no, A1, I already explained that I thought that the brother was gonna say that he was trying to make the difference between degrees and the number or the word square, or how you square a number and degrees of a circle. I already cleared that up. So you ain't said nothing that I'm running from or that I don't know. I heard your thing, what you just said, and I'm trying to answer that now. So now, A1, I'm saying if you have 1 penny, right? A1, 1 coin. It don't have to be a penny, it could be any coin, right? If you surround that 1 coin, how many coins you think will go around the 1 coin? I'm gonna tell you. If in order to make it go around there and all of them touch, 6 coins of the same size will go around 1 coin. Is method to my madness, A1. Just bear with me. So just imagine you got 1 penny on the table, and then you circle it with 6 other pennies. And if you want to circle that, you got to circle that with 12 pennies. And if you want to circle that, you got to circle it with 18 pennies. And if you want to circle that, you got to circle it with 24 pennies. And when you get done, A1, when you get to a complete square, you're going to have 361 pennies on the table. You're not going to have 360. You're going to have perfect sides, all perfect sides. It's going to be a perfect square, 361. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, let's get back to the topic. Yeah, because you took a long time. I want to pass it around, but just to I noticed that, and then I was looking for Notes from the Underground to confirm it. Yeah, a square is a noun. To square something is a verb. This is an equivocation fallacy. I don't have a problem with you making that mistake though, Babylon Don. My biggest thing was Hurt talking about, oh yeah, I get it. What? That's what I had to speak up. No, you get that?
Yeah, I was understanding what he was talking about. He's talking about geometry. There's a difference in the geometry and the algebra. There's a difference in what he's talking about. But as a math person, for me, I'm an operations research. Babylon, what was your focus?
My focus is set theory and number theory.
All right, so from that focus, you should understand that from a topological point of view, there is just completely no difference at all. It's all just one manifold. I
know that geometry and algebra are one and the same, and I know that for every degree in a circle, there's a number associated with it. I know that if I draw a circle with a compass, I put the needle in the middle and I draw around that central focal point. I know that the definition of a circle is to draw around the center, right? Listen to this, to draw around the center point, to stay at the same arc, the same angle, and the same degree around that central focal point. That's the definition of a circle. So when I get through, I don't have just 360 degrees, I got 361, because when I lift the needle, there's a point in the middle, and I have to count the degree in the middle. The same way that when you do the math that I just gave you with the pennies, they don't count the center. So you miss one. So you call it 360 because you don't count the center.
But the thing with the square thing is that, when we're looking at the square, it's like the corners are the 90 degrees. And so you're looking at those 4 corners, that 4 times 9, 3, that's 360 right there. But
that's a fact.
So the length could be the length could be 19 or 21. You know what I'm saying? But that's the area of it. It'd be 21 times 21 or 19 times 19. You know, that's the area. While the
Yes.
degree is the measurement. That's the measurement of the shape of the
No.
shape itself from the corners. And so it's two. So you're looking at. So I think you're looking at two different. When they talk about that, you're looking at two different ways of measuring a square.
No, I'm saying I see exactly what you're saying. We talked about this 3 times: algebra and geometry. I know that the circle and the square is measured at 360 degrees. Are we
Look,
clear?
hold on.
I
I
know.
gotta stop
Okay.
this, bro. We're not about to go through this. We're not about to
Okay.
go through this.
Okay, my bad.
Let's pass it to who wants to go
Oh,
next?
we was having fun.
No, we're not doing
Nah, man, let's stay on topic, brother. Let's be for
We
real,
should
bro.
not have used the noun. No, we're not.
A1 like hell now, yo. Y'all talking too much shit, man.
I gotta set some type of standards. I'm not trying to be offensive, but damn, like we already established that it's equivocation fallacy, and he's still going on about it.
It's all good.
All right, so since I'm the guest, let me just bring it back down to proper perspective or whatever. Juju, since you on here, I guess she ran off. But that's why I got up here. But anyway, I want you to bring up A1, the very link that I put in the live chat about Barbara Sizemore. And if you can, I want you to bring up the image of Barbara Sizemore or any there she goes. Good. You came back up. I wanted to get your actual
What's
You
in the
said
live?
what?
Yeah, because I'm on my phone and the audio be sucking for StreamYard on your phone. Like I can hear one person, but I can't hear the next, and it's aggravating. So I
Okay,
dropped.
good.
All right, yeah, I'm about to
So
go. I'm
you
about to roll out,
so
you guys. See y'all later.
Have a good night.
you about to roll out, brother?
What did you?
All right.
You told me to share 2 things at the same time. One's in the live chat,
Nah.
and one's in the messages.
Okay, so all you got to do with the live chat is post the live chat like you do any other time when
Oh, okay.
somebody,
Well,
right?
it's already
And
it's been
then
okay. What's next?
we can go to Barbara Sizemore. We can go to the actual link and you can share it on your screen share. Like I said, this presentation wasn't that hard. But Juju, you have the floor. I want you to specifically talk about um your problems with Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus, They Came Before Columbus, the African presence in America. Right here, why I brought up Barbara Sizemore. Um, first of
I'm
all,
familiar with her.
first and foremost, I want to give recognition to women in the revolution. It takes a lot for women to participate in the revolution, any form or fashion. But long story short, Barbara Sizemore was the first African American female to lead a major city school system. And she is a frequent and firm advocate of the African presence before Columbus. So, with that being said, Juju, you have the floor. I want you to explain to us what you thought about the presentation, if you saw it, or
Yeah, I
in
missed.
general, your ideas about Ivan Van Sertima.
Yeah, I missed the presentation. I didn't know there was a presentation. Secondly, we just did an expert interview with Dr. John Aiden, and so because he's an expert on the subject matter, and I would like to say I agree with his points. You know, they came before Columbus has long been debunked. Um, I think anybody who wrote about it after 1975 was clearly a student of Insertima. Um, I African people being here first doesn't make African people any less great or any more great than what we are. And yeah, so um, some evidence for that is there's no cultural continuity here before Columbus at all. One of the things that West Africans had, if they had crossed here, they would have definitely brought the number one technology at that time, and that is Tehuti. Can you name that technology? Since you're asking me questions, I'm asking you a question. What's the technology you think that should have been seen over here if they had indeed came here? They wouldn't have went anywhere without it. Do you know what that technology is, Tahuti?
Yeah, it would have been the metallurgy spears, the metallurgical spears that I've inserted talked about in my presentation. Um, it is unfortunate that you didn't see my presentation, but
No, it
if
would
you
have been
check it out,
iron working, not metallurgy,
okay.
but iron working. It's completely different. Iron
But
working.
in the same
They
sense, you get the point. You get the point.
no,
I
because
think I answered
metallurgy
your
and iron
question.
working are not the same. While over here they
Well,
still had
Ivan, okay, but you still can acknowledge that metallurgy is a technology that Ivan Van Sertima and other scholars acknowledge as something that's being technological in America that belongs to Africans. And that's through their weapon systems with the spears. They had gold tip spears, right? Or gold
they
like
didn't.
metal
That was a
metallic. Some they did.
misquote. That was a
That wasn't a
misquote.
misquote. So
That was because it
to
wasn't in
be
Columbus'
specific
diary.
bring
It
clarity,
came from
it
Bartholomew de
was in
las
voyage.
Casas.
So first of all, what happens is you misrepresent the logs and the voyages. So you have the second voyage where it's documented, but you have the critique of the first voyage from people who naysay Ivan Van Sertima and they came before Columbus. So that is a definite discrepancy by people who disagree with Ivan Van Sertima.
Okay,
What's
stop
the
right there and let her respond
discrepancy?
to that. Let her respond to that before you make a whole nother point and then she
What
forget.
was the discrepancy?
So the discrepancy was that instead of noting that he documented it in his second voyage, they say that he documented it in his first voyage.
Who documented what?
So
Whose
you
voyage?
said that you brought up the point that Christopher Columbus did not document anything in any voyage. And
That's not what I
I brought
said,
up the
bro.
point.
What I say, you brung up the gold tip spears. That is, Vincertimus says that comes from Christopher Columbus. That's Vincertimus' discrepancy. Does not comes out of Bartholomew de las Casas and his writings. So I don't know what you're trying to get at. Continue.
That's based on the logs that are attributed to Christopher Columbus, even though he is doing the documentation. Yes, that's correct. But the discrepancy from the other side that is against they came before Columbus is that it was in the first voyage. No, that document was not in the first voyage. It was documented in the second voyage. So if you're
Tahuti,
arguing something,
it's not in Christopher Columbus's diary. Period. You could go all around about it if you want to. It ain't there, but it is in Bartholomew de las Casas. That's a clear discrepancy, and they came before Columbus. And another thing, like he didn't do his own research in Mesoamerica. He took the word of other people, like Barry Fell and Alexander Van Wathenu and Leo Weiner. And I love when y'all say, "Oh, the white man's science," but y'all always supporting the white man's science. It's weird, bro.
Notes from
Yeah.
the underground says, "What's the citation in the diary?" He can pull it up.
so let me address that real quick. And definitely what Juju said. So first and foremost, you can't just say that he didn't do it and he didn't document it and it was wrong. If there's a critique about him saying it and they say that he said it in one voyage, or they say that it was documented in one voyage that was attributed to him, no matter who wrote it, but it was actually documented in the second voyage that was attributed to him, then you guys are incorrect. The side that is antagonizing Alvin Sertima is incorrect.
Somebody got
But
to be talking. I can't hear.
Did Ivan Van Cinema
the
have a degree? Did he have a degree? Did he have a PhD? What was
yeah,
his
he had multiple degrees.
what was his
Another thing is in
discipline
my
in?
presentation, so you're
What
asking
was his? No,
repetitive
he
questions
didn't. He
about the
had
presentation.
honorary. He had honorary degrees. He had honorary PhDs. He did not have PhDs. He had honorary PhDs. Okay, so what was his discipline?
So in the beginning, we already went over his disciplines. His disciplines were linguistics, anthropology, and then he was a founder of African Journal of Civilizations.
That's
Of the
great.
journal, I'm
So
sorry, the Journal of African Civilizations.
great for him. But I will say one thing. They Came for Columbus is a debunked book. Um, I think some of his other works was great. They Came Before Columbus is absolutely interesting, right? Um, he has a lot of theories in that book besides Africans coming over here before Columbus. The sad part about it is most people have never read that book. Um, Mossy Warrior Clan Sean has read that book probably about a good
Well,
five
real
different
quick,
times.
before,
I,
just
I'm a
like A1
finish.
said,
I'm a
and he brought it
finish.
on me,
I'm a
before you get
finish.
to
I'm a
before you get too
finish,
far,
bro. I'm a
before you get too
finish.
far, one point at a
No,
time,
I'm
one point
not
at a
finna
time.
get too far. I'm finna land, bro. You gotta chill. This one bad juju start pouncing on your heads because y'all be weird with that shit. You wanted to question me. I'm gonna give you what you want, bro. Like Mossy Warrior Clan is surgical in dissecting the information. You know that story about Africans or Mansa Musa in the first place. One, the King's List is wrong, and two, that was a shipwreck story told by Muslim Arabs because they did a lot of the writing that we know, especially the storytelling. I'm talking about like West African oral traditions. You feel me? So there's a lot to it. And yeah, Jeremiah, I don't I know Cambone, I was in his on a social media platform, and this don't got nothing to do with him. I'm telling you just what one black expert had to say, right? And a lot of other black experts don't agree. And that's okay. Don't agree with the book Christopher Columbus. It doesn't make us any less great. Whenever I ask somebody what would be our reason, to have to put together all those supplies, cut all them trees to build ships. Africans weren't ship making people. We weren't ocean faring people. We were river people, right? If we did go in the ocean, we stayed close to the coastline. We didn't have the sails, and we didn't have the type of sail technology to counter the wind.
So what about Thor Heyerdahl's experiment? What about, you know,
What about it? He
ethnographical
he also had
research?
he also had
Hold
a
on, let me
shelf.
land. Hold on, I'm asking you a question. Let me
Bro,
land
you
my
asked
plane.
me a question.
You had time
You
to
asked me
talk.
about
You
what
had right.
Thor's experiment. So you don't want me to answer that?
So hold
You
on.
want to
Yeah, I
pile on
do,
the
but I
question?
want you. I I want to. Yeah, I can pile on the question one because we all of a sudden have multiple airspace,
You
so we
you
can
wanted
fly
people
as
to be
long as we want.
concise. Now you said you didn't want
Okay, so
phony
you
questions.
see what I'm saying? You putting the discipline on me to be concise, but when I wanted to make one point at a time, she had the opportunity to fly the plane, do some roundabout tricks, and then yell about it. So now I get to toot my horn a little bit. So anyway, Thor Heyerdahl, right? You said that there was no evidence of seafaring, but Thor Heyerdahl proved with a reed boat that you can indeed cross the Atlantic from West Africa to America and land there successfully. So, what do you have to say about that? Are you still there?
What about it?
So I'm asking you specifically, do you think that another scholar that wasn't Afrocentric and who was a physical ethnographic researcher, do you think that his research is debunked? You say, I want to know who debunked they
Are
came
you
before
asking the same
Columbus
question
specifically.
or another question?
Well, you never
Didn't
hold on. You
Thor?
never, and that's what I'm saying.
Didn't
Not
Thor
on
had
that's
a
what, now that you
cell?
interrupted
Did
me.
he
Hold
have
on,
a
hold on, hold
cell
on,
on
hold
that?
on. I'm
Did he have a
formulating the
cell on that
question.
raft? Yes or no? No, I'm not holding on no more. Did he have a cell or not on the raft?
So what? We cyberbullying
Did
now?
he
Is
have
that
a
what we doing?
cell or not on the
So
raft?
so hold on. Let me clarify and be concise with my questioning. So first, I want to ask you about Thor Heyerdahl. You asked a counter question. So what about it? So my
Did he
answer
have
to
a
that.
cell on the raft? Yes or
So
no?
now that's a third question. That's a
It's
third
the
question.
same
So
damn
now
question.
into my question, I have to answer a question. No, answer my question first, and then it will lead into other answers.
So if
So
I'm
again,
correct, I'm answering. If I'm correct, he that raft had a cell on it. If I'm correct, I don't remember.
it
It's a
did.
long
It
time
did.
since. Right. So again, I'll say it again. Africans didn't have cells. They didn't have that technology. How many times I gotta say it? And
They
I'm
did. They
specifically
demonstrate that
speaking.
technology specifically in
I'm
art. So let me lay
specifically
my plane before
speaking
you get too
on
far.
West
Let me lay my plane
Africans.
before you get too far with the
They
actual
don't. You
question
can
that
pull it
I
up.
had for you.
They didn't have that
So
technology back then. If you want to
okay.
superimpose modern technologies
Okay,
on
cool.
Africans back then, that's very disingenuous. You can't do that. That's very anachronistic. So no, we're not doing that.
Question. Can you hear me?
So real quick, let me clarify my question before it gets too far. It's going to be real brief and concise. First of all, I want to know, um, yeah, Thor Heyerdahl's boat had a sail on it. It explains why his experiment and his expedition proves that uh, a people from West Africa can successfully sail to or travel to uh, the Americas using the technologies that they had. And two, I want to know who are these people who debunked Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus?
Did you have that citation that we could pull up from Columbus?
So are you not going to answer my question,
Well,
Juju?
I'm asking, so right now we can do it now
I
because
hear that, but I want to
I didn't know who
confirm
the hell
that
you
she's
was
not going to
talking
answer the.
to, bro. It's
yeah.
not that I
So
want to answer the question, but I already told you who
well,
debunked it. Couple
she
people
gave you
debunked it.
one.
I
She
gave you
gave
one
you one
expert
before.
who debunked it,
Yeah, she
and
gave you
that
one
should be
before.
enough.
You gave me. Hold on. Hold on. John Aiden is not. So I first of all, I went over the comparison between John Aiden and Ivan Van Sertima. While
Okay.
Ivan
Do
Van
you have a citation
Sertima,
from?
right? While Ivan Van Sertima is passed away and not here anymore, he is still an expert. His uh, contributions is still expertise level that caused the removal of discovery from any documentation of Christopher Columbus. So, what I'm saying to you is, who are these people who debunked uh, Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus? Two, you didn't really name anybody reputable. You just named some naysayers, right? We learned about cops who perform crimes off duty, so we know PhDs can say dumb things. when they're not really submitting actual papers, right? So
No,
I want to know,
because
who are these
that's an
experts?
integrity issue.
Well,
So why would they say dumb
well,
things?
that's part of the problem though, because They Came Before Columbus is not an academic paper; it's a book. But do you have that citation from Columbus?
Are you
I
talking to
want to pull
me?
it up. We can read it aloud.
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to him
Oh.
because he said earlier
So
that
you
you
can
can't
find,
say that it exists, which doesn't make any sense. So, like, if I said, my birth certificate does not contain the phrase "the chocolate fruit is covered in pebbles" or something like that, right? I can know that by just reading the document. You said that Jolanda can't say that it's not there, and you kept strawmanning her, saying that they're saying that it wasn't in the first one when it was in the second one. But that was a straw man. She said that it's not there at all.
so that wasn't a straw man. Let me get
No,
the
it was not
opportunity
straw man because
to
she didn't
address
make the
that real
point.
quick. Let
No,
me
because she
get the
didn't make the point.
opportunity.
You
Hold
never wrote
on,
it.
before you
She said
crash out,
Jolanda
before
couldn't
there's
use it at
any
all.
crash outs or the, let me address that.
This is gonna
So it
crash out.
wasn't a straw man. That argument is in the Medium article that has been used repetitively or repetitively, not repeatedly, but repetitively. It has been used repetitively to try to debunk or
And it's a straw man because it's
discredit
not.
Ivan Van Sertima and his magnum opus. So
But
they're
is that
not
what
a
she said?
straw man. That was a point that was brought up that
But is
is
that what Jolanda said?
that needs to be addressed.
But it's not what Jolanda said. She said it's not there at all. She gave a point of reference to a subject matter expert. She says it's not present in
Right.
Columbus. You keep
Okay.
saying,
So to say
thing.
that it's not there at all is even a stretch. So for a PhD, right?
Not a stretch.
For a person like Evan. So hold on. Listen.
He
Listen.
wasn't a
For Ivan
PhD. He
Van,
had an
hold on. Which
honorary
one is it?
doctorate, bro. So now you got to prove he got a PhD in the subject matter.
What's the citation
So
in Columbus? Pull it up. I don't have a dog in this fight. What's the citation?
About gold spears.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
concerning.
So you said it's in Columbus, Tehuti. You said it's in Columbus. She says it's not there. This can easily be settled by just giving the reference to the primary source. That's how you do
Yeah,
history.
he's on your side. He's on your
So
side.
right.
Dude.
So if
He
you
ain't never
let
on my
me
side.
answer that, I've been trying to answer that for a while, and you guys are laughing. You guys are crashing out. You guys are
Okay.
stating a narrative about you just asking me and you not having a dog in the fight. How about you just ask me what the citation is and go on mute and let me answer that?
I asked like 6 times me being up here. Jolanda asked where it was too. You kept saying they said it's not in book 1, it's book 2. Where? Where? Give it to me. We'll pull it up. We can pull it up now.
Okay, so all you got to do is type in any web search engine, Christopher Columbus's voyage or log, I'm sorry, his logs, and you emphasize voyage 2. The second
So how about
voyage
you
is
tell
in
me
the second voyage.
where? Just where can, like, if I was gonna
So
turn in history,
hold on. No. Hold on. Listen, bro. Listen. Hold on. Listen. I'm not at my available resources right now, right? I'm on my phone. I'm mobile.
Congratulations.
So what I'm telling you is that you have options. Hold on, don't interrupt, brother. I'm trying to answer your question as best as I can while I'm mobile now. And I was trying to hope that the presentation ended a couple of hours ago, as I was actually instructed by A1, but I can entertain the prolonging. I can entertain the prolonging.
You left. What difference does it
I
make
did
if
leave. But hold on.
I don't even know
I
why you
did
just said
leave,
that.
but
You left, you
because
closed out, then you came back.
hold on. I'm trying to reinforce the point. I came back on to reinforce the point so the show doesn't go to the wayside about things that were talked about between Hercules and some other individual. That's why I came back on, and you said you were going to close out. That's why I came back on.
Oh, you said you were going to close. Okay, I see. I get what you're saying now. I did say it's 1 o'clock. I'm supposed to go to sleep. Then Juju came up, and I wasn't go to sleep.
Definitely. You know I'm fair, brother. You know I'm fair. We
I
already
know,
we
but
talked
regardless of the
offline.
fact, hold on. But regardless of the fact, you closed out and you left. So, like, I don't know why
but
you even brought me back up into this. Like, I was supposed
on
to
an
end the
equal
stream.
playing
Don't do
field.
that. Leave me out of it, bro.
On an equal. All right. Okay, brother. All right. But anyway, let's keep it on the subject. All I want to know is okay, so hold on. Let's get back on to what Leandre was asking. So being that I'm mobile, right? If you want, I will give you the citation personally. But being that I'm mobile, I'm telling you there's multiple ways to get a citation. And I just told you Christopher Columbus's log, voyage 2. That's where it's at. All right. So I don't know if you're on Facebook. Where are you at? So I can get you this citation. Actually, you are. You're in the back chat. So I will give it. I will put it in the back chats. You're right. It's my burden and it's my duty to put that citation in the back chats. I will do that for you guys. Right.
Okay. Do you know which? So I have the book open. They came before Columbus. Do you know which chapter I could find this in?
So are you using a reference that has a find utility on it?
Okay, so you either
What are
know
you
where I
looking at?
or you don't. That was a very straightforward question.
So hold on. So remember, this is coming from memory. So I know you do have direct
You can
questions. You
no,
are
that's
being
fine.
concise. Hold on. Listen. I know you are being concise with your questioning, but we have to remember there is a lot of information in the log. I don't memorize his log. There's a lot of information that I have interest in. I memorize other things. I didn't specifically memorize his log. So I am telling you, right? While I don't have direct access to this citation, you can use a find utility to
I
type
know how it
in
works with the
whatever you want to know.
You know
Okay,
how
and that's what I was asking you,
I just
brother.
want to know if you know where it is. It's a very simple question. If I made a reference to something, I would just go grab a book and I would pull it up and give it to you. I would pull up the citation. This is the way I operate. This is the way Leandro operates. And people have seen me do this. I'll make reference to something. I actually remember the stuff that I read. Okay. I know the points that I'm going to make. And if I'm going to be appealing to a particular piece of evidence, I have no problem just going to pull up. I can tell you, hey, hold on a few seconds, give me a few minutes, and I'll go just grab it. I don't make excuses. Okay. And so if someone asked if I know where it was and I didn't know where it was, I would say, no, I don't know where it is.
And I asked Tehuti, what is the citation stating?
It's on the subject of gold spears found in the New World, the Americas, right?
Right. There you go.
Yeah,
It was
that's
so
proven not to have been founded either. Nobody can
so
find that. But go ahead.
but the gold spears weren't just pure gold. Again, it was like it had some other compounds to it, quantum or something that is indicative
Right. Most definitely.
of the mixture that West Africans use, okay?
But what I'm saying is that source was never founded, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on. Let's slow down. Juju,
because it
what did
was
you just say?
never
You said that
in
that those
Christopher Columbus's diary. And Ivan Van Sertima
okay,
says
but
that's where
even
he
so,
got it from.
hold on, Juju. You said that
No, don't have me
those
hold on, bro.
particles. Hold on. You
You
said
wanted to
those
question me to
particles are
death, so
indeed.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
give you what
You
you
said
want.
those particles are indeed African, right? You did say that.
That alloy mixture was supposedly African. Yeah,
Okay, so there we go. So now at this point, right?
but there was no
At this
evidence
point,
of that
if
ever
even
being
if like
found
so like even
in the
if we were going
Americas.
to go with
Do you
what
understand
whatever
that?
log it was.
No
Hold on,
evidence that
let's
was
go.
ever found in the Americas. None.
So what did you? So what was your reason for just making your last statement then?
Because that's the myth, my guy. Shit. I'm clarifying why it was said. That's the background.
All right.
But those
Okay.
spirits we
So
talked about, Bartholomew de las Casas, he also was in, the New World. So his diary, I mean, his diaries are pretty extensive. A lot of historians use his diaries to show specifically, we know a lot about the treatment of indigenous Americans. We know that they were dying off rapidly. And he's the one that suggested that maybe we get slaves because we were already, pretty much in the interior of Africa. We were in Congo. And so, he made the suggestion. And then later on he took it back. So yeah.
All right. Definitely. Anybody else got any questions for me as far as the presentation and Ivan Van Sertima is concerned? Specifically, they came before Columbus.
I asked
Everybody
my
who was
question
here for your presentation,
and you
you
couldn't
did that when you
answer it.
closed out. Everybody who was here for your presentation was up here. It's like all halfway new people. This all new people. Nobody that's up
And
Yeah,
here
that's
right
because
now for your presentation.
I didn't see it. I'll watch the show over and I'll look at it, and yeah, I'll tell you what I don't find factual based on the book for sure. But the book is not academically factual, so what
okay.
can I
So,
say? You
so
asked me
since you
about
guys didn't,
people who debunked the book. It's funny because the Mesoamerican scholars, and they have archaeologists and anthropologists, they totally debunked the book, but y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all,
Okay,
y'all just y'all just want to
well, let
hear
me
a
address that.
black
Let me address
person
that.
I have
debunking the
a
book. You gotta let me
Whenever you're
finish.
done addressing that, I have
You
a
gotta
question.
you gotta chill. You always want to hear just a black person debunking a book. I give you one, and it's still a fucking problem. Like if you wanna like if they came
Whoa, the
before
profanity, the
Columbus is
profanity,
your
please.
book, let it be your book. But let me tell you, it ain't my book. You feel me? All due respect to the Baba of Insertiment, it's not my book. His methodology was effed up in the book. You feel me? He didn't have no expertise in the things that he were trying to talk about. So it is what it is, bro. That's you. You
So,
got that. You can have it. But I ain't
so
gotta have it. And I'm not. I'm not teaching the kids around me about it. I'm not teaching my children that. Teaching the greatness of Africa. I'm staying on the continent because there's so much great things there. Half the niggas that's gotta say we came over the first ain't never been there. Don't have no desire to go there. The only place y'all talk about is Egypt. So it's like a weird type of psychology we got. You feel me? So yeah.
Let me address that. Pretty much going in reverse when you say we talking about Egypt, ancient Egypt. I pretty much reinforce, and that's why I say you got to read the presentation or watch the presentation. I reinforce the fact that they came before Columbus, and the African presence in America before Columbus is a West African legacy more than it is a Kushite Kemetic legacy.
I
So
was not confusing them. I'm saying black folks on this YouTube situation don't know jack about West Africa. It's making a general statement, but they can tell you
well,
everything they need to know about Egypt and still don't know. I was making a statement of ignorance in this community, bro. Wasn't talking about your presentation
definitely,
because I ain't see it. Said it 3 times.
definitely. All right. I think Leandre wanted to say something. I think I
yeah,
heard your
so
voice in the
yeah,
background.
so yeah, I have the book up. I'm looking at the for example, where there's reference to like gold and spears. It's available on archive.org. Um, I I'm not seeing anything that, especially not any Columbus citation. Let me see. I'm looking at on page 15. I'm looking on page 14 and 15. It says the African spears presented by the Espanola Indians, which corroborated Don Juan's statements about the Guinea boats, were just one of a number of factors. But then when you go to the citations, like citation number 17, and there's another one. But yeah, I'm not seeing seeing whatever's supposed to be here.
All right, brother. Like I said, I don't really know what you're reading. I think you did. Did you read over something that said gold spears in Guinea and something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. So let's just keep it at the group chat for now because you're actually reading over something that talks about gold spears and Guinea while you're saying you don't see it. So let's just keep
Yeah.
this
Well,
at the group chat level.
no. What I
Did
asked for
anybody
from the
else want
citation
to
from Columbus.
Yeah,
GD
Tahuti, you
Capone? I
gotta
see
let him
you.
finish.
Okay, go
Golly.
ahead.
You
Finish with your
scared?
little
Wait,
point.
Don't be
are
Yeah.
you
scared.
are you trying? Wait, did you leave and come back to do a question and answer on your presentation? Is that what you're doing right now? Because you like leading the panel like it's still your presentation. Like we closed
I
out.
thought so. You hold on. I thought it
Nobody
was
up here saw your
a
presentation though. Like
presentation. I thought it was a presentation of They Came Before Columbus, Ivan Van
Yeah,
Sertima.
and then you closed out, and everybody who was here for your presentation left. You're questioning people about your presentation.
Oh,
And
okay.
haven't saw it.
Well, they're asking me about my presentation and the information about the presentation, so I thought I had the
They're asking you because
opportunity
you're
to
referencing
Q&A.
it. Well, you came up to challenge what they were saying, and then you referenced your presentation. That's why they're asking questions about it, though. Like they
All right,
didn't come up
man.
there and say, "Hey, about that presentation, I didn't see."
I
They
definitely,
didn't say
brother.
that.
I know it's your show. I
No,
don't want to
I'm
get
just
out of
trying to make
hand.
sure because I was looking like, well, I see what's going on. I see why everybody's arguing. He's leading the conversation again, but it's an open panel right now. But just pass it around to
Okay.
everybody. You
I
know,
thought
you don't have to be
Leandre
under
made
attack
his
to six
point.
people though.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
real.
Go
Unless
ahead,
that's what you
Leandre. I
want to
thought you
do.
made
If
your
that's what you
point.
want to do, you got it though.
Yeah, definitely. Leandre, I apologize, but I thought you made your point by just simply saying that you don't see it, and that's why I
Yeah.
said I was
No.
going to get
Yeah. So
to
what
you.
I was asking for the citation from Columbus because even in the footnotes, like when it gets to Israel Warner, Africa and Discovery of America, it's not Columbus. Then there's a Thatcher, a scholar, the Casas Historia, not Columbus. Antonio Gallo, his commentary on the navigations of Columbus. There's no Columbus citation. So my question is what work of Columbus? I now have the book up, and so I'm looking at the bibliography section, and I don't see the reference to a work of Columbus where this is stated. So
All right. So when I say work of Columbus, I'm saying his acts. So it no matter who make these documentations, no matter if it's uh the record keeper that you're referring to, um this is his voyage. These are the voyages that he went on. So when you bring up certain citations or references or books and they show you that in the second voyage he documents gold spears from Guinea, or that look like they were from Guinea, from European uh or Native American per se testimony that was documented by Europeans that accompanied Christopher Columbus on his voyage. That is what I'm referring to. I think it's probably confusion between the nuance and stuff like that. But like I said, since you're confused and you don't see it, while you do say you see the gold tip spears in Guinea, again, I will go into the back chat and I will tag you and I will bring
yeah,
a
no,
citation.
the problem here is with your timeline and with your education on the subject matter. Antonio Galli, right? Was he a contemporary of Columbus? Did they live at the same time? Because you said earlier that Columbus wrote this stuff down. It was a specific point you make it. You said that Columbus wrote this stuff down. Juju came back and said Columbus didn't write that. You came back and said that it wasn't in Columbus's first journals of his journeys. You said that it's in his second one.
No, I said it. Yes.
No. Listen, the whole problem here is that this is recorded and it will be posted. She told you that it's not in Columbus. She told you to come from some later figure. She told you that. And then you said that the straw man is that it's not in his first journal of his journey. You said it's not there. It's in his second one. His second log and diary of his travels is where we're going to find it. I asked where it is so we can pull it up. So what I did is I went to the book to see what primary source is going to be referencing. And it looks to me that the point of reference is not in Christopher Columbus whatsoever. And that means that what Juju said was exactly right. So then you come back now and say that no, it's still in the people who travel with Columbus. Well, it doesn't look like these two people were even alive at the same time, so this doesn't make any fucking sense. So I'm asking you, you said that it was in his second journal, his second log.
Oh, watch the profanity. Watch the profanity.
I will say whatever the hell I want. You watch the lies. You said that it's in his second work about his second journal. I asked where it is. I then went to the book to see what the point of reference is, and it's not Christopher Columbus. You're now telling me that it wasn't the point. It's people who travel Columbus. They don't even look like they were alive at the same time. It looked like they lived 50 years apart. Okay? And so he couldn't have traveled with Christopher Columbus unless he was there before he was alive. Or unless Columbus was still traveling while he was dead. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so hold on. Am I allowed to answer the question? Let me answer the question real quick.
I would
So
like
you
to go next.
referenced somebody totally different than what presented and what I said. I specifically kept it to Christopher Columbus, as Ivan Van Sertima does. He is one of the 12 eyewitnesses to Black, Native, or African people being present in Native America based on the testimony of Native Americans. So whether he hand wrote that himself, the people who are traveling with him wrote it. The fact of the matter is that it is well documented that he heard that testimony and he included that into his log. And this would be the second voyage. So again, being that there is so much confusion and a lot of narratives going around with the way I'm going on with the way I am relaying this to you, I will again put it in the group chat and I will tag you.
How about just
so that
come
you
back
can
to be
read over
presented and
it.
present all the evidence and show us, because we're going to play it back. We're going to play back where you said that Columbus wrote this down and it came from Columbus, because she told you it's not.
I did never said that Columbus wrote it down. Again, remember, I'm responding to you saying that earlier that I said that Columbus wrote it down. I
Oh my
then
God.
clarified that it is Columbus being accredited as one of the 12 European witnesses who testify in some form or fashion, whether they hand wrote it themselves or had a scribe that was with them, or a servant, or a chronicler write it down for them.
Okay.
The point is that it is consistently documented
It's
that
not.
Christopher Columbus is one of the 12 witnesses
He
that
never described
sees.
Africans over here.
Okay, so here we go with the denial.
Wait,
It's
hold on.
just flat out denial.
You know
Okay,
why?
go ahead.
Because
GD Capone. GD and Capone is he's
I
new
said I wanted to
up
go
on the
next.
thing. You
No,
wanna
you're not gonna pass me. I said I wanted to go next. So I'm gonna go next. So no, he never described Africans. We know that. Also, he had exposure to what African people look like. African people were in Spain and Italy and parts of Europe. So there's no confusion between a Negro de Terra and you know, an African Negro. So there's no confusion between that. Besides, you're sitting here saying like there were West Africans that travel over there. So which Africans traveled to the Americas and they came before Columbus?
No, Juju, just to clarify, did he not tell us that this is going to be in the second in Columbus's account?
We don't got no second journal because most of his work was lost. All they have on Columbus is what they call a diary, and it's
Yes.
like bits
So
and
Yeah,
pieces.
I got Columbus diaries.
So
And
that's
he
it.
do describe people that's what we will consider Africans.
No, he
as
doesn't.
being
He
dark
describes
skin.
them dark.
Yes, he does.
hair,
He
like
describes them dark
Orientals,
skinned.
bro.
He
So
even
pull it
said,
up.
I
Go
think
ahead
in
and
one of
show
his
me.
voyages,
Don't tell me about it. Show it to me.
okay.
Where's that's what I'm saying. We can just pull up the citation right now.
Because you
Share
don't
your screen.
talk about
Okay, I'll
no
pull it up. I have Columbus journals on my other phone right
right,
now.
Well,
and,
listen,
and,
and
and
I just want
let's
you to know.
remember,
I'm not finished.
Leandre, I gave you the floor, brother. You playing
not-
games because
I'm not giving you the floor.
simply
You're
read.
not
You
giving
admitted
the
that
floor.
I
you
asked
read
you
it.
a question. I
It's
said,
on
what are the
Juju right now.
Africans? What are the Africans? What type of Africans did you say that came over here to the Americas in your presentation?
So based on my presentation, I mentioned Abu Bakari II and his oral tradition and his documentation by the Arabs based on Mansa Musa traveling to Cairo, Egypt to try to make amends with the Arabs in Egypt. He gave that oral tradition and they documented it. So the civilization specifically would be Mali. Mali was a rich and wealthy empire, the wealthiest of its time. So even from the standpoint of capacity and capability, it would be highly feasible that Mali would have been more than capable to crossing the Atlantic.
Oh my goodness.
So
This happened to
he also speaks on, you know, them crossing from Egypt. Let me find it. Let me find it. So he argues that the African from the 25th dynasty of Egypt sells to the Americas.
So you asked me about a West African civilization. I answer
I
with
said
Mali
what
based on Abu
African? I
Bakari,
didn't
and
say West
you're talking. Yeah,
African.
right, West
I love
African.
when
So
someone says
specifically, Abu
something,
Bakari.
you try to rewrite
Hold
the
on. You asked me
question
a
to
question
suit your
about.
bias.
You
I
asked me a
said
question
which
about Kemet.
Africans
I
specifically.
just told you.
So if I'm understanding the argumentation, you're saying because Mali was a rich empire, that means that they could have traveled, and then therefore they did travel. Am I making the leaps properly?
No, what I said specifically and originally that was based on Abu Bakari and the oral tradition that's of Mali and the documentation of that oral tradition by
Yeah.
The Arabs of Cairo, Egypt, and in combination. I didn't mean to raise my voice, but I just want to emphasize that in combination with the fact that Mali was a wealthy empire, they would have definitely been capable of making a seafaring ship that would have traveled the Atlantic.
So I got a question.
He talks about multiple African peoples
So,
coming over here. So you only dealt with one group, and it's the
Well,
25th
and the thing is, he
dynasty.
didn't tell us which group came. He just said that Mali. So,
Right.
like for example, like Abu Bakari, and as a matter of fact, I actually have his works in like 3 different forms. I don't know that he makes any reference to anyone going to the Americas. You can also give me that citation. I can grab the works. But I don't know of any reference to the Americas in any of those Arabic works to tell us that like the Abu Bakari was going to say that that Mansa Musa's people
They don't in the
went
Arabic
to the
word.
Americas. That doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
I got a question. I got a question.
Wait, let me finish. I'm just trying to figure out why you left out the 25th dynasty in Egypt. When you talk about Egypt, you say Egyptian Arabs. Egyptian aren't Arabs, bro. I love how y'all try to make everybody in Egypt Arabs. They're not Arabs, they're Arabized, and that's totally different.
So this is another false narrative. I know I'm interrupting, but I never said
Not
that.
a false
All I
narrative.
said, you specifically
You
asked me
need
about
to-
West Africans. You said which West Africans?
We're
I
talking
said
about
that.
they came before Columbus, bro. The story is not just by Abu Bakari. It's not.
This is why
Ivans
you
and
can't have the
Ferdinand
double
talks
standard
about
of talking
lots of
about
things in that book. And you
right,
picked
definitely,
one
and I
little
mentioned
piece.
them in my presentation. So if you didn't see my presentation, you cannot criticize me for leaving out anything that was actually in my presentation since you didn't see
So
it.
you talked about the 25th dynasty in coming to Americas too, since that was they came before Columbus. Yes
So
or no?
let me
Yes.
ask
Yes.
her.
Wait.
But you just said the Egypts were Arabs, so the Egyptian Arabs must have come over here.
Right. At the time that Mansa Musa made his pilgrimage to Cairo, Egypt, it was being controlled by the Arabs.
So where did
So that's what I said.
So where did the Malayans set sail from? Mali or Egypt? And what was their route?
So remember, because of the Sahara and the millennia worth of trade in the Sahara, they would have already had the technology, the shipbuilding technology that would have occurred in Punt, Kush. Even the Moors had shipbuilding technology. The Canaanite Carthaginians. The Canaanite Carthaginians, but if you know, hold on, if you know the Canaanite Carthaginians, hold on, let me land my plane since you were able to land your plane. since the Canaanite Carthaginians, right, and the Moors had ships, then it would be feasible to know that Malians had ships, and the ship making and building technology, seafaring technology, would have traveled and migrated to West Africa and Northwest Africa.
Yeah. So no, that doesn't logically follow that because they went places where people had ships, that they had ships. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
African
There
didn't
is
have
no
a shipbuilding industry, and that's
There is
okay.
no handoff that you're establishing. Now I have Al-Bukhari. Where do I go in Al-Bukhari to where they're going to tell me about Mansa Musa's travels to the Americas? Where do I go?
Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. I got a question.
And that's what I'm saying. Hercules, address that, please. Address his answer,
Leandro,
because
what book is that?
they just going all over the place with these narratives and these new books. Please go ahead.
It's Al-Bukhari.
He wants you to
these.
Right, but any random book, or any chapter in the book about Al-Bukhari is not always going to fit.
No, wait. Okay, so my question is
go ahead. That's a good book. Go ahead.
I left him on the big screen because I want him to talk. Did anybody else catch on to that? What is going on, man?
I just got a question.
But you gotta wait.
I want my question.
I know everybody's got a question on the panel. I got a question. I'm still waiting. Go ahead, Leandro.
So here's the issue. It was stated that we're going to find this in Columbus. I pulled up the source that he's referencing, secondary source he's referencing. I pulled up the came before Columbus. None of the references go to Columbus, even though it was stated that in his journaling about his second journal, Columbus wrote about these people. He said it. He then turned said he didn't say it. Fine, maybe he misspoke. But now, so then there was some reference to Al-Bukhari. It wouldn't make any sense unless the Arabs also had traveled over here prior to the Africans to have known about it. So that way they could tell, the Arabized Egyptians, Muslims who were up there about the travels to some land that they'd never heard of. Now, it so happens that because of my numerous conversations with numerous people on the subject of pre-colonial West Africa, that I have all sorts of primary sources on pre-colonial West Africa, including views from, as this says, views from Arab scholars and merchants. Okay, and when they write about Mansa Musa and West Africa and the Malian Empire and all stuff like that, it's here. Al-Bukhari is one of the references here. I'm now asking. I could also just pull it up. I can use my university login to pull up Al-Bukhari. I can pull up a translation. Where do I go to get the reference from Al-Bukhari where he's referencing Mansa Musa's people coming to the Americas? Where do I go? What book? Where do I go? I'll open it up right now. We can share it.
Okay. You said you looked up you was in the book and you look up the information from the quote. What page was you on?
I was on page 14 and 15.
14. All right, 14 and 15. I'm pulling it up.
Yes, it was.
And so
36, 37, 38. None of those.
I'm looking at it.
This is not answering my question. I want to point out that I asked a very direct question. I didn't get an answer. I'm now being asked questions.
He quotes. So it says John Thatcher. It says John Thatcher is where he got it from.
John Thatcher and listen to what I said because you jumped on here. Now you're going to piss me off because he said that it was in Columbus's journal and diaries in the second voyage. Jolanda said it's not in Columbus whatsoever. That's what she said. She said it's not there. I said I don't have a dog in the fight. Let's just pull up the source. I wrote this in the chat. He said it's in Columbus. He said it like 20 times that's where it is. He then later turned and said he didn't say it, but he did. I'm going to play it back. I'm a very petty man. I'm going to clip it all together. Okay, that's what he said. I asked where it is in Columbus's works. I know it says Thatcher, but that's not Christopher Columbus. He said it's in Christopher Columbus. We don't even know if it's in Thatcher, but he said we're going to find this in Columbus's journal of his second voyage. He said that there's a Medium.com article where they strawman and they say that's not in his first journal. He said it's actually in Columbus's second journal. I asked where. Okay, so don't tell me it says Thatcher because it has nothing to do with what I'm asking. Where is it in Columbus was the question. I'm now asking where it is in Al-Bukhari.
Right. This is so the thing is
they're not about to answer your question, so I'll use this as a time for me to.
Sorry, I was on the wrong microphone. Yeah, I doubt if you get an answer. Does anybody have an answer to that?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah,
okay,
Hercules
go ahead.
had an answer, so
to his
please let
direct
him
question
answer.
that you just skipped over. Go ahead this time and try it. Give it a shot.
So the thing is that yes, he may have gave you a wrong piece of information about where to find it at, but that does not negate the subject matter at all. Because you found the information, you just didn't find it by the right person that he said it was by. But the
Hercules,
information
you're
is
not
still
even
relevant.
understanding. He's wanting it from Columbus, not from somebody else. That's the
Let
problem with
Hercules
the
finish.
conscious
Hey, let
community, man.
Hercules
The
finish, bro. He
methodology
has
is
the
off.
floor. Let
No, I'm
Hercules
trying to
land
steer
his
him in the
plane.
right direction because he's arguing a non
No,
sequitur.
no, I understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Gideon. Yeah, he
Somebody
wanted
said it came
directly
out of Columbus's diary.
Columbus,
You
but
should
he's
provide
giving you
it came
his
out of
source.
Columbus' diary.
He's giving you
What the
his
hell? What is
source,
we
though. He's
talking
giving
about?
you his source.
So
He's giving you his source.
He don't
That's
got
the
no
source.
source. They came from Columbus is the source, and that's the book we don't agree with.
When we
You
do
know,
history,
Okay. If
when
you
we
don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. I mean,
no, it's
so
not
what?
about agreeing.
It's
It's not about agreeing. You
academically
just said,
debunked,
you
bro.
just proved my point. Hercules, you just proved my point. You proved Yolanda's point. It's not from Columbus. It's exactly what she said. Her criticism was that it doesn't come from Columbus. She said she had a subject matter expert on where they reviewed and talked about this exact topic and that it does not come from Columbus. It says come from some later work. He said it's going to be in Columbus. He said it's where we're going to get it. He said, oh, you're using this point. It's not in Columbus. It's journal. It's in the second one. So, okay, cool. All we got to do now is settle this, whether it's there. She says it's not there at all. He says it's there in the second journal. All we have to do is settle it.
Right.
Pull it up. So then
Right.
don't come over telling me that I'm doing something wrong by asking. He said it's in the primary source.
I didn't say it was wrong. I didn't say you were doing something wrong. I just said, okay, I agree what you're doing.
Me on listen.
Right.
You let
Let's stop with the narrative and let people answer the question.
No,
He's
go ahead.
answering the
No,
question.
no,
Let's
no.
stop with the
Yeah,
narrative.
Hercules, I ain't gonna lie.
Answer the question.
If that's what you were gonna do, you shouldn't have said anything, Hercules.
No,
Honestly,
let him continue. No, let him continue. Let him continue.
am I right? Like, so why did you even jump in to do that?
No, because he
You're,
no, the,
you're
okay.
exactly right,
Can
A1.
I say
He
my
should have
point?
never
Can I
said
say my
nothing to
point?
that point.
Can I say my point?
Say your point.
My point. So my point is this: this is not like this is not a damn exam where you're going to fail. If I give you some information and it's coming from a different, if it came from a different, if I say it came from John Q and it find out it came from Larry Henry and not John Q, that does not negate the information that I gave you because it's still coming from the same like group of people.
No, actually, let me jump in because am I understanding this correctly? Isn't the guy that he's getting this from? He wasn't even alive when Columbus was alive. Am I correct? Isn't that what you said?
So, A1, before you crash out, brother.
No,
You know I
I'm
bring
asking a
clarity.
simple
Let
question.
me
I will
bring
only
clarity. I'm
crash
going
out
to
if
answer the
people keep
question.
talking over me while I'm talking. Nobody else should be talking. I'm asking a question so I can get clarity on my show.
He was
The
a
Thatcher
historian.
guy, was he alive when Columbus was alive?
He was a historian. No.
I asked you a direct question and I would like a direct answer.
I said
He
no.
gave you that.
Okay.
He said no.
And that was Leandre's point. So that's
But
oh
that's
my
not
God,
that's a
you
mute
guys.
point.
But I don't
Let me
understand.
clarify
But hold
it.
up.
Let me
How does that
clarify
negate
it.
I'm going to finish cooking my dinner now. You got it.
Exactly. Let me clarify. Any person that living after Columbus, including Ivan Van Sertima, and anybody who's writing and recording and compiling a history about the African presence in America before Columbus had to go through the work of compiling the records and the logs and putting them together so they can create and reconstruct his logs. That was the burden of Christopher Columbus's records and his experiences. So what I was saying, remember I said, despite the nuance, despite the euphemism, when Ivan Van Sertima or anybody else says that Christopher Columbus is a eyewitness to the African presence in America, they are not saying that he himself wrote it down. They are saying that based on the compilations of experts in the field of collecting data and records say and come together and say that yes, Christopher Columbus made this eyewitness testimony or recorded the eyewitness testimony of the natives about the cold tip spears that Leandre read about.
But you're making a mistake when you say eyewitness.
Right?
See, you're doing it again.
Okay, yeah. So I am making in the heat of the moment. I am making a mistake. Columbus didn't eyewitness it. He heard the testimony of the natives who eyewitnessed it, and he and his colleagues documented that.
You're doing
Centuries later, people like John Thatcher or historians compiled this documentation and put it together to create what later became his logs and his documentation of his voyages, and came up with this conclusion. So now everybody else can have
Before
the
y'all
floor
get
once
them,
I made
I
that
want to say
clarity.
something else. Before y'all get them, y'all, because this was long and drawn out. And he made a mistake and called Columbus an eyewitness. But that's not a mistake. Because it just went
And
from
that's
him.
what I'm saying.
Hold
That
on.
was
Why are
in
you,
the heat of the
bro?
moment.
Don't do
I
that to
said,
me, bro.
yeah, he was the eyewitness,
Bro,
but
you don't
you
have
the
to
native
explain right
as the
now. I will
eyewitness.
give you the floor. I just gave you the floor. You think I'm not going to give it to you again? Why are you cutting me off? Now I forgot what the hell I was going to say, man. Don't do that to me, man.
You talking about eyewitness.
Yeah, you went from saying he was an eyewitness to now this whole thing is hearsay. Now it's something that he heard from somebody else. I think that's just intellectually irresponsible, but go ahead. And I'm not like, I don't know. I'm supposed to be being unbiased, but at the same time, I'm invested because you ended the show, came back up here, then told me forget the open panel I was running, give you the show back. So now it's getting weird, and then you're doing this. Like,
Okay, so let me settle it real quick. Let me settle it real quick. A1. If we was doing an investigation, brother, and we went into the east side neighborhood of Cleveland, and there was a big controversy of the people on the west side of Cleveland never being on the east side of Cleveland. We, however, are from Michigan, and we're exploring Cleveland. If we go to the east side of Cleveland and get testimony from them, right, and they say that they see people from the west side of Cleveland on the east side of Cleveland, and we document that, that is synonymous to what happened with the Christopher Columbus voyage. That's not hearsay. That is them taking the testimony
You're
of
not
that's
understanding
them
how to
documenting
interpret
the
data.
testimony of the natives. That's them documenting the testimony of the natives and them recording that into their logs. So go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the issues. Here's several issues. Hercules, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Start with you.
I'm next.
So one, if you are going to be doing the subject of history is an entire discipline. And it's a discipline that is going to be based primarily on documentation. That's the field of history. The primary vehicle for doing history is going to be written documentation. Okay? And we're going to go to primary source documentation. Okay? So he said out of his mouth that it came from Columbus. He said it came from Columbus's journal of the second journey. He said that. Jolanda challenged that directly and said it's not present at all in Columbus. He came back with Charlotte several times.
Not today.
Yeah. So here's the issue. You want me to dismiss the fact that he said some nonsense, and then he repeated that nonsense over and over and over again. You don't need to comment on history because you let a man say it's square. It's 360 degrees and it's not. That's stupid. Okay? So moving on though. Moving on. If I want to know, you can't just make this statement that because some scholar or because some person purporting to be a scholar who also was Jolanda challenge put it in a book that it's therefore it must have come from some earlier source. It must have come from the primary source. Well, that doesn't make any goddamn sense, especially because she challenged that directly as well and said the man is not a subject matter expert at all. And his degree that he had it was honorary, an honorary PhD. He's not a subject matter expert. You can't even guarantee for me that he even read anything from Columbus whatsoever. Now, I have read things from Columbus, and in pursuit of my master's degree in history, I know what the methods of history are. So I'm asking for the primary source that says this. So if I cite to you things that De Azarara said when he landed on the coast of West Africa, I can give you De Azarara, and I can show you what he said when he encountered the Africans over there. I can give you that, and I've used it, and I've used primary source documentation from Europeans, from the Spanish, from the Portuguese in their travels and their voyages. Don't just tell me it's there, and don't tell me that because some person put it in a book and said it's there, that is there. I want to look for the footnote. I want to go see what that citation actually says, because scholarship is about having those citations and handling those sources properly. So I'm not just going to accept that because Ivan Van Sertima said that it's there, or that he even cited Thatcher properly. In the book We the Black Jews by Ben Yosef, whatever his name is, even in his book, he has all sorts of citations and footnotes that don't exist. He has footnote citations that are all out of order. He has one that he means to reference over here, but it's something else. Just because, it says Thatcher. No. Where's the primary? Don't tell me they got this from Columbus. Show me. Show me it in Columbus, because that's where he said it was. If not, then the only thing you can do is agree with Yolanda when she says it's not there. Which now, strangely, he has.
It's not.
All right, Yolanda, you going next?
Yeah, it's not, because he did write journals for each of his voyages. Those journals have since been lost. The only thing we have on Christopher Columbus and his journeys and his point of view is in what they call a diary, right? And this diary consists of some parts of some of those journals, right? What was savage? This was 1490s, 1500s, right? Yeah, so that is the diary. You should look that up. So it doesn't exist. I'm gonna finish. Don't cut me off. So those journals don't exist today. What exists today is that diary. That's what we have. But we also have other people's diary who was his contemporaries, and that's Bartholomew de las Casas. Medium does an excellent, does two different posts on that. And if you want to see, he's a great researcher. That's Michael Omowale. So if you have any problems with him being white, he's a black dude. But some things that we know is those indigenous people that he came across, it could have been some confusion. Again, Columbus had been exposed to different types of African people from the continent when he was in Europe. I don't know why y'all think that these people were not already exposed to Africans. They're exposed to Africans because they had immunity from old world diseases. You feel me? That's how you know. The reason why we decimated the indigenous is because they didn't have that immunity. Secondly, these groups of Indians, often some of these tribes will oftentimes paint themselves black, right? So and there's pictures and instances where you see these indigenous peoples dark. A lot of people like to claim those are Africans. No, the feet be white as heck, and they just have paint on them. Okay, now the gold tip spears specifically comes from Bartholomew de las Casas. I'm trying to look up his diary now, or his papers, to show you where that comes from, but you will never find that in Christopher Columbus's books. Okay, and the reason why the Bartholomew de las Casas might have said black peoples because they were painted black, but he knew who Africans were, though. So don't ever confuse that. When Columbus describes indigenous peoples, he describes them like hair long as horses' tails, and as straight as Orientals, because that's not no African, bro. So I don't know how y'all confuse this. You're gonna shut up until I finish, though. I swear to God.
Hey, but kind of land your plane so we don't lose sight of the points that you're trying to make. So please be concise. I want GD and Capone to get in because he hasn't been atoned.
You're not going to monitor
but
my
go
time.
ahead and go ahead and land your plane, please.
Now talking. I'm giving you nuances. I'm giving you context, and you can go look up the source if you want, bro.
Yeah, Tehuti, you can't do that because she actually brought the scholarship. We were trying to get you to get some citations out to us, and okay.
hey, brother. Hey, check the back chat. Bro. Check your DMs because it's a specific reason why
I'm cooking dinner right now. My time, it's 3 a.m. I've been up since 5 a.m.
Hey, so to be honest with you, like I donated, I sent you the money, and I want to be able to moderate.
You donated for me to do a short notice. Hold on, and let me address that. Because one, you
donated too.
No, let me address this. This is annoying. You hit me up short notice. I worked all day. I had to put get all your stuff together.
You requested this. You actually wanted me to do it.
Only you keep doing this, man. You're not about to keep cutting me off, bro, on my shit. The hell? Stop doing that. Then we agreed to 2 hours. So you had me for 2 hours. The fact that I wanted to do an open panel, I'm not supposed to be working on an open panel. All I gotta do is unmute every couple seconds to tell people to quit cutting each other off. You want me to actually work. You want me to be attentive to the back chat until 3 a.m. You didn't pay for that. So
Well, that's why I asked you.
And you should have paid me anyway, because I don't charge people to get on here. I only did it because you wanted it so short notice. And I'm like, bro, you're trying to work me for real.
Nah,
Damn.
and that was the only reason why I gave you money is because you brought that up.
Your time was up at 12. Your $20 got you to 12. You left, ended your show, closed
that's
out,
why
came back and wanted to do another one, bro. Look, you about to
so I
talk
asked for an amount.
Man, I'm not about to argue with nobody today. I've already argued too long. I apologize for y'all having to sit.
Nah, you good. Hey, once DD and Capone go, I wanted to go after him, but
I'll be trying to explain because I want to have patience, but I just need to rule with an iron fist, and then people will catch on after they see what's going on. Back to you, gentlemen and ladies.
Hey, man, $20, man. That's at least 6 hours, bro.
Bro, I've literally been up since 5 a.m. Today was my first day my convenience store opened up. This wasn't supposed to be like this, and I don't like doing things short notice. It gives me anxiety. I don't like to rush. I like to be well prepared.
Yeah.
Everybody gets me their stuff a week ahead of time. Then we got the flyer up and done. I don't do anything the same day.
Right.
So I accommodated him because I actually was trying to get him some airplay on here. Then he's going to throw that in my face when I told him, bro, I don't even want to take your money. Do you remember that, Tehuti? When I said I don't charge people for this, and they do that shit on other platforms, and they lightweight be extorting these niggas to get on. And I don't like that shit, and I don't want that to be the vibe over here. So I told him, I'm going to accept it because you pressing me to do this short notice, and I'm about to get it done for you so you can go live. But I don't charge people for this. And next time, just donate when you're not on here. So when you do come, there's balance, and I don't have to do this again and tell you, bro, I don't. You know, he offered it to me because I didn't want to do it for real. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to get that money, though. That's one thing I'm going to do.
But see, the problem is that he getting pushback on his information. And a big problem with the conscious community is that they don't go to the very source of what's being talked about. They just go off of tertiary information and they run with it like it's a fact. So when people are asking him to bring out these specific facts and he can't do it, it's almost like a defense mechanism where he just lash out, you know what I'm saying? And then for Mansa to come on and say the things he was saying, you will understand why a person with that mindset and understanding would say things like the white man wrote the Bible, because they just going off of folklore and myths and VCR tapes from the mid-90s from, you know, Afrocentrics that can't be proven. So
and I ain't never took no money for nobody to get on this platform, and that's the last time I'll ever accept it because of shit like that. I'll be damned if you throw that shit in my face like that again. Nigga, it's 5 hours later. It's 3 a.m. I've been up almost 12 hours. Hell wrong with you niggas, man. And I gotta babysit y'all like y'all in the fucking hyperactive ADHD class. You niggas can't raise your hand. Y'all just keep yelling out. I feel like I'm babysitting children, man. The fuck? Niggas want to control the panel and shit. Talk to me like, nigga, I don't owe you nothing, man.
Yeah, that's one thing. This
Well, go ahead, man. I'm not letting him back up here because I'm frustrated. I need to meditate and work out. It's not even really his fault.
They need the icon where you can let people know like you want to have the floor next so you don't do it without interrupting. Like something simple like someone raising their hand. I guess if we cam up, maybe we can do that, right? But
Juju was doing good with the I got next. If people call out I got next and then mute up, they don't gotta say it 8 times. You know how I got next, I got next, I got next until somebody stop. Like, nigga, we heard you. Niggas keep doing like the fuck. I don't be knowing it's like if people paid to be here to be different. It'd be a whole different energy, but nobody does, so nobody cares. They just outcome ruin the show, and like they don't care.
It's a book. It's a book. I forgot the name of I forgot the title of it and the author though, but I know it's about the miscommunication of humans. I think that's the title. it talks about how we still don't communicate properly and effectively. It's crazy, right?
Can you share my screen, A1, please?
Oh, you still got the floor?
No, I want my screen to be shared. Let me see if I can blow this up for you. So this is they don't call it a picture, but it's like
Mural.
no. It's a technique or how they illustrate. But this is the
Canvas.
picture of Christopher Columbus and the Taínos, right? I just want to show you the Indians, and these people don't look black, right? And this goes to the time. These people are not black.
Yeah, but what does the
This comes out of the New York Times. This was an Indigenous Peoples Day post. It gives some great insight concerning
so
Bartholomew.
can we read the citation of that picture?
Bro, you gotta chill. I'm gonna speak, and then you can ask me questions. That's how it works. So, Bartholomew de las Casas got to the New World when he was 18 in Hispaniola in 1502, right? I believe he became like a priest or something like that. Again, I told you he introduced enslaved Africans because he's the one that reported that they basically wiped out the indigenous peoples. Like it was less than 100, less than 50 indigenous peoples left. That would be Taínos because that was Hispaniola. What's the other name for it? But today we call it Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Okay, that was the first slave plantations, right? Columbus's son started a plantation over there. But this gives some great insight. Bartholomew de las Casas just pretty much documents the atrocities that indigenous people went through at the hands of Columbus, right? And so yeah, that part I will have to look up this dictionary. There's a Library of Congress, so I have to do some research. Like that's not a quick thing, but he misinterprets about the gold spears and the Africans. So that's the problem. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but great source, and yes, newspapers, articles, especially like the New York Post, those would be considered sources. Okay, so I
So
just
shalom to the panel, peace to the panel. I didn't catch your full presentation, Tehuti. I'll go back to look at it. I don't know if you mentioned some of the questions I'm gonna have, but first let me address what the sister said about Columbus diaries or his journal, right? Which is kind of synonymous, right? They're similar in a way where you were writing account. She said that the journals don't exist and that we only have his diary entries. Well, that's what the journals is. So I have right here. It says Christopher Columbus, Journal of the First Voyage of Columbus. In the Journal of Columbus during his first voyage, 1492 to 93, in documents relating up to the voyage of John Cabot and Jasper Court Real, says edited and translated by Clemens R. Markham, right? So this lists all the of his actual journal entries or diary entries, right? And it has like the dates and everything. So one thing that she did say about them painting themselves black. So if you go to if we have the Mexicans, not Mexican antiquities. It's a book. I had a book called Mexican Antiquities, right? Where we had like these facsimiles of the actual artifacts that they got from the ancestors of Mexicans, right? Like Mesoamericans per se, right? And they do have figures that are colored in black with the color black, which they would say negro, right? But that's what when he said that they paint themselves black, that's what he's talking about. So if you actually look up the I gotta go to my other book. If you actually look up that facsimile, you'll see them painted as a jet black figure, right? But we know that Africa is home to different shades of black, right? It's not just the jet black like my shirt that I got on, right? That's how the figures was colored. But Columbus said what? No, these people. He said they wasn't jet black. He said they resemble the Canarians, right? Who at that time it was inhabited by they was more brown skinned like myself, like brown, like the sister, ruddy, like black. I mean not ruddy, but like brown skinned, copper colored, right? That's what he said. And then you pull up a picture when that's clearly being whitewashed, right? You didn't read the citation to us. So he also said that their bodies was well built, not flimsy and skinny and like how you saying it. Also, I have what's his name? CF Rosqueak, right? I have his book where he was tasked to write the narrative, well not the narrative, the origin of the indigenous Indians, right? And he give you this guy, it's in the he's in the 1800s, right? So and what he gives you is he tells you that all of the people, majority of the people in the world during that time, 17th century, were black. Majority of them. He talk about the Asians being dark skinned, the Polynesians. He used the word Negro. He even used for the Caribbeans. He called them the Black Caribs, right? Caribs, and he enumerate the tribes, the different types of people that's found in the Caribbeans and in the Caribbean in Mesoamerica, in the Americas and everything, and he lists them all as being black, right, or Negro. CF Rosqueak is art. Let me spell his name for y'all. Let me pull it up real quick.
And this is a book, and when was it written?
His book was written in 1833. So
okay,
what happened?
We're talking about 14.
I know what you're talking. Listen, sister. Hold on. You don't have to come in. I know what you're talking about. I went into Columbus Diary first, and I'm showing you where the narrative of what these Asiatic people got changed in the 17th century. That's what I'm doing. So, but hold on. But what I'm saying is prominent because in the 17th century, they were still describing these indigenous people as being Negro, as being dark-skinned, and they were relating them to the people of Haiti and all over, and even people in India and different parts of Africa. That's what I'm saying. So Negro. I'm not saying. Hold on, sister. I'm not saying that. Oh, in the 1700s they were saying no. This all goes back to Columbus because they all referencing the indigenous people, even in James Adar's work, right? Even in I'm finna land y'all. So even in James Adar's work, and also in the letter Thomas Jefferson letter to what's his name, John Abrams, a guy I forgot the guy name. He just did a paper on this last year, right? I'll give y'all the sources later, but they even mentioned how the indigenous people were speaking Hebrew or Phoenician Canaanite, right? That's the language that they were speaking. Now you can't doubt that.
Back to Columbus. Can we get back to Columbus though?
That's what I'm talking about. The indigenous people. The indigenous people are the people that Columbus encountered. The indigenous people are the people that Columbus encountered.
Hebrew is way over there in the freaking Levant.
I didn't say so. Listen, I said listen.
I don't want you to repeat it.
The indigenous people are the people that Columbus encountered. Do you understand that?
Duh.
Okay, then. So why are you saying that I'm off topic?
Because you talking about something written in 1846. They probably got it wrong. We talking about Columbus's diary and
Okay, I
Bartholomew
mentioned
de
I
las
went into Columbus' diary
You
first.
didn't, because you would have showed it. If you have it, you should have
I got
shared
it
your
right here.
screen.
What the? I got it
Then
right
put
here.
it
I
on
got the dates and everything. What is you talking
put
about?
the diary on the screen, my guy.
I'm not on no laptop right now to do that.
Okay, that's
I'm on
some
my
bullshit.
phone.
I don't. Excuse me. I
So
can't.
you can get the book, right? Y'all can
You can
get the
send me
book.
the
We can talk.
screenshot. You can send me a link. I got you.
I don't need that.
I'll send it to you, A1. I ain't got no
Okay,
problem with that.
you wanted to see the engraving. Some make this as big as possible without making it too big. Okay, so okay, that's as big as I can get it.
I'll send it to you, A1.
So I don't need it. This engraving by Jos van Wing and Theodore Debris. It's an engraving, yeah. Depicts the atrocities committed by Spanish explorers and on the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, described by Bartholomew de las Casas. Yeah, so that's what the engraving is. That, like I said earlier, he was pivotal into us understanding the conditions when Columbus got to the New World, and Hispaniola particularly. One thing I wanted to say about the Canary Islands. Those were indigenous peoples on the Canary Islands and not necessarily African. African people didn't get to the Canary Islands until the Spanish colonized it and started bringing Africans to it. Even today, those people look very mixed. Those are indigenous peoples. That's why he said they look like the Canary Islanders. Because again, being Spanish, they had contact, became a Spanish colony early on. So I don't know.
Was they brown? Was they brown skinned?
So most indigenous peoples are brown. Now, are they
Okay,
considered
then.
black? Black is a
But hold
colonial
on,
term.
but black is
No. Stop, don't cut me off. You talk like you preach for a long time, and I didn't understand nothing you were saying. It was a whole bunch of flim flam. But to describe people black before the term was applied is anachronistic. And like you have negro is description. Black is a racialized term, right?
Yeah, but we're
African.
reading something in English.
Bro, you gotta be quiet.
So it's gonna use. But listen, you gotta understand. But hold on.
Bro,
You
shut up.
You gotta understand that. Hold on. You cut me off the whole time I was speaking. So I'm going to interject. You have to understand that when you're reading something in English, it's going to say black, but you use the knowledge of its meaning negro.
Portuguese is the first people that came up with negro, not freaking English. That's why you got to shut up and listen.
No,
sometimes.
that ain't what I just said. I said when you're reading it. I said, hold on. I said, when you're reading a translation in English, it's going to say black, but you have to use the understanding of it's talking about negro, meaning dark skinned, meaning not European.
Sir. If they're going to say negro in any academic source, they're going to say negro because there's
Is negro black?
Bro,
is negro black?
It's not a conversation. It's a
is
different.
Negro black?
Is
Negro black? No, that's the last thing I'm asking you. Is
Negro
black? Why you making
that as a racialized term? Not until you get into African Americans and Jim Crow and the Reconstruction. Like you gotta freaking listen, bro. They're just using it as a description. Race doesn't really come into place into slavery until the later on. Not when they first started doing it, they was just making money. Got to understand the politics around it. Didn't start off racist. If that was the case, they would have been got Africans over here. They thought they can do with the Indians first. Then they realized, dang, they can't even handle smallpox. You don't get that? Nah, that's too deep for you, bro. But yeah, I just wanted to correct you on the Canary Island. Those are indigenous people. So they would be brown. Majority of the population is brown. But when you talk about black and African, you're not African just because.
Are those people brown and African and indigenous who you got on the screen right there?
So when you talk about African, you're not talking about just black and a tone of brown people. You're talking about people with a specific culture. You feel me? That's what makes someone African, not because they look African. You feel me? The Spanish threw negro around everywhere because in Portuguese and in Spanish, negro means like the color black or dark color. You know, wasn't like
Same
racialized. It's
thing I just said.
just how they're describing the people. That's all, because they don't know who these people are yet. There's some negro de terra. What did they used to call us? I forgot. It's two phrases. Negro de terra were indigenous peoples. And Negro de Guinea were Africans. So a lot of abos always confuse that. Oh, they called us Negro. No, they called us Negro. Yeah, you're Negro de Guinea in those times. But the early times, like the 14 to the 1500s, Negro de Terra, Negro de Guinea. Guinea was African, Terra was indigenous. And then I believe it was Bartholomew de las Casas wrote to the Pope so they can start calling the Indians Negro because there's a conflation.
It's crazy because it actually says Gugani right here. The natives of Guanaini. It's crazy work that you said that. Continue on.
What's crazy that I said?
Because it seems like to me, it seems like you're not really familiar with the journal entries that we do have, or the diary entries that we do have of Columbus.
If you got the diary entry, pull it up.
I'm reading it.
You can't pull it up on your screen? I bet that.
So,
I bet
hey, so let me do this,
I
right?
bet it's some BS, bro.
So it got each day, right? It has each day, and this
No,
is in
we don't want to
English.
hear you talk about it. That's
So
boring.
Sunday,
I need
September.
No, we don't want to hear
Sunday,
you talk
16th of
about it.
September. Monday, 17th of September.
No. So that's the thing. Nobody never said he had journals. What we said is those journals were destroyed. So what we have now is what they call a diary, which are fragments of the journals and his diary. See, you messed it up because you wasn't listening. You was too quick trying to interject.
But nevertheless, whatever. That picture that you got up there does not represent what you that picture what you have up there. It does not do the
bro.
It does.
It's an engraving.
Okay, but it's a photo. It's a digital photo on the screen. So that digital photo that you got on the screen does not represent what you just said about the people being indigenous, brown, or copper colored.
Yeah, so an engraving is gonna be the markings, the tool that you use, and the medium. So the medium could perhaps be a light wood. Do you understand that?
So I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this real quick, right?
Yeah, I ain't
So
doing
this says the account of the natives, right? And it's on the what date is this on? Wednesday, 10th of October. No, Tuesday, the 11th of October, right? So this is translated. I told you this came from his journals, or what the sister probably say they are diaries, right? These are his entries that was translated from the fragmented remains that we found, right? So it says right here, it say they paint their faces. Hold on, let me see, right? It say they paint themselves black, and they are the color of the Carnarians. Now this is in 1492, by the way. So y'all got to tell me what the Carnarians looked like during that time, not today's time in 1492. Right? And it says they neither black nor white, right? Some paint themselves white, others red, and others with what color they find. Some paint their faces, others the whole body. Some only round the eyes, others only on the nose. So he's talking about how they paint their what we found the antiquities. We found the these murals that they painted, right? Where they had like the dark color person, a red color person. So when I read this, I know exactly what he's talking about. He's not talking about the people. He's talking about their mythology, what they in their own sacred books and stuff. What how they paint them, how they paint figures. But see, the sister will read this and say, "Oh, see," he said they ain't. He said they painted them. You'll think that they talking about themselves, which Columbus did too. But now with further, man, I gotta send you. I'll show you tomorrow. I'll send it to you, A1, because I have it right. I have a Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. Murals. I got the actual. We have the antiquities of the Mexican people right here. Antiquities of Mexico. I got volumes 3 and 6. Right. It's I think it's like 9 volumes, but it's one. So one of them describes everything. Another one is the actual what they call these paintings that they have, and you're gonna see people that's black with yellow hands. But this is describing their mythos. This is describing like their sacred books. This don't mean that this describing the people. You got blue people. You got a jet black person. You know what I'm saying? But you got red. You got white. They got all different colors. But these figures are known to be their deities, not the people themselves. See, Columbus didn't know that.
A1, I got Columbus's journal if you want to share it.
Yeah, that's it right there. What he just pulled up. That's what I hear. That's the source that I got.
So why didn't you bring it up though?
I gave you the title. I read the title first. I'm not on a laptop. So I can't share my screen. I'm actually reading from my other phone.
So where should we read? I wish
What I just read. Wait, go up. Let me.
I wish Tehuti was here to tell me where the gold tip spears are.
So it's at the top. It say the account of the natives. That's what it's titled. Matter of fact, just put in search for black and then read what it says right there.
Oh dear, you're just gonna have to give me a date.
I told what it said. It was the 11, right? Didn't I say the 11? So that's the actual source that I do have.
So the 11th of August?
No, it's in October. It's at the top. It's like the second
At the
entry.
bottom, bro. It's 11th of October.
It's gonna say the account of the natives. Well, it's in there though. You'll find it. Just put in the search. Put in black for the word search, and then it's gonna go right to it. You even talk about the Moors, and in the what they call those, in the footnotes
Bro,
it talks about
October
the
what?
Jews. Go ahead.
No, they don't. October what?
I think it's October the
What's the date?
11th. October the 11th, I said, right? I believe I said October the 11th.
Because it skipped.
All I'm saying is that the people they was brown skinned. They wasn't pale and white.
11. So this
And they
October.
was well built.
Bro, you gonna let me read it, or you just gonna keep
go
talking?
ahead. Go ahead. So
The
it's on page
course-
38. Page 38.
This is October the 11th, bro. The course
Page
of
30
the
it's on page 38. I'm trying to help you out. page 38 of that PDF, and you can start reading right there.
So they go as naked as when their mothers bore them, and so do the women. Although I did not see more than one young girl, all I saw were youths, none more than 13 years. They are very well made, with very handsome bodies. It says handsome bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you said something else. You didn't say handsome.
I said well built because it's another entry where he talks
Okay,
about.
let me just read it because
Go ahead.
you said what you was reading was here. Okay,
Yeah.
and very good consonances. Their hair is short and coarse, almost like the hair of horse's tail. Straight, coarse hair. That's what I mean. They
So
wear their
women.
hairs, bro. It don't say women. It just says
He
there.
is he talking
Can
about
I
the
read
women.
it? Can I read it? It don't say women. It say there. They talked about young people, the mamas being naked out the bar. Don't say women, bro. You can't just interject stuff.
Oh my God. Go ahead.
Yeah, oh my God. Because the sources be killing y'all. Y'all be dying at them sources. The hair is short and coarse, almost like a horse's tail. I did say that earlier. I know I said that. They wear the hairs brought down to the eyebrows, except a few locks behind, which they wear long and never cut. They paint themselves black. I did say that, didn't I? And
yes, you did.
they are the color of the Canarians, neither black nor white. Some paint themselves white, others red, and others of what color they find. Some paint their faces, others their whole body. Some only round the eyes, others only on the nose. They neither carry nor know anything of arms. Arms is guns. For I showed them swords, or arms weapons. I showed them swords, and they took them by the blade and cut themselves through ignorance. They have no iron. Their darts, they have no iron. So they want no Africans there, y'all. That's a dagger. Y'all be killing yourselves. I love this shit. Their darts being ones without iron. Some of them having a fish tooth at the end, and others being pointed in various ways. So yeah, if Africans came before Columbus, they definitely would have had iron. I'm sorry, because cultures share technology. You feel me? Where I am. Fish tooth at the end, and others being, I'm offended. No, don't you interrupt me, bro. Pointed in various ways. They are all of fair stature and size, and good faces, and well made. I saw some with marks of wounds on their bodies, and I made signs to ask what it was, and they gave me to understand that people from other adjacent islands came with the intention of seizing them, and that they defended themselves. I believed and still believe that they came here from the mainland to take them prisoners. They should be good servants and intelligent, for I observed that they quickly took in what was said to them, and I believe that they would easily be made Christians, as if it appeared to me that they had no religion. I, our Lord, being pleased, will take hints at the time of my departure. So he takes 6 natives to the queen, and so they'll teach them how to speak Spanish or whatever, and then they'll become translators. I'm ad-libbing because that's what they do.
Okay, so read the part on
I'm
page
offended.
39 when he talks about the canary.
No beasts
Canarian.
of any kind except parrots on the island. The above is in the words of the admiral. So as soon as dawn broke, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, more. I did read the canaries. I said they painted themselves black, and they are the color of the Canarians.
Right.
So the people themselves are the color of the Canarians. So let me help you.
So you finna go to the modern Canarians.
Canarians.
You go to the Canarians in the 1400s, 1300s. How did they look?
So no. Yeah, I'm going to the indigenous people so you'll get it. So I'm gonna keep that source, but I'm gonna drop that source. And A1, I want you to pull up another source because I think you think the Canarians are black people or African people,
I
and
didn't
they're
say
not.
they was black or African. I never
They're
said
not.
that.
Link to that
So,
diary so I
so
can have that too, please.
what?
Yeah, it's called
The
the,
link
the
to the
Journal
diary.
of Columbus.
I got you. I will
Thank
send it
you.
to you for sure. I'll send it to you. You know where. Uh,
Gotcha.
um. So if you want to share my screen, the Guanches were the indigenous inhabitants of the Canary Islands, located in the Atlantic Sea, some 100 kilometers from the west of modern Morocco and the North African coast. The islanders spoke the Guanachan language, which is believed to have been related to the Berber language of mainland North Africa. The language became extinct in the 1700s, 7 generations after the completion of the conquest of the Canary Islands by the Catholic monarchs of Spain. I told you that. Okay. It is believed that the Ganaches may have arrived at the archipelago sometime in the first millennium BC. The Ganachans are the only indigenous people known to have lived in Macronesia archipelago region before the arrival of Europeans. So these people are clearly indigenous, probably brown people. You feel me? Light brown people, but they're indigenous peoples. You want to share my page, A1? But yeah, you could just you wiki real
Yeah, but
quick.
they wasn't pale like the people that you had on that picture though.
So again, you don't understand art. And when you sketch, you're sketching on a medium. The medium can be dark or it can be light, bro. So
Okay, but I understand that. I understand the material that they I understand that, but when you pulled up the image, you was trying to portray that these people were slim and that these
I
were
didn't say
slim
anything
pale
about their
people.
description.
Because you
What
would
I said is this is a picture of the indigenous peoples in Columbus. It's what I said. You can accept it or not. But what we ain't finna argue about it. You don't show them with afros, that's for sure.
because afros
You said hair
that's
like a
not a
horsetail. We ain't got that, bro.
it
So
said they had coarse hair. Who got coarse hair?
Indian people have coarse hair.
No,
Asian people
I
have
have
coarse
coarse hair.
hair.
I have coarse hair. My hair is
No,
coarse. You see
Indian
my
people have
hair on my
coarse hair.
picture? That's how coarse
Asian
hair
people,
look.
no, you have that's kinky hair. That's
No, that's
curly
coarse
hair.
hair.
Curly hair.
Listen, sister, I had dreads.
You can
I
have.
went to
I have dreads
a
too.
boutique,
So what? Trying to teach
a
you what it
cosmetic,
is,
damn, what the fuck they call them damn people?
nigga.
A
I can't.
latte. I went to a professional, and they said I have coarse hair, the type of hair that I have. That's how I know.
Oh boy,
Talking about kinky hair.
y'all be wearing me to.
That's crazy work.
Yes, nigga, you got kinky hair. You have
No,
tightly
kinky hair is
coiled
the hair that you buy at the
Okay,
store.
I don't know.
No, y'all buy kinky hair. You have coarse hair.
Dumb for real. Oh,
Okay.
that's kinky hair is tightly curled hair, bro. Come on. So
All right.
coarse hair is defined by having large, thick diameter in each individual strand, often feeling rough or stiff or wiry to the coarse. Okay, that is
Yeah,
coarse
similar
hair.
to an afro.
Now, no, it doesn't say anything about an afro. Like our hair is actually not that coarse. We don't have thick to each strand. It's thin to each strand in order to come out the scalp curled. Like I said,
All right.
Asian
All right,
and
go ahead.
Indian
You can get
have
off the hair
coarse
thing.
hair, bro. Y'all
You
want
can
to
get
beat
off
up
the
that?
you can get off the course thing. It's cool.
I'm done. I'm done killing you for tonight. I don't know what you got to say.
You going off the whole thing about coarse hair. I was just saying that I had coarse hair. That's it.
You have kinky curly hair, bro.
So it says Afro texture hair characterized in tight kinks has been described as being kinky, coarse, cotton, nappy, or woolly. So it's okay. Everybody go to sleep. But no, I was bringing up the source. I had a source. Let me pull them up again.
Good night, A1. Peace to the panel.
Everybody gone. But I wanted to know what language was the people speaking. Oh, what's called Tehuti gone? Tehuti, you there? Everybody gone. Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, bro. So man, I wish I can just. I gotta. What I do is I'm gonna start just having my shots, my screenshots. I'm just start having them and just put them in the back chat. Because but this guy though, his name is CF. I can never pronounce his name right. Rough it's rough Rasqueek, right? Rafiq, or something like that. But he enumerate each of the tribes. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read this, and then you can get. But when I read this source, one thing that I found, because he mentioned that they was indigenous, and he linked them to being to other indigenous people, right? And those other indigenous, and all of them are being described as Negro, right? Which is it's like brown skinned or dark colored. It's not a and another thing, African is not just Africa is home to different tribes of people. Like it's like the most diverse continent on the earth, and it always has been that way. That's why people call it. That's why the Arabs call it the motherland, which is Al-Kibilan, because it was home to all different diversities of people. 1 second, I'm pulling it up now. I was just reading this too. That's crazy. Just reading it. Where is it at? But yeah, I wanted to ask Tehuti, what language did the people speak? Because Columbus had translators, and from my understanding, the people spoke a Phoenician language, right? Even in the even in some of his journals, it talks about how the people are related to being Jews. You know what I'm saying? That's why people thought they was Jews. That's why they think that the natives was Jews early on, during the 17. Because you got to think about it. You got Columbus in 14. He got his journals. Then you got the colonization goes on. The colonization period from that's the 1500s. The Mexican independence, I think it's what 1600s. Then in the 1700s, you start getting that's when James Ladar writes his memoir, right? And also this is in between the time of slavery and everything. So then you get James Ladar. So he changed the thought. He changed the thought of that during that time. And I think I sent you this A1 before. But then during that, and that's also the Enlightenment period, 17th century. So, but then you get all these people writing. So I'm gonna read this real quick. Just happened. My whole screen just jumped. But that's why I was bringing up, so that's why I was saying so many different that's why I started at Columbus, and then I went all the way down to the 1700s to show that people was still referencing indigenous people as being dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? My phone died anyway. Damn.
What you asked me a question, GD and Capone? You said you had a question for me. Probably about the language. Did anybody else get it?
Yeah, I'm done working tonight, GD and Capone. I'm not pulling up nothing. I'm not doing nothing, bro. I'm about to be up 24 hours almost. I'm just now about to eat for the first time today, giving all of
Yeah,
myself
let's.
to everybody else and none to me. But y'all welcome. A1 just ended the show. I didn't end the show. Oh, just ended the show. My phone died. Oh, okay. He don't know that you back up here. Tehuti, GDN, he back up here. But your phone died. Okay, I get it. Oh, so he can't ask you the question. Can you type it in the chat, GDN, so we can get that last one out?
Let me try to address it. I think he asked what language did the Native Americans speak. I don't specifically know that offhand, but Ivan Van Sertima, who is a linguist, teaches that there are parallels between the word banana. That is a Native American tongue. Even though banana is not native to Africa, it was brought there by the Arabs and then transported between the West African tribes. But that's not the only thing. You have the word for gold in Mandinka languages is parallel to the ones in the Central American native languages that the Mayans were speaking and the Omans were speaking. That's what he says in his teachings. I don't know the exact language that's Native American that's parallel to the West African language. So to answer that question, if that was even the question, I don't know if that even was the question. But are you trying to close out since you're so tired? As far as the video, I think I just wanted to be a part of the closeout.
My bad. My bad. Go ahead, GDN. He back up here though.
Yeah. So I can't read from us because this the phone that the stuff is on. But no, them being I'm gonna address the comments and then I'll address you Tehuti, if you don't mind. So them being native, that wasn't the natives being Jews is not far fetched, right? Because we know that they were speaking a Phoenician Canaanite language. And even people like Thomas Jefferson, the founding father, some of the founding fathers even mentioned this in the letters that they wrote to each other, that they was lost tribes of Israel, right? So be that as it may, right? But as far as what you was just saying, Tehuti, that's why I asked you what language they were speaking, because from my understanding they were speaking like some type of Phoenician language. We even know like some of the places is named some of the places here in America was originally they from these they had these words like what's the word, like anyway they Phoenician words.
So you should be in the. I wish you were in the live or the group chat. so I could actually just give you any literary sources or whatever that you want, anything literal that you want. It's very hard to adduce literary sources and citations when you're mobile and you're doing things or whatever, and you're not strictly at your desktop or your notebook. But GD and Capone, are you on Facebook?
Yeah.
All right, man. So stop acting up. Get into the back chat. This is important to be literal. You guys talk about translating language all the time, and what languages did they speak? We need to start speaking English to each other and getting into spaces to where we can trade literary sources and lines of logic, not just sources and citations, but also lines of logic, lines of thinking. We need to be literal in that sense. So you need to get in the back chat so
What's the
we can hold
page?
people accountable. A1 will send you the link, or I'll send you the link.
Yeah,
Put your
send me the
Facebook,
page on the
It's a
Facebook.
put your
Facebook.
Facebook in the
It's a
yeah.
Facebook Messenger group. You need Facebook Messenger to be able to
Yeah,
participate.
I got Messenger.
Yeah.
What yeah, that's fine. Just tell me the
Well, you got to add me as a
name.
friend, and then I got to add you to the group because I'm the admin. So my
Yep.
name is AONE A1 Richardson, the same name. That's
I bet.
AONE last name Richardson on
Bet.
Facebook.
Because
And
a
you'll see
lot
the
of times
same
So
when we
picture.
get on the
hold on.
show,
You'll see my same picture that I got on the screen right there in the top left corner.
I bet. So be looking out for an invite. If not tonight, probably in the AM.
Gotcha.
So
right?
Tehuti, hold on. This is why I wanted to just say this, that the sister brought up that you saw, she brought up that image to try to show that they was pale skinned, even though we know they could have drew this, they could have engraved that on anything, right? She
Okay,
didn't pull that up to say that. She pulled that up to say, to show you that, oh, they was long body and they had hair like horses. Like African
right.
women don't have hair. Why you think they wrap their hair up? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy
Well,
work.
what was she? What was she showing? Was she showing the massacre of the Native Americans, like the
No, she
illustrations
was
from
showing
that?
some scholarly source she had, which probably
All right, so
was a good source. But we got to put, like, we got depictions of actual Moors that's in black and white. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And you would think that they talking about white people, pale white people, if you didn't have no understanding of the time period. You know what I'm saying? What was actually going on during that time? How the people migrated? How the people was in those areas? How brown skinned people was in those areas? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she was
Definitely.
misrepresenting what she was talking about. She was trying to. She got mad because I called her out on it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you called her out on it. I was trying to control, the thing, and and like put any narratives back into the proper perspective. But yeah, I appreciate your viewpoint. I wish you would have actually saw the presentation and definitely what Van Sertima was actually saying. Despite all the later narratives of people who didn't watch the presentation, it's still um, important for people to watch the presentation before they critique the presentation, no matter what, no matter if I had an intention to leave or not. But
That's what I'm telling you. They
uh,
wasn't up here to critique your presentation. They were up here for an open panel. Then you came back up here. That's why I was like, man, you threw everybody off. Nobody knew what was going on. Then they was looking like, why is he cutting everybody off? Like you was back leading the panel again, like you never left. It was nobody
I
knew
feel
what
you.
you were doing. They were confused. I was
I
confused.
feel you,
Like, I
brother.
thought he was just gonna comment in the chat, and he said he would hop back up here to kick it if like we were still kicking it, but he didn't say he was gonna go back into his presentation. Like I'm gonna just take a little intermission, y'all. I'll be back in 2 hours. We're gonna pick right back up where I left off. He didn't say that. You closed out.
Oh yeah,
I feel you.
I gotta get in that back chat though, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. People, like I said, it was brought up. I have nuance. Everybody has their nuance and euphemism. So if I say Columbus wrote this and Columbus said that, and you find that John Cabot actually is the documenter, or some other guy, John, whoever.
Yeah, John
You got to
Kabat.
know that historians compile documents to make and create a later uh voyage log per se. So
Yeah, let me say this.
none of that stuff that was brought up earlier debunks the fact that Christopher Columbus is indeed one of the eyewitnesses or the witnesses per se, whether it's eyewitness, witness, you know what I mean. If I'm transferring a eyewitness testimony as a historical figure or an explorer, I can obviously add the nuance and say that Christopher Columbus witnessed Africans, whether it be on behalf of the natives or I just leave it out altogether. You get the point,
Hey, when you finna
right?
read us a
So
chapter out of that?
yeah, definitely. I see that book up there.
I'll read you. You know what? Since you just asked, I will. If you tell me what chapter you want, pick one.
Read the first chapter, bro.
Chapter 1, the intro. I
Yeah,
gotta.
read the intro, or not the first chapter, probably the preface or whatever.
I'm letting you pick, man. Just pick a number between 1 and 12. It's 12 chapters.
No, I like one.
Okay, I'll go to 1.
That's what's up.
That's funny that you got me to do that though, because I wasn't gonna do it. I like how you asked though. I guess it was good timing too. And I need to be asleep, so I'm doing shit I normally wouldn't do right now, probably. Okay, book
I'm gonna do
series.
that.
Oh wait, I gotta load it like this. Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna just open it and share my screen. I'm not gonna load it in stream. All right. Yeah, Tehuti, I saw your message. My devices died like 2 hours ago. I haven't charged anything, so I haven't seen since it died like after we talked the last
All right,
time.
let
My
me
phone
ask.
been dead though since like 12. My phone been dead. Then my
I
tablet died when you saw my other screen pop off. Copy. Here we go. You said chapter 1? I'll show
yeah.
the screen too.
Hold on, A1, before you start, because I see this word destruction, right? Deconstruction. So can you elaborate? Because I keep hearing that. Like I gotta just what it is, you know what I'm saying? But I see that this movement, this deconstruction movement is growing big. So can you elaborate on what that is?
Yeah, deconstructing is kind of like putting things back in place. It's kind of, I read the definition yesterday to somebody because my explanation isn't like verbatim, but it's the same thing. You got to remember religion is culture. So once you abandon it, you like there's a lot that needs to be replaced. A lot of people wonder where their core values are going to come from. A lot of people struggle with identity. Everybody struggles with something different when they're coming out of one religion and going into another. And deconstructing is something that's done. It's not just like an atheist thing or agnostic thing. If you were going from Islam to Christianity, you would have to deconstruct still. There's deconstruction on every level. So you're familiar with it. It's just when you hear it in reference to something that you believe in with your heart, then people want to bash it like, oh, that's stupid. But you deconstruct all the time. We had to deconstruct from things that we learned in high school, and then we get proper history. But a lot of stuff comes with that. People struggle with culture, identity, purpose, things like that. So this is a self-help book to help people through that process because I already went through it. So I can speak from it I can speak to it from experience. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so I always say unlearn and relearn.
Yes.
So
Somebody tried to give me pushback on that yesterday, but they were just trying to be a dickhead. I shut him down quick. I'm like, do you really not know what deconstruction means, or do you just want to argue with my answer of it? It did because I could tell by how he asked me, and I'm like, you're too intelligent not to know what it means. Why are you asking me? Like, matter of fact, just talk to my debaters because now I see what you're trying to do. You want to argue with somebody, and I'm not up here to argue. I'm up here to host.
yeah,
But yeah, I will go into a chapter though. I
yeah,
am
go
gonna go
ahead.
on a little book tour. If you catch me on tour, I'm gonna be online, going to different channels and platforms. Catch me on there. You can give me some pushback. I'm gonna have to tighten my game up before I hit the road though, huh? All right, let me stop that screen share. Share this screen. For anybody who wants to go purchase this, I am selling independently off of my website, coliseumofarguments.com. That's Coliseum, ISEUM. Somebody told me I spelled it wrong. I'm like, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. There's two different spellings for it. One denotes the one in Rome, which is the SSEUM, and the way I spell it can be one anywhere around the world. Yes. Oh, my bad. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Share. Where the heck is the PDF? Why didn't it come up? It is up. What the F? I'm so confused. Okay, I had to do it like this. Okay, we'll go to chapter 1. That's the intro. No, that's chapter 1. Yep. Sorry about that. Okay. Look at your phone. Seriously. It's not just a lamp. It's not just a lump of plastic and wires. It's a global. Damn. It's a global collaboration. The minerals are mined in Africa. The software might have been coded in California. The shipping route spanned oceans. The wages you earned to buy it come from a boss whose paycheck came from a customer who lives 3 states away. And when do you use it? You're connected to satellites, fiber optic cables, and millions of people you'll never meet. Nothing stands alone. The title of this, my bad. I should have started with the title, Divine Oneness, the Cosmic Net. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this in the universal laws. Are you, GDN? And let me make it bigger for y'all too.
Yeah, you talking about the Hermetic principles?
Yeah, they're found across various different.
Yeah. What is it? Reciprocity. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, damn, I get the laws
Correspondence
mixed
is
up.
in here too, though. That's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll get
I
back
know.
to it.
I'm familiar.
You
It
don't
go
need
up to like
religion.
9, right?
Say that again.
Don't it go up to like 9 or 7,
It's
7
12.
or 9? Oh, it's
12.
12. 12.
Yeah.
Huh.
Got you. Say nothing stands alone. You don't need religion to feel this. Life is a web. Pull one string and the whole net trembles. The Bible puts it like this. In him all things hold together. Colossians 1:17. Now don't get stuck on the him. Whether you call it God, source, or the universe, the point is the same. Existence isn't chaos. There's an invisible glue binding thread. The ancients didn't have quantum physics, but they had intuition. They saw the pattern. Life is not random bits, it's an interwoven system. The science connection, physics echoes the same truth. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot be created or destroyed and only changes form. The heat from your morning coffee started as sunlight. The energy that powers your heartbeat is the same energy that fuels the stars. Ecology says the same thing differently. Remove one species and the whole system shifts. When a bee population decline, crop yields plummet and grocery prices rise. Pull one thread and the whole net feels it. Even neuroscience is on board. Studies in mirror neurons show that our brains literally light up when we watch someone else act or feel. Your nervous system is built to participate in the great oneness. So why do we live like we're islands? Why do we think yelling at the cashier won't ripple? Why do we ignore our health like it only belongs to us? Divine Oneness says every action reverberates. The way you treat yourself echoes in your relationships. The way you treat others bounces back into your opportunities, your peace, and your stress levels. Think of your life like a pond. Every choice is a stone. The ripples move further than you can see. Divine Oneness is the reminder. You're never throwing rocks into your water. It's all the same pond. And this is something that I'm big on here, how we treat each other. You think that the way that we talk to each other doesn't carry over into our other people's personal lives, but because you can't see it and you're not it's like you're unaware of it. Not you, but it's like people are unaware of it. And it really, that's why I'm so sensitive to people being mistreated in front of me. And that's why I also think I'm the best person to be a host. But I'm going to continue reading. Crazy work warning. Each chapter has a crazy work warning. Deny this truth, and that's crazy work. Crazy work is pretending you can gossip without losing trust. Crazy work is polluting the air and acting surprised when the weather changes. Crazy work is inhaling negativity and wondering why your relationships can't breathe. Crazy work is spiritual self-sabotage. Hold on one second. My mouse fell on the floor and dropped the battery out. So I can't scroll. There we go. Sorry about that. Did it close out on your shoulder? No, here we go. Crazy work is spiritual self-sabotage. Every chapter ends with a reflection prompt, so that way, I want the youth to start learning how to self-reflect. I think it's a tool and a skill that's highly underrated, and I think that adults can use this to get some shadow work started. The reflection prompt for chapter 1 is, where have you seen your actions ripple out unexpectedly, good or bad? So everybody think about that for a second. Think about the last 24 hours. What small choice could you make today that would positively ripple into your relationships, health, or community? Me dropping this book. Me talking about these subjects with you, gentlemen, about decorum, about how the way we treat each other affects everybody. If it affects people we don't even see. And that's why I think we all need to be more mindful of how we respect each other in these spaces. If you viewed every interaction as part of one shared net, how would that shift the way you show up? Now that you're aware of how your negativity ripples across states, across families, how is that going to change the way that you show up for the world tomorrow? I don't know. I'm glad you actually picked chapter 1. That was the perfect subject to touch on. So yeah, that's chapter 1. Before each chapter, there's a picture, and then this picture represents what we're going into in chapter 2. I'm not going to read chapter 2, but I'll show you the picture. Even silence isn't still. It's just waves outside your hearing range. Your voice carries frequency. Yep, it's chapter 2 on frequency. So go ahead and check this out. And you can get it right now on my website, coliseumumarguments.com. Real quick, let's go to another word from our sponsors. Shout out everybody still up here. We still got a couple people watching. I'm going to go ahead and give you an ad with that website so y'all know how to spell it.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at coliseumumarguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
Yes, coliseumumarguments.com. And when you scroll down, you can go ahead and hit that shopping cart up. We have some merch up here. We have the PDF version of my book. Be on the lookout for the physical copy on the website. The order's already in. Amazon tax, and I want to do it independent. I did upload to Amazon though. So for anybody who wants to go download the Kindle version, you can go download the Kindle version off of Amazon right now as well. I am on Amazon as well. But if you get it off my website, 100% of the funds come to me. No middleman on that one. But whatever's clever and whatever's convenient, as long as you can get this information and utilize it, that's what's important to me. So, yep. Back to you, GD and Capone.
Oh no, that was a good chapter, man. That's so one thing and you got me with the Bible verse, right? And I started thinking, right, about science and quantum physics and stuff, and theoretical physics, what they studying right now, like string theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so string theory talks about like how everything is like woven into a net. Like if you move one string, then everything collapses. Like it's crazy. That's crazy work. I was just thinking about that. Like, yo, that's crazy. What you
You
think
already
about
using the
that?
words. Crazy work. I see. It's already getting to you.
Right.
Yeah, man, it's
Yeah,
crazy work
but
out here.
it becomes something that we can't really conceptualize it, right? It's beyond. I don't know if we're not intelligent enough to conceptualize it, but that's the best way that we could. And what I see is if that is how the universe is, then what we experience is a ratio of that, meaning our DNA. You know what I'm saying? DNA going down to the smallest atom. You know what I'm saying? Or particle, and how it has a whole relationship with everything else. So, man, that was deep, bro. That was deep.
Yeah, yeah, I'll try. And then, like again, this book. Now, see, when you read the cover, did you think I was gonna be bashing religion in this book?
Well,
Off
when
the
you
title?
said the agnostic guide to face, yeah, I thought that you were showing like
Yeah, that's why.
from
That's
an
what I
agnostic
wasn't
view,
doing.
but I
I think a
forgot
lot of
that.
people are gonna think that. I almost named it something like, um, I wanted to give it the concept of ways for a Christian to connect with atheists or agnostics. Like originally, that was my original theme in putting this together, was to bridge a gap to find common ground in the concepts, so that way we can be able to talk and it's not always an argument. Um, so that's why I felt like this book could help get that dialogue started, because our ideas aren't that far removed from each other, but we're so tribalistic in our dogmas and ideologies that you know we can't come together just to have basic ass discussions. Like even tonight was, to me, it was a shit show. It was a good show to everybody else probably, but like I say, I'm sensitive to people being mistreated in front of me. It like bothers me. It fucks with my frequency. I can't sit and watch that shit. So I'll be trying to raise the level of decorum, so that way we can engage in some meaningful conversation without people having to get to this negativity that carries over into our real lives, and the way that we feel and how we feel affects how we treat each other, and it affects the way that we show up for others. And I'm aware of all of this while I'm watching people being mistreated for absolutely no reason for 4 hours straight. Like people try to do it to me. I have the strongest boundaries. I don't tolerate it. Soon as the conversation gets the least bit toxic, I abandon it. I'm out. I don't care. I got to do whatever I got to protect my peace. I have a lot to focus on. Yeah, and it steals your energy as well as affecting your health. Your blood pressure goes up. Your heart starts producing cortisol, all from some online discussions. I'm about to take a few days off, actually, because I think it's kind of getting to me. I just need a
Man,
break and probably a good day's sleep. But
yeah.
I'm gonna go out and kick it tomorrow on the ground and go to the park and just read at the park and shit. Chill.
So A1. So you had on, I think it was yesterday. You had a psychiatrist or a therapist on your show.
Yeah, that's my dad. He actually, it's funny because when you were talking about the cosmic, the divine oneness and the string theory, I almost was like, man, my dad was talking about this in a judgment because he's a judge in my tournament as well. And he rendered a judgment, and he actually brought all of that up in the judgment. But yeah, go ahead, ask your question. I'm actually pull that up. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
I know that y'all was. So I was checking out some of it earlier, but I was watching the playoffs and stuff. So I had to had to watch playoffs. But anyway, I know y'all was talking about mental illness. Did he touch on? And I can go back and watch the video myself, but just from you, did he touch on the identity crisis that we have as
Nope.
African
No.
Americans
He
here?
is though, because he's coming back. But I think he's gonna do anxiety next. But
Mm-hmm.
I know identity is on the list. Like identity, emotional regulation. We got a whole list of episodes we're gonna roll out. But he's only gonna do one a month over here, and then he wants other people to come to his page for the rest of the month. Wow.
Yeah, and then another thing about the what we was just talking about, the string theory.
Mhm.
It's called what's this called? Gluon soup. Gluon soup. So it's the primordial soup, right, where everything started at, the ooze or whatever, right? Or what the ancients called the primordial waters. The
Oh, okay.
Egyptians,
The infinite waters and the primordial waters. I'm familiar with
yeah,
that.
right. So it's so they had this thing. It's called I think it's called Gluon soup. You can look it up, and it just shows how everything was. It is connected. It's even in the science. That's what I'm saying. It's even in the actual physics of the fabrics of reality, that of our observable universe that we could uh observe, is even in that, you know. So that's what I'm saying. These ancient texts, they wasn't so far off, and when Hercules get up here and tell y'all that, oh, they had understanding of this and that, and everything was a rhythm, it was harmony. It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. It's the macro, which should be the cosmos, the universe, and the micro, which would be here on Earth. Well, what we experience, because we ain't experienced no other planet. So I'm just say Earth, right? So on the ground level, so that's what he meant by that. And even like the golden ratio show that, how the sun ratio and everything, I mean not the sun, the moon, the earth ratio and everything. Everything is a it's a, I like to say the word proportion, but it's a ratio of something bigger. Even like when y'all see like the 6 point stars, which I don't subscribe to, right? Um
Ironic.
when you see
Go
the,
ahead.
well, anymore, right?
There it is.
Anymore, right?
There we
But,
go.
when you see the 6 pointed star, right? So the 6 pointed star is 2D, is, but it symbolizes, or it represents it's a ratio of Saturn, right? Because Saturn has what? The hexagon. The hexagon on the I think it's the, like, one of his poles, probably the north pole or south pole or whatever. But they got a spot that's a hexagon or whatever. So, and how they represent that is by drawing a 2D two triangles, one inverted from each other,
Hold on.
right?
I want to play one of my dad this judgment to see where my dad was talking about that cosmic net. He used a different term for it though. I just want to see what he said. 'Cause I don't remember. I remember he referenced it, but I want to see the quote. Fair play. And you watched the video yesterday, so you already know this isn't my dad's voice. This was like this was actually my first debate on the channel. He typed it up and I did a AI voiceover for him. But yeah, he's pretty fire.
How you doing, Titan family? To help us go the extra mile in keeping unbiased judges so this is a fair playing ground for everyone, make sure you donate to our Cash App today at $Titans Debate League. Again, that's $Titans Debate League. Appreciate you. Have a blessed day. And here are your results.
Hi, I'm Judge number 1. I'm a medical licensed therapist, transformational coach, background as a Christian pastor. How I scored Laryl Burns. Laryl Burns, calm and respectful throughout the debate, focused solely on scientific evidence and facts about light and electromagnetism. Clarified. I don't practice a religion, maintain professionalism, stayed composed despite personal comments from opponent. Organized logical argument structure, remained on topic, used accurate terminology and credible sources. Presentation had dark background, harder to reads. Asked 2 questions, requesting 3-word responses. Maintained full engagement while Cosmo and Cal presented. Showed maturity, patience, and respect. Avoided attacks such as mumbo jumbo. How I scored.
Maturity, patience, and respect. Damn. All right, let me go ahead and let it play, man. I just had to ad-lib that one time.
Cosmo and Cal. Confident speaker with strong visual clarity, white screen. Referenced strong anthropomorphic theology accurately. Correctly identified electromagnetism as a weaker fundamental force. Used dismissive phrases like "your God" and "mumbo jumbo" toward opponent tone, often condescending or dismissive, personal rather than evidence-based. Appeared disengaged when other speaker was presenting, 2 occasions. He wasn't present, it appeared. Relied on closed-ended questions, missed opportunities for deeper reflection on the topic. Good subject knowledge. Conduct reduced overall credibility. Did not connect theology and science clearly or consistently. Strong content and deliver impacted by conduct. Summary. Both debaters showed strong research and understanding of the topic. Additional credible resources were lacking. Laryl Burns remained factual, composed despite attacks and professional throughout, while the Cosmon Cal was confident and knowledgeable, but repeatedly used dismissive language and personalized comments. Cosman asked closed-ended questions, and Laurel asked questions requiring 3-word response limited questions. The question and answer round lacked depth in clarifying each position. The win is awarded to the Laurel Burns for stronger organization, respect, and more professional debate standard. I took away a point for smoking during the question answer round, an attack on origins of OAHPSE. This is reflected in the scoring. Even though the Laurel didn't say it word for word, his message seemed to be, everything in existence depends on light, and light is made of electromagnetism. Without it, nothing would hold together or even exist. So he was really saying that this energy, the invisible light that fills all space, is what people call God. In his view,
Okay, here's the part
God
right
isn't
here.
somewhere far away, but is the living energy or field that keeps everything alive or connected. He did not call it the quantum field or wave, but that is what he was describing, which is made up entirely of energies. He described a power that flows through everything, not a person sitting on a throne.
Okay, yeah, he just said the quantum field. It wasn't even that deep. I thought he thought it was deeper than it was. Sorry, I made y'all suffer through that.
Bro, that's dope though, man. Like, man, like I'm just gonna stick with that. You can't conceptualize it. That's why that's why we use science, to try to explain our natural universe, our natural world. So yeah.
Hey, and it's 4 a.m., man. We about to get up out of here.
Oh yeah, sure.
I wanted to open up at 8, but that ain't about to happen, though. Closing remarks, GD and Capone.
No, it's a good show, man. I caught it late. Tehuti, I will go back and watch your presentation about Ivan Van Sertima. I heard some brothers saying some stuff about the elders teaching far as the limit. They did the best with what they had during that time. So a lot of things was getting probably conflated. It depended on resources availability and the time of the condition of the time that they was in. You know what I'm saying? So it was a push on this identity thing, and that's why I think we still hold that on today. So so yeah, I look back at it to give my critique, but I commend you, brother, for getting up and doing and even putting the presentation together. Everybody that do, because we got to get this information out. whether it could be debated or accepted or whatever. But we have to get this information out, because whether the ancestors was whether our predecessors, right, those that came before us, whether they was right or wrong, they all had one notion. They had a mutual understanding of something, and we gotta remember that, and to move and able to move forward. You know what I'm saying? So it's something that's being that's blurring the lines between us actually connecting, right? If you want to talk about Africa, Al-Qubilan, which is the Arabic, that's an Arabic word. So the Arabics made that word up. Not the indigenous people of Africa, the Arabs that came in there. So I want people to understand that. When we talk about these things, we got to put stuff in the proper context, you know, in the proper context. And primary sources. One thing, Brother Leandre was talking about the primary source. So some people misrepresent primary sources, right? So if we're using a scholarly source that's referencing the primary source, we're believing that this scholar is using honor scholarship with these sources that he has available, that we, the commoner, the layman, doesn't. So we're taking their word for it, to the extent. Primary sources don't say everything. Somebody could pull up a primary source and showing whatever, right? But you could make an argument, or they could use a narrative that's not in the primary source. So it gets ambiguous. So what I'm saying is we got to use the totality of the information that we have, not just this narrow-minded, minimalist primary source etymology. You know what I'm saying? All those things has a context to it. It has a relationship to where we are today. So we can't forget that. So yeah. Man, these panels is good. The battle is we at the stage of the intellectual battle. So we got to be able to know how to say these arguments to best represent us. And if we don't know who we are, we can't bring no type of we can't make an argument. Can't make an argument about a people who's not a people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going off. I'm going off topic, but yeah, man. Appreciate everyone. Shout us out to the Titans Bay League, and be on the lookout, man. We coming.
Look out. Closing remarks to Hootie.
Oli, brother, you giving your closing remarks?
Oh, he's still up here? Oli probably sleep. Oli sleep.
All right. Pretty much, right? I'm just giving a presentation based on a scholar who is recognized as having a PhD level academic knowledge expertise, who tells us and teaches us about the African presence in America before Columbus. We saw the physical evidence. We saw the lecture. We saw a breakdown of the lecture on my channel with all 12 Europeans who witnessed Africans in America before Columbus. We saw that. We witnessed that. So we're not going to pretend like we didn't see anything. We still have yet to see these scholars who debunked Ivan Van Sertima. We never got the names. He also did a peer review entry for the Smithsonian. We need to look into that. Ivan Van Sertima is a very accomplished scholar. We always lie and be dishonest. We commit intellectual dishonesty when we talk about Ivan Van Sertima in a negative manner and his magnum opus in a negative manner. So we need to watch that and address that no matter who is on the panel, right? We need to do away with this popularity contest thing to where, there's an actual guest on the panel. There's suddenly a popular character who gets more privilege on the panel. So we need to watch that. But anyway, I'm going to close out, and I appreciate the time for allowing me to do this presentation, and I lay my plane.
Closing remarks. Well, one, I want to apologize to everybody for my crankiness. Tonight made me realize something my mom always tells me, because I'll be going too hard, that sometimes rest is part of the work. And if you don't get the rest, how you going to show up at your best? Two, I don't like your little sneak diss, because I don't give anybody favoritism. I did stay up late for Juju, but you weren't even here. I was about to close, then she popped up right when I was about to. And I said, well, I'm not going to leave because she has a bigger fan base. Then you wanted to challenge her because she has a fan base, and then you decided to come back up. So what we had was a miscommunication. You shifted gears, changed plans, and then wanted me to accommodate it without asking me, though. Like, I didn't agree to do anything this late for you. I didn't agree to be sharing pictures at 3 a.m. And it's not about favoritism. Even though she is one of my favorites for her scholarship and for the work she's put in, as well as Notes from the Underground. But yeah, it's not a popularity contest. They're popular to me because they've put in work. Actually, a lot of people don't even like them. So more people than I talk to dislike their information that they're putting out. So, and again, it's not even about the information, because I don't know who's right or wrong. I give everybody the platform. But yeah, when my favorites pull up, I definitely stayed up late to kick it with them, because it's very rare that certain people pop up. So I was very appreciative, and I wasn't about to leave. I'm glad he did, though. I don't know if I'm going to have him back on here after today and the miscommunication, and I don't know. Yeah, I got to set some new boundaries for, or maybe I got to explain things better from the beginning. But yeah, remember my motto: treat your smile like your buddy, and never let him steal it, man. We gonna end with the song by, who we gonna play today, man? We're gonna end with the song by Connie Son, The Hate You Give. Check them out on Spotify. I usually check him out on Spotify. You can check him out on all platforms. Head on over to his Facebook. Tell him 81 sent you. Peace.
Questions. Can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking. You got that passion to see your sister go. I wanna see that woman stand, you leave her on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Time after time played in my mind, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my role. Have you been told that I love you lately? Been around those who don't bug you lately. Go around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my sister. Better help with that mean mug, my sister. Come on, receive it, don't you shove, don't push me. It might not be about your nookie. And again, it might be about your cooking. Give you some ends, trying to supply some cushion. Discipline without no whooping. Known to show and prove without no woofing. Open your eyes to what you overlooking. Baby, don't that feel nice? Yeah, let me show that, don't that feel right? Ever felt what true love feel like? This ain't no pill high. When no shit they growing, no feel high. Keep you grounded, but yet you still fly. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a woman should be. And I pray to God that he working on my third eye, so I see that this world ain't all about you. It ain't all about me, but if you really giving out L-O-V-E, so can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see your brother go. I wanna see that man stand, you leave him on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before we go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, fool, I seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. You do the crime, you do the time, you only bruise your soul. You gotta grind, you gotta climb, you gotta choose your road. Have you been told, I love you lately? Go around those who don't bug you lately. Been around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my brother. But it help with all that hate, my brother. I know you deal with dudes that's fake, my brother. Understand I can relate, my brother. Only so much you can take, my brother. What I'm trying to say, don't let that hate become you. Don't never break, my brother. Let me carry some of that weight, my brother. Better cleanse your soul for it's too late, my brother. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a brother should be. And I understand that that melanin inside you connect you to me. And that sun is where we gon' meet. Like God is how we gon' speak. With the same power to build and destroy, but yet unique. See, you get weak and I get weak, and we stay strong together. We keep each other inside that light, cause the darkness harms whoever. And you only create a diamond, keep applying that pressure. My crew knew better. Go faster by yourself, but we go farther when we go together. I ask what we hate each other for. See, I'm just asking, we got that passion to see each other go. I wanna see that person stand, you leave them on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit poor, deja vu, I seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my road. Have you been told that I love you lately? I love you lately. Have somebody, I love you lately. Say, I love you lately. Have somebody told you. Yeah. Let's see how that came out.
Cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February. Anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, then who's fair and most so irresistible. It drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex. Way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations. Nothing like the rest. No, I don't know nobody. 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 When you get down. When you get down. Just want you to be around. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me. I don't know nobody. 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 When you get down. Get down. Want you to be around. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word,
the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies when he ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies loony, not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I bless it since the adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried.
Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time. God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Come on now, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business. Ain't getting it like this on them. Ain't getting it like this on them. Ain't getting it like this on them, baby. No, I'ma grind till I can grind no more. I'ma shine until I blind your glow. Gotta grind until you out that hole. You can die from being down so low just to cleanse your soul. You forgive and let go. Gotta dress warm in the world so cold. Gotta keep your eyes on your friends and your foes. Gotta stack bread till that shit don't fold. Cause on Tuesday, hard work, no play. I'ma bulldoze everything in my way. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my big cuz. Ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday that's when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday I'm thanking my God for my hustle, cuz they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. Work until I turn to a boss. Gotta stunt until it turn to a floss. Gotta learn from every time that I lost. So that little note you got, you about to pay it off. Now they hating now, cause you made it now. Took a long time, you was patient now. Worked hard for it, wasn't no handouts. Like some braces when they done, pull them bands out. Remember on a Tuesday, all work, no play. I'ma bust a doubles for them haters that was fake. Cause on Wednesday, spending time with my big cuz. Ain't no getting in the way of hump day. And Thursday I'm working, my pockets ain't hurting. Friday I'm fly, my co-workers be flirting. Saturday that when I'm flexing my muscle. Sunday I'm thanking my God for my hustle. Cause they ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday. They ain't getting it like this, they ain't getting it like this. They ain't getting it like this on a Monday, no. Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, I know they gon' hate, I'm letting that go. Cause one thing I know, they ain't getting it like
King shit. Huh. Man, it's only right I rise. I was born in the fall. My mama and my daddy rode in separate cars. Next time me and him spoke, I was 24. Them boys hard to reach behind them prison walls. Crack error, the proof in his eyes. In this world can't survive institutionalized. The streets will swallow you up like a wolf in disguise. Nowadays, hard to separate truth from the lies. So now I'm on a mission for the people. May your well wishes be equal and your enemies beneath you. That Hennessy is lethal, be easy on that needle. I pray your heart is real like a Hebrew. We need you. I'm cooking up that work in the lab to supplement it. You know me from that work in the past, it's been a minute. I drop a couple verses, pastors and the bishops be nervous. Your boy put a hurt in on religion.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
This that work for the serving out the kitchen. You lurking, just know I'm alert and in position. The son of a sauce, on my purpose, bout to click in. This Alhamdulillah when Jamal is back to mixing. I'm way too Marcus Garvey for pimping parties. Too Malcolm Xing to be out here flexing. Too much the youth is running around without direction. Ain't got 1,000 questions, so they out here guessing. CEOs trying to find a way to own a business. In the streets, never Saturday, Jehovah Witness. We gotta bridge the gap, deliver the facts. As simple as that, they into that, it's bigger than rap.
When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
Just that one
when all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
Just that one for the
all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. When all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun. And when all these days are gone, we'll walk up to the sun.
dog, I be chillin'. Minding my business is living in purpose and standing on 10. Can't be compared to these skinless rappers still pumping their hate while they standing on trends. Got all my shit out the mud. All the homies like Buddy done it again. I used to spit it for free for niggas not better than me. Then they hit me the ends. None of these niggas is like me. Mimicking the voice style, it gotta be jokes. I used to think they was grimy. Now the way that they be tweaking, it gotta be coke. Yeah, he said he was rich, but shit he's still concerned with. He gotta be broke. You from the era of streams, I'm from the era of fiends. Inside of the stove, he wanna collab, it's probably a no. He don't wanna crash with Hollywood Coke. I've been eating bad while out on the road, but after this fast, my body will glow. How did that go? That's what your bitches be saying whenever I body a quote. Don't be a hoe, that's what my missus be saying whenever I pop out the door. Oh, close your eyes, I'm a visionary, cannot be defined by a dictionary. You can feel the vibe and it's anyway. You go with genocide to an adversary. Bro, spin the block on a merry go. Safety lock off, then we let it go. 1-2 shot, many more. That's how that shit blow. Had to find myself, stand on purpose, grounded, redefine myself. Switch up my surroundings and get by myself. That's where I find my wealth. Had to find myself, living purpose, grounded, redefine myself. Switch up my surroundings and get by myself. That's where I find my wealth. Your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas bustin' shit. No, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich. You feel me? Filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas bustin' shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for Yeah.
Trying to douse my flame. Yes, they can try, yes, they can, it'll douse my flame. 10 toes where I stand, I'm the motherfucking man, wanna put out my flame. They try to douse my flame, no stopping us now, my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Keep the heat in the topics. They try to douse my flame. Ain't no stopping us now, but my spirit is tightened. They wanna douse my flame and claim my intellectual likeness. You can catch me in the gauntlet, with a roster full of monsters. Yes, they can try, yes, they can.
I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, yeah, what I'm saying, yeah, I mean, got something with it.
Yeah. My enemies frustrated cause I won't engage. I expose slaves, they ain't fucking with the culture wave. Till a hole in gray potent on the vocal lay. In the streets or internet like a open J. Young king playing the part I'm supposed to play. Sapiosexual vibration, I poke your bae. She at your neck like he ain't got the answers. Sway J got a colorful aura like anime. Young bull flex on all old niggas, go figure. I'm in bed with success, cozier than cold winters. They got a massive team but nobody know business. I go with hits like a ho-ho go with Christmas. Had to pause for the bros who missed it. Your boy flow wicked and so liquid. I speak light, build my own bridges. My gold glisten, only cause I'm so gifted.
I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, yeah, what I'm saying, yeah, I mean, got something with it. Whoa. I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, yeah, what I'm saying, yeah, I mean, got something with it. Whoa.
I know you feel the climate change in the multiverse. Came up off the stoop in that same hat, only shirt.
May you manifest every heart's desire. Young Tehuti. May you manifest every heart's desire.
Judicial systems and politicians, the wicked. Prey on the innocent, poverty-like conditions. Popular protocol, populate propositions. Your whole existence is probably out the picture. They out to get you. Foreign DNA in your mixture. Never thought I'd be touring CLA with these lectures. Made the elixir for the people to paint a picture. Clear as day in their brain. We created the scriptures. Genesis, Deuteronomy. Who could rhyme with me on the subject? Keeping the eye on me, whole society know what's up next. My sobriety flows entirely for the upset. Suppression the truth. Back in the booth. School of coons in the coop, take them back to the roots. I'm a star like a monologue, not Jigaboo. Coming hard, you should know the guard higher than you. Couple rappers in the game that I'm trying to chew. Couple countries on the plane, ain't I'm trying to view. I'm divine, you divine, what you trying to do? From my mind to your mind, let's align the crew. Cause every line is a sign, just combine the two.
May you manifest every heart's desire. Young Tehuti. May you manifest every heart's desire.
The generation of change no longer we see meditation is strange. Maybe in different lanes, but the destination the same. Future seeing the wave, you hella late in the game. Gotta deal with the pain, repeating it is insane. Who protecting the culture? Who deflecting the vulture from scooping up all the folks up? Who you respect the most, influenced by and promote? Cause few and few of our role models moving and still a spoke of. For you there's no love. Black civil rights movement got you confused with the rules of the illuminated. Like who's related to who? Since the age of 2, made it fool what they say in the school. Don't pertain to you, tainted truth. They playing it cool since the age of the news. We've been making the news. Crooked cops running blocks now, spraying your boo. When the semi on the Glock now, aiming at you. When it pops bullets, you not gonna be able to chew.
Make it manifest every heart's desire. Young, hey.